family members were also sentenced. Let's take a look at what we know so far.
Bangladesh's exiled former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has been sentenced to 10 years in jail. Along with Hasina, her niece, the British lawmaker Tulip Siddiq, has also been sentenced to 4 years. They have been sentenced in connection with 2 cases involving a government township project. 7-year prison sentence was also given to another niece, Azmeena Siddiq, and nephew Radwan Muzib Siddiq. The country's official corruption watchdog filed the cases alleging that Hasina colluded with government officials to illegally secure 6 plots. These plots were in the Purbanchal New Town project near Dhaka. These were reportedly for herself and her family members despite their ineligibility under government regulations.
তারা মিথ্যা হলফনামা প্রদান করে এই প্লটগুলি হাতে নিয়েছেন শেখ হাসিনা এবং টিউলিপ সিদ্দিকীর সহযোগিতায় এবং সরকারের অন্যান্য কর্মকর্তা এবং রাজুকের কর্মকর্তাদের সহায়তায় সেই ক্ষেত্রে আদালত উক্ত প্লটটি বাজেয়াপ্ত ঘোষণা করেছে।
The verdicts came as the interim government headed by Mohammad Yunus prepares for February 12th elections. Both Hasina and Tulip Siddiq were sentenced earlier in similar cases and have denounced the verdict. Siddiq said she obtained no land from the government during her aunt's 15-year rule as she is not a Bangladeshi citizen.
টিউলিপ সিদ্দিকীর 2 মামলায় 4 বছরের সশ্রম কারাদণ্ড, 1 লক্ষ টাকা করে 2 লক্ষ টাকা জরিমানা এবং অনাদায়ে 6 মাসের করে কারাদণ্ড। শেখ হাসিনা সহ আরও অন্যান্য আসামি যারা ছিলেন তাদের এই 2 মামলায় 10 বছর কারাদণ্ড, 2 লক্ষ টাকা জরিমানা, 12 মাসের অনাদায় কারাদণ্ড এবং একমাত্র আসামি যিনি আদালতে আত্মসমর্পণ করেছিলেন তার 2 মামলায় 2 বছরের কারাদণ্ড হয়েছে এবং 1 লক্ষ টাকা জরিমানা, অনাদায় 6 মাসের কারাদণ্ড।
But the prosecution claimed that she influenced her aunt to provide her mother and 2 siblings with land in the project. In those cases, the court sentenced her to a total of 26 years in prison. Meanwhile, her son Sajib Wazid and daughter Saima Wazid received 5 years each. Hasina has been in exile in India since August 2024 when she was ousted in a student-led mass uprising ending her 15-year rule.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next news segment and get you all the top sports news in Sports Wrap. In the wake of Pakistan boycotting the T20 World Cup clash against India, BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla said the International Cricket Council was right in warning Pakistan of severe repercussions for its selective pullout from the high-profile T20 World Cup contest against India in Colombo on February 15. Former India spinner Harbhajan Singh took a dig at Pakistan's decision to selectively participate in the upcoming Men's T20 World Cup 26 and boycott its Group A clash against India, calling it an unnecessary drama to mislead people. He also said that there is no logic over the call Pakistan government has taken. In what will come as a major boost for Team India, left-handed batter Tilak Varma will turn out for India A in one of their 2 Men's T20 World Cup warm-up matches before linking up with the main squad for the showpiece event, said the BCCI. India A will face USA and Namibia in warm-up games in Navi Mumbai and Bengaluru. Skipper Harmanpreet Kaur and her deputy Smriti Mandhana, who were central to India's historic 2025 Women's World Cup triumph, and chess prodigy Divya Deshmukh are among the nominees for the 2025 BBC Indian Sportswoman of the Year Awards. Pistol shooting sensation Suruchi Singh and track and field athlete Jyoti Yaraji and are the other 2 nominations for the prestigious annual award for the year 2025. Indian teenage squash sensation Anahat Singh produced a brilliant performance to upset top seed and world number 10 Georgina Kennedy of England in straight sets to clinch her maiden PSA bronze level title at the Squash on Fire Open in Washington. The win marked the biggest title of the 15-year-old's career and her 15th overall on the PSA tour. The popular Jaipur polo team started their Cognivera Cup campaign with a well-composed 5-2 victory over V Polo in the final, showcasing control, discipline and assured finishing across all four chukkers to lift the title. Jaipur dictated the tempo for large periods of the contest, steadily building pressure and capitalizing on key moments. Right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Now, Gaza's Rafah border crossing with Egypt has reopened for limited movement, marking a key step under the Israel-Hamas ceasefire. But on the ground, the impact remains largely symbolic. Only a small number of people are expected to cross. No goods will pass through. And hours after reopening, no movement was seen at all, while thousands of Palestinians hope to travel for medical care or return home. Strict controls remain in place amid continuing violence in Gaza. Here's more on the story.
The Rafah border crossing reopened on Monday after months of closure, allowing limited movement between Gaza and Egypt under the Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal. Despite the reopening, no people were seen crossing in or out of Gaza during the first few hours, highlighting the largely symbolic nature of the move.
فترة طويلة واحنا بنعاني يعني من نقص العلاجات عندنا هنا لأنه فيش تقنيات عالية وفيش أجهزة ومرنوا علينا للسفر واحنا أجينا يعني بناء على
An Egyptian official said around 50 Palestinians are expected to cross in each direction on the first day, with numbers possibly increasing later. Gaza health officials say nearly 20,000 Palestinians, many of them children, urgently need medical evacuation through the Rafah crossing.
تحويل لها فترة طويلة واحنا بنعاني يعني من نقص العلاجات عندنا هنا لأنه فيش تقنيات عالية وفيش أجهزة ومرنوا علينا للسفر واحنا أجينا يعني بناء على
Egypt has said about 150 hospitals are prepared to receive evacuated patients, while the Egyptian Red Crescent has set up safe spaces near the border. However, violence continues in Gaza. Hospital officials reported Israeli naval fire hitting a tent camp, killing a 3-year-old boy. Israel says it is investigating the incident. For now, Rafah's reopening offers hope to a few, but for most Palestinians in Gaza, the border remains more of a symbol than a lifeline.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, top global economic policy luminary speaks to Arnab Goswami on the trade deal announcement, says America is very unstable.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Joining me on this special Budget Day broadcast is one of India's topmost doctor, Dr. Samir Parekh. Dr. Parekh is also the chairperson of Fortis National Mental Health Program. Dr. Parekh, thank you for joining. Nirmala Sitharaman's budget specially mentions mental health. Why do you think it is crucial?
Oh, it's a milestone. It's a landmark moment in the history of Indian healthcare. 20 years back, would we have thought about the kind of importance given to mental health? Would we have even thought that the mention of mental health and the impetus on mental health would happen? I mean, for me, this is probably one of the best things to hear. The fact that infrastructural support is promised, the fact that we will have another NIMHANS approach, which basically means from infrastructure to intervention. And most importantly, this is going to translate into a future where mental health will be prioritized and healthcare providers, including private sector, will also have to support.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
D is data. The second D is declutter. The third D is discipline. The fourth is decriminalization. The fifth D is duties rationalization. The budget has been delivered and it is deep, decisive, determined and deshbhakt. But those are not the Ds on which I would like to analyze and parse the budget. I have another 6 Ds in mind, which have come through loud and clear in this budget that Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman presented for the record 9th time. The first D is data, incentivizing the digital economy with tax holidays and incentives aimed at locating data centers within our national boundaries, providing digital infrastructure and emerging tech ecosystems, a huge push to make India a trusted global data and computational hub. The second D is declutter. There are a variety of ways in which ease of doing business, regulatory simplification, and reduced compliance burden will streamline approvals to lower friction for businesses and accelerate private investment. The third D is discipline. Fiscal credibility is about commitment to fiscal consolidation, and the deficit targets are tighter still and being delivered. There is responsible borrowing to assure markets, investors, and rating agencies. Remember, India, as a top 5 economy, is being watched across the world. The fourth is decriminalization, which means trust-based governance, rationalization of tax penalties, and removal of most criminal provisions for procedural or minor compliance failures, shifting from fear to facilitation. The fifth D is duties rationalization. Strategic industrial policy has targeted reduction of custom duties in priority sectors such as critical minerals, clean energy components, and the vital nuclear supply chain to support.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We have an announcement of a trade deal, and you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American. in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump has backed down to an important extent. Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say, why antagonize India?
So what did Trump or what did America gain in the last
Nothing.
4 months of putting
Nothing.
pressure on India?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Whatever is agreed today could have been agreed before. Nothing is gained. There's no pressure. India has no, U.S. has no leverage on India. So none of this is anything other than Trump's delusion that the U.S. is the be-all and end-all of the universe. And so his writ is the command of for the whole world. But that's Trump's delusion, that the U.S. market is so big, so consequential, so important that he can get every other country to fall into line. But the U.S. market is not very important in this way. The main lesson of the last year is that despite all of the U.S. bluster, the world did just fine last year. It traded more with each other. India and China are in the process of restoring what will be the most important trade relations between the two giants. And in general, everybody is diversifying away from the United States. Even Canada, the country right on our border, has just signed a strategic partnership with China. Britain, which is essentially a vassal state of the United States, was in Beijing against Mr. Trump's orders, meeting with China to make deals. India has signed a trade deal with the European Union. All of this is basically the rest of the world saying, we're not going to be played by Trump. We're not going to be played by the United States. We want open trade. We actually want rules and principles and stability. And I think the U.S. is somebody has recognized this today, that the U.S. is in a losing position on all of this. And don't forget, it may be that the U.S. Supreme Court will, as it should, rule that everything Trump has done is illegal anyway, because he doesn't have the authority to do any of this, in my view.
Do you think this could be also a result of what Ursula von der Leyen described as the mother of all deals that was signed on the 27th of January, just a few days back, in New Delhi, between the EU and India, the FTA? Did that also build pressure on America and on Trump?
Surely, yes. Surely, every time India has just reached out, first at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization to reestablish good lines of cooperation with China, India forging ahead with the European Union, India strengthening its ties with Africa. Of course, this is noted. Again, we don't have very good strategists in the United States, and they're obsessed with other things. But surely they notice such developments, and I'm quite certain that it played a role in this walking back of the U.S. position.
Now, we had very, very aggressive statements by Peter Navarro. He speaks so badly. He's so rude. He makes reckless comments, ill-informed. He said, you have got to stop Brahmins profiteering at the expense of the Indian people. And then he said that if India wants to be treated like a strategic partner, it better start behaving like one. He called India a laundromat for Russia. He called the Russia-Ukraine war Modi's war. And he went a little overboard in sort of targeting Prime Minister Modi, targeting India. And then we had the US Commerce Secretary recently who said that because Narendra Modi did not agree to a Friday deadline, 2 Friday deadlines, we're going to make it more difficult for India now. There's no question of them getting it at the terms earlier we had agreed on. But if you look at the 18%, this is lower than what had been put on the table earlier. Isn't someone going to ask the American Commerce Secretary, Peter Navarro, Donald Trump, that you said that now, because India didn't agree on the first go, you're going to make it really difficult for them, you're going to squeeze them, then isn't someone in Washington, some analyst, some journalist, somebody there, going to ask the White House that, listen, you did all of this, but eventually you ended up giving the Indians what they asked for in the first place. So what did you get? What did you gain? Are these questions not going to be asked in the American media?
Well, let me say, first of all, I have to apologize because Peter Navarro has a PhD from my economics department. Not mine alone. He wasn't my student, but he is a PhD from the Harvard economics department. It may be the worst PhD we ever this man is completely incompetent.
So reckless.
Completely economically ignorant. So I do want to unfortunately say sorry about that. I don't know how it happened, but he did apparently get a PhD from the Harvard Economics Department. Of course, what he said was vulgar. Mr. Lutnick, our Commerce Secretary, is spending more time on why his name is all over the Epstein files right now, frankly, than he is on the question of the trade deal with India. And I think nobody will ask specifically about India, because what's happening more generally is that the sense of confusion in the White House, a group being in way over their heads, the militarization of American streets, people being killed by ICE in Minneapolis and in other cities in the U.S. This is giving an overall impression in the United States, very widely held, that this is an administration that is failing. So it's not a matter of individual decision, it's a matter of a sense that this is a group flailing around, and one that could be in an open war, by the way, in the next days with Iran. It just is not a group that has a strategy, a plan, a sense of what they're doing. And what we're seeing with India, indeed, could have happened. It could have happened a year ago, of course. Everything that happened in the interim was a mess. It didn't show American power. It showed American weakness. It helped India rightly to understand, diversify. There is no strategic alliance with the United States. The whole idea is ridiculous in my mind. India doesn't need a strategic alliance with the United States. India is the biggest country in the world by population. It's going to be overtake the United States before mid-century in size of the economy. It doesn't need an alliance with the United States. It needs to look after its own interests, which are open trade and good relations across the world, not some kind of alliance with an untrustworthy partner.
We spoke some time back, and you were visiting India. You've spoken to a lot of people here in India. You have close connections, and so you have a bigger perspective. Professor Sachs, what people in India would want to know is these circumstances, this ostensible trade battle, one-sided, if I may, so one-sided trade battle, how, and now the announcement by Trump of slashing down the tariffs, announcing a trade deal and all ending well. What impact has it had on India as a nation globally, our stature, our position, the way we are going to be perceived? And how has India handled it? How has the Prime Minister of India handled it, in your view?
I think India has handled it extremely well, both economically, where the results are very, very strong for India, despite all of the weirdness of U.S. policy, and also diplomatically, which is that India has strengthened its relations with countries around the world, which is very good for India. India this year has the presidency of the BRICS. The BRICS is extremely important for India and for the world. It basically says we're not going to be run by the United States. The whole idea is ridiculous. The U.S. is 14% of world output. The BRICS is well over 40% of world output. And the BRICS are saying as a group, we want an open multilateral system, and we don't want to be bullied by anybody. And so I think this is India's fundamental situation, which is it's a world leader, it's a superpower. It should not, as I keep saying, it shouldn't be part of the Quad or any U.S. gimmick against China. India is just too big and important and independent for being played by the U.S. in any way. And in fact, I believe that India and China should have close economic relations because it'll be mutually beneficial for both and excellent for the whole world. So I think Prime Minister Modi's done extremely well. And I think India is in a very good position. It's soaring. It's the fastest growing large economy in the world. It has the presidency of the BRICS. It has strong and improving relations with everybody. And this is a good place to be.
Yeah, I have four guests with us, all very prominent analysts from India. I'd like to put them on a four-window on one side and Jeffrey Sachs on the other. Last time when you were speaking, Ajay Bagga, he's one of the best macro voices from the country. He's been a former banker. He's a great strategic thinker, great commentator on the capital markets, on Indian economy, said that that was one of the best interviews that we've done. So Ajay, Professor Sachs is with us here today. You just heard what he said, right? Ajay, can you hear me? You just heard what he said. Right?
Yes,
anything
absolutely.
you'd like to add to what he said there, or something you'd like to say directly to him?
No, I'm always very appreciative of Professor Sachs. He's a very courageous person. He speaks truth to authority in a time where authority is not willing to listen to any truth. So we are all very appreciative of you, Professor Sachs, and you put the truth out there repeatedly under very adverse circumstances. And overall, seeing this message, again, there are a lot of issues in this message. One, this what you mentioned about Peter Navarro, Lutnick also does this very often, blaming India for the Ukraine war. If you look at the Russia-China trade, Arnav, it's 4 times the India-Russia trade. China and Russia trade $245 billion with each other. We trade $63 billion with Russia. So always blaming India for the Ukraine war, which is again what Trump did. Second, 500 billion. For God's sake, our total goods import and export with the US is about 113 billion. Where does this 500 billion come from? India's total import basket is 700 billion. So again, this is dreaming, like he writes about the Koreans, like he writes about everybody else. Third, he's put in agriculture. Agriculture, we know, is a red line for the Indians. There is no way India would agree to agri exports coming out of imports coming out of the US. So a lot in this message is not clear. Is India going to turn its back on a strategic long-term ally like Russia and stop Russian oil completely? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know how to read it. I want Ambassador Sikri, you think we would have made that commitment, Ambassador Sikri?
Look, I think that as far as Russian oil is concerned, I think India has a very broad-ranging relationship with Russia. And President Putin's recent visit to India has highlighted some of the very detailed and very significant deals that we are working on with Russia in the field of defense and security. So whether it's a question of reducing purchase of Russian oil, which we have already done, or stopping it altogether, I think this is very much in keeping with the understanding between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. I do not see that this the deal with the USA would affect that in any way. This is the part of India's overall strategic autonomy, where we are very happy to have this deal with the USA, with the tariffs being slashed to 18%. And obviously it's a deal which is in keeping with India's own red lines on agriculture and other products. But I don't think this deal affects any of India's relationship with other countries. The India-EU deal has been signed, the India-UK deal has been signed, the India-Australia and the India-Oman, and of course with India and Japan also we're working on it. So all these are part of India's strategic autonomy, and I'm glad in its own way that the period of 6 months of sharp differences, in February 2025, a year ago, our Prime Minister was there in the USA for a very good visit. But ever since the big beautiful trade deal was done, we had all these problems coming in for the last 8 months. I certainly hope that period is over, and that with calmness and understanding on both sides, we'll move ahead to mutual benefit. And I hope that a lot of other issues will be solved also now.
I think we'll have to just walk this very calmly now, because with Trump, it's not over till it's over with Trump. If we say now that we have not agreed to Russia, he can by tomorrow morning say it's off. Yeah, he's an unpredictable fellow. I think what's
really happened.
Yeah.
What's really happened on the ground is that India has told the US very clearly that it will keep the benefits of its own consumers at the center of this deal. Whether it's buying oil from Venezuela or Russia, whatever, wherever you get a better price for the Indian consumers, they will continue to buy it. And in this case, obviously, Venezuela has opened new avenues, and the US is helping India there, and they will continue. They'll buy it from Venezuela. So India's strategic point has been conveyed with full vigor, I would say. And I would say that, one of the other things, people were talking about Navarro and all, they are in the Trump's orbit. There are certain whisperers who matter. What matters here in this case is that he realized the fact that he could not do business without India. This deal was important for the US as much as it was for India, and that point was well understood. Rest do not really matter. I can tell you that yes, he's a mercurial leader, things can change, but once he has gone ahead and done that, he knows that the stakes are very high. And this is not only about this trade relationship. There are many more other strands, which obviously you will see in months to come. That will happen. For instance, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar will be there for the Critical Mineral Summit. People were touting about Pakistan. Pakistanis have not been invited for that. This is a very.
By the way, there's no reference to today. He's not made any reference to solving the India-Pakistan war. So in his tweet, not a single reference. Otherwise, he speaks about that all the time.
Different thing altogether. And I wanted to tell Professor Sachs here, I'm an alum of his university, Harvard, and he speaks his mind. He's a great guy. And the fact, it did spur the fact that the India-EU deal certainly made an impact on the timing of this. They were managing this behind the scenes, but certainly India signing a big deal, trade deal with EU, that really helped this deal also to be finalized at this stage, I want to add here.
Well, if you read Modi's tweet, we lost Saurabh there. Modi is non-committal on any trade-off.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yes.
Prime Minister Modi, Trump says that Modi has agreed to buy American and slice tariff barriers for Americans to zero. Trump says that India will stop buying Russian oil. There is no commitment from the Prime Minister to this. So, after all, we have a 5-year plan with Russia. Just on the 5th of December, India and Russia firmed up a 5-year plan to boost economic and trade ties. That happened when Washington's tariffs and sanctions were looming. That doesn't change. So if you look at the overall, I want to wrap up with Professor Sachs with one question this morning. Professor Sachs, do you see any fundamental geopolitical shift? Because I don't see, as an Indian journalist, we've been around for a long time, I don't see us making any great shift towards America. We are saying pragmatic. I don't see any geopolitical shift out of this, as much as White House may try to hard sell it.
All of the geopolitics for the next 25 years will be to a multipolar world in which India is a superpower, China is a superpower, Russia is a superpower, the United States is a superpower, and the question is for all of them to get along. That's the only geopolitical shift. The United States is not the dominant economy. It's not the dominant trade partner. It's not the dominant technology partner. It has nothing that holds India in some decisive way to account. So the only geopolitics here is that we're in a multipolar world. The United States has been acting like a child. It doesn't understand it. It's having a tantrum, but maybe the tantrum has calmed down today a little bit, and some reasonable outcome has been achieved. I would like to say one more time, India's leadership of the BRICS this year will be extremely important and significant. That is a very important group that upholds the international order. And so a good, strong BRICS outcome will be very, very good for India, very good for the whole world.
So I think eyes will be on Prime Minister Modi very firmly globally for the next 1 year to see what his next moves are. Am I right, Professor Sachs?
Absolutely.
In terms of his stature.
He's one of the great world leaders. He's got respect all over the world, and this is very good news.
Well, this is very important. Professor Sachs, I can't thank you enough. We love having you with us. Thank you very much.
Pleasure to be with you. Good to see everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Joining me on this special Budget Day broadcast is one of India's topmost doctor, Dr. Samir Parikh. Dr. Parikh is also the chairperson of Fortis National Mental Health Program. Dr. Parikh, thank you for joining. Nirmala Sitharaman's budget specially mentions mental health. Why do you think it is crucial?
Oh, it's a milestone. It's a landmark moment in the history of Indian healthcare. 20 years back, would we have thought about the kind of importance given to mental health? Would we have even thought that the mention of mental health and the impetus on mental health would happen? I mean, for me, this is probably one of the best things to hear. The fact that infrastructural support is promised, the fact that we will have another NIMHANS approach, which basically means from infrastructure to intervention. And most importantly, this is going to translate into a future where mental health will be prioritized and healthcare providers, including private sector, will also have to support the initiatives by the government policies as they continue to prioritize mental health. And I think it's a very, very, very welcome step.
Dr. Parikh, what do you think are the two or probably three big takeaways when Nirmala Sitharaman.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो तुम्हारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
D is data. The second D is declutter. The third D is discipline. The fourth is decriminalization. The fifth D is duties rationalization. The budget has been delivered and it is deep, decisive, determined and deshbhakt. But those are not the Ds on which I would like to analyze and parse the budget. I have another 6 Ds in mind, which have come through loud and clear in this budget that Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman presented for the record 9th time. The first D is data, incentivizing the digital economy with tax holidays and incentives aimed at locating data centers within our national boundaries, providing digital infrastructure and emerging tech ecosystems, a huge push to make India a trusted global data and computational hub. The second D is declutter. There are a variety of ways in which ease of doing business, regulatory simplification, and reduced compliance burden will streamline approvals to lower friction for businesses and accelerate private investment. The third D is discipline.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma, and our top focus today remains a big diplomatic win by India, as India has secured a trade deal with the United States, and the reciprocal tariff that Trump warned India of 25% were reduced to 18%. We'll tell you more about it, but first let's take a look at the headlines. Trump says India and US have agreed to trade deal lowers tariffs to 18% from 25%. PM Modi thanks Trump for announcing India-US trade deal reducing tariffs, says the world need a leader like him to maintain global peace. Top global economic policy luminary speaks to Arnab on the trade deal announcement, says America is very unstable. Trump reduces tariffs on India from 50% to 18%, major relief for trade and oil imports. DGCA summons Air India officials after Boeing 7878 reported possible defect in fuel control switches. All right, we start this edition with the biggest story that is making headlines globally, the much discussed and long awaited US-India trade deal, which is finally announced. Now, in a major breakthrough, New Delhi and Washington have announced a historic agreement aimed at ending months of tariff tensions. Under the deal, the steep tariff imposed on Indian exports will now be sharply reduced to 18%, marking a significant de-escalation in the tariff war between the two countries. Now, the agreement follows several rounds of intense negotiations and comes just days after India concluded its landmark trade pact with the European Union. Here is a report. All right, so this is the biggest news at this morning when we have already seen that Trump has conceded to the negotiations that has been going on, very tense negotiations from past couple of months that have been going on between both the commerce ministries of United States and India. Piyush Goyal has also been actively involved in the trade deal negotiations. So the tariffs are slashed from 50% to 18%. All right, so I have my colleague Pranav with me in the studio. Pranav, it's a big day for India, a big diplomatic win that we have secured as far as the trade deal is concerned. What more can you tell us?
Well, Hina, at this particular time, what we are primarily looking at is all the claims that have actually come from the US side. It's Donald Trump saying that India has stopped buying Russian oil. India will be buying Venezuelan oil. India is agreeing to make 500 USD trade, with US. Prime Minister Modi has said that buy American. These are all claims that Donald Trump has made as of now. If you look at the Indian statement, it is very, very measured. While congratulating that talks have moved forward, there is no overcommitment that is seen if you read the fine print. The markets are, however, reacting positively. We need to actually see whether there is substance in the claims that Donald Trump has made, or whether this is just another of several claims that he has made over the past few months, keeping the world in jitters and on the hook. So we need to wait and watch and see how the fine print actually unveils over the next about few days and few months.
Right. Pranav, last night there was a lot of confusion, and it still continues whether it will be 50% to 18% or it is just reciprocal tariffs that Trump has reduced. And what about the tariffs which India was warned of by Trump because of India's Russian imports?
There was an initial confusion, but what the foreign publications also, that we were just going through a lot of foreign publications. We were also going through some White House reports. We were also talking to a few experts. And what we understand prima facie is that, one, the 25% penalty that was slapped on India for buying Russian oil, that seems to have been completely abolished, according to Donald Trump's claim. And the remaining 25% has been slashed to 18%. So what we are looking at now is an effective tariff reduction from 50% to 18%.
But it still remains very precarious because we have seen Trump imposing tariffs on European Union even after finalizing a deal. So here we have a situation where we'll have to wait for the fine print to come.
Well, absolutely, absolutely. We have Mr. David K. Johnston joining us from the US, American journalist. Mr. Johnston, how is the American media, how is the global media looking at this trade? What are the headlines that you're seeing on your side of the globe?
Well, just as you spoke, a great deal of skepticism about what's actually going on here. Donald is, of course, very mercurial, but perhaps most importantly, let's keep in mind that under the American Constitution, Trump has no authority to impose tariffs. Only the Congress can impose tariffs, something I've taught my law students for many, many years. And all the tariffs that have been paid have all been paid subject to a demand for a refund, and the U.S. Supreme Court will rule on this shortly. But tariffs are exclusively the power of the Congress, with some very minor exceptions that don't apply here. Secondly, let's not lose sight of the fact that before Donald Trump's second term, the average tariff that the U.S. put on Indian goods was 2.5%, and some items were tariffed at a fraction of 1%. So, while this is an improvement from what Trump declared without authority to do so, it's not at all clear that this is actually what's happening here, and there's not a great deal of specifics here or a mechanism to enforce it.
Okay. We just had, we were talking to Professor Sachs yesterday, and he was, we asked him one question, and that was that all this ordeal that continued for about 6 months, where there was a lot of arm twisting, there were a lot of global jitters that he sent across, and all of that just to arrive once again at 18%, which is what India was, was bringing on the table to begin with. So why did this hullabaloo? What do you think Donald Trump gained over the past about 4 or 5 months that there was a lot of arm twisting that happened?
Well, your audience should know that I've covered Donald longer than any other journalist. I've written 3 best-selling books about him, and I was the first person to write about him becoming president, and that was in 1988. Donald doesn't know anything about trade. He has a mercantilist view that is a 16th century view of trade. He thinks that tariffs are paid by the country whose goods are tariffed, not by American consumers. And he's seen Modi negotiate an actual, no one questions it deal with the UK that should result in significantly more, perhaps as proposed, a doubling of trade between India and the United Kingdom before the end of this decade. But Donald doesn't know anything about what he's talking about. And I've documented that in my books and thousands of articles. He's a con artist, and he operates from whatever is at the moment in his mind.
All right, Mr. Johnson, we also do know that there is a legal challenge which is already ongoing in the United States, where Supreme Court can potentially give a verdict as to what needs to be done about Trump's unpredictable tariffs. What do you have to comment on that?
Well, the Supreme Court during the hearing was incredibly dubious and critical. They asked very tough questions. Some of the members of the court who have been voting for Trump's policies in other areas said they couldn't understand how he thought he had the power, because Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution says the Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, and imposts. Well, a tariff is a tax. It's a tax on American consumers. And it's been an important element in how the American economy has been in decline since Trump took office. Except for the rising stock market, basically every economic indicator in America has been heading south.
Okay. Do you also think that the tyranny so far that's unveiled over the past about 6 months, do you think the world is kind of united because of Trump? Did he help, as a blessing in disguise probably for the rest of the world to come together and just, abolish the duopoly that probably existed in the pre-tariff world?
Yeah, I think that Donald clearly is being rejected all around the world. European leaders are speaking up. Prime Minister Carney of Canada, his country is the U.S.'s largest trading partner. Donald had said, oh, they're a minor trading partner. Who cares? They're our biggest trading partner. He said Donald is rupturing the order established at the end of World War II. And so the U.S.'s position is being seriously diminished. The position of President Xi in China and its extraterritorial ambitions has been greatly aided by Donald Trump's behavior. And India has great opportunities here now in this new world order. I mean, India and China both are moving in the direction of restoring the positions they were in 500 years ago, the 2 wealthiest countries in the world. And Trump's antics here are simply going to be relatively short-term problems, presuming, and that's an important presumption, that the United States gets past Trump's dictatorial behavior and restores the American democracy. I think we will, but it's possible that we will not, that we will end up a dictatorship in full, as opposed to now where Trump is consolidating his position but doesn't have his dictatorship, which I warned people about clear back in 2011, does not have it fully in place.
Mr. Johnson, do you also think, because here in India, we look at this deal as coming right days after what we have signed with European Union, which is mother of all deals, do you think that Trump has understood that India has a very strong policy of dehyphenation and diversification, and India does not really depend on one country?
Well, Trump himself doesn't really understand these things, okay? I mean, I've spent hundreds of hours with Donald, and his lack of knowledge, if you were able to sit with him as I have for long periods of time, would astound people. It's all bluster. And he's the greatest con artist in the history of the world. He's got people convinced he's a genius, and he's not. But Trump's advisors are very aware that all these other trade deals are being made, that the European Union is making deals with China, that President Modi's deal with Starmer in the UK, all of those pull away from the dominance of the U.S., from the U.S. position as having the world's reserve currency, and they're all negative for the U.S. And his supporters know that if the economy continues to sink, that the Republicans who control, for the moment, the two chambers of the U.S. Congress are going to lose that control after the November elections.
So in the end, was it just about Nobel Peace Prize? Was it the frustration that India did not support? Was it the frustration that he did not get it? Was this all just a reaction to not being given the Nobel Peace Prize?
Oh, some of this is the offense that Donald feels because he wasn't given the Nobel Peace Prize. Remember, he claims he settled, depending on what day of the week it is, 7, 8, 9, or 10 wars, some of which have never occurred. There's a lot of discussion going on in the U.S. today, even by some former Trump supporters, about what he appears to be suffering from, something called prefrontal dementia, which if you put up tape of him walking, you'll see he often throws his right leg across his left, and that's one of the signs of this kind of dementia. But the important thing to keep in mind here is that with Donald, it's all bluster. It's not substance. And he's right now in a mode of being very feral because he's in deep trouble. He's in trouble over the tactics of the immigration people in the United States, like handcuffing little children and grabbing them off the streets. He's in trouble over the Epstein files, which contain a lot of damning information that point in the direction that he was, in fact, a serial child rapist. No proof of that. He denies it entirely, but a lot of things pointing in that direction. And he needs to distract the American public with announcements. And in this case, there isn't even a deal point memo that's been put out by the White House.
Mr. Johnson, do you also think that this is something Trump has done to cater to the MAGA voters because of course, the fiasco which is going on in Minneapolis and all of the other negative things?
Well, you know, Donald refers to his base, the Make America Great Again voters, as the poorly educated. And they are, by and large, and they are not people who follow world affairs. They don't have a background in economics. They don't understand trade economics. They don't understand labor economics, all things that I've studied. And it's why I'm a professor now in my old age teaching these things. They don't know this stuff. What they want from Trump is no more foreign wars like the 20-year war in Afghanistan, and they're unhappy that he has put ships off the coast of Iran and made a variety of bellicose statements, and they're very troubled about their economics because prices have been rising, wages have not. I was just teaching one of my classes today that the 90% of Americans today are worse off than they were 52 years ago. And it's very clear in the data that they're worse off, but the people around Trump, the top 1% of the 1%, their incomes have grown unbelievably high. Average income in that group in 2022 was $67 million. I expect this year, when we get the data in about 2 years, it will be in the same neighborhood of $60 to $70 million per family.
Mr. Johnston, final question from my side. We have seen that India's posture vis-a-vis US has continued to be the same, but United States is the one who has created this entire fiasco. Do you think that this trade deal will reset India-US ties?
Well, it depends on Trump's mercurial behavior. Donald is often influenced by the last person he talked to and whatever idea appeals to the mood he's in at the moment. Contrast that with India, like a number of other countries, have skilled professionals, technocrats, economists, people who know what they're doing, negotiating and trying to work out the best deal they can with someone who is just utterly unqualified for the position that the American public has put this man in. If India sticks to its course and doesn't antagonize Trump, that's a key element, not antagonizing him, then over time, these things will work out, and India will, I believe, be able to continue marching in the direction of being a much wealthier country. It's got to address some of its own problems, like its sclerotic legal system. But in terms of trade, India should see more investment and the ability to export more goods, particularly to the extent that it is a lower price producer of the same goods than China.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Johnston, for getting us your perspective on this very important matter. Thank you so much once again.
Take care.
All right, so after months of uncertainty and rising trade pressure, the long-pending US-India trade deal was finally sealed with a direct announcement by US President Donald Trump following a call with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The announcement also comes less than a week after the India and European Union announced a landmark trade deal that capped nearly 2 decades of on and off talks. Here is a report.
India has clinched a landmark trade deal with the United States yesterday. US President Donald Trump announced an immediate reduction in reciprocal tariffs on Indian exports. The breakthrough was confirmed following a phone call between US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This brings immediate tariff relief to Indian exporters and signals a reset in bilateral trade relations between the two biggest democracies. Trump's announcement comes shortly after India signed a major free trade agreement with the European Union, a move widely seen as increasing pressure on Washington to close the deal. The India-EU deal, dubbed the mother of all deals and finalized after nearly 2 decades of negotiations, gives India sweeping duty-free access to the European Union's $572.3 billion pharmaceuticals and medical devices market. The US tariff cut also comes a day after India presented its union budget, with key provisions aimed at offsetting the impact of Trump's 50% tariffs on Indian goods. Even as the deal was sealed, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar departed for the United States to attend a ministerial meeting on critical minerals, underscoring the broader strategic engagement underway. The India-US trade talks had slowed significantly since August, when ties took a sharp downturn after Washington imposed a 50% tariff on Indian goods, citing New Delhi's continued purchase of Russian oil. In July, Trump had already announced additional tariffs on all Indian goods, warning of penalties if India continued energy imports from Russia. The impasse finally began to ease after months of negotiations. In September, President Trump publicly expressed hope that the dispute would be resolved soon. And in December, Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke over the telephone, reviewing progress in the India-US partnership. While there was no immediate announcement on trade, both leaders acknowledged discussions on expanding cooperation in critical technologies, energy, defense, security, and trade. In January, US Ambassador Sergio Gore confirmed that the two countries were inching closer to a trade agreement. And yesterday, it was finally announced. The deal not only delivers relief to Indian exporters, but also reinforces India's growing leverage in global trade negotiations.
Now, reactions are pouring over this historic development where the tariffs haven has been slashed to 18%. Here is how Union Home Minister Amit Shah reacted to the slashing of the tariffs after the announcement of the India-US trade deal by Donald Trump, which was confirmed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, Amit Shah said that it was a big day for India-US relations as the trade deal has been locked with a significantly reduced tariffs of 18%, paving the way for stronger trade ties and mutual growth. All right. Also, we do know that External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also highlighted how this trade deal will have a positive impact on India's Make in India initiative and thus lead to more jobs and growth of the Indian economy. India-US trade deal was finalized after the Union Budget 2026. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman thanked Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Donald Trump for this big development. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh also termed the finalization of the historic trade deal as a landmark moment for India-US relations. Union Minister Piyush Goyal also hailed the India-US trade deal and went on to say that this agreement unlocks unprecedented opportunities for farmers, MSMEs, entrepreneurs and skilled workers to make in India for the world. Now design in India for the world and innovate in India for the world. It will help India get technology from the United States. All right, a big breaking news, India and US trade deal boosts market sentiment. Gift Nifty signals gap up opening, Sensex likely to open higher. Overall, D Street may open 3% higher, indicates Gift Nifty. This is big breaking news that we're getting. All right, I have my colleague Pranav with me in the studio. Pranav, what more can you tell us on this?
Well, Hina, at this point, the Gift Nifty, which is actually the Nifty futures that trade on, earlier they used to trade on the Singaporean exchange, but then now they trade on the Gift exchange. The Nifty futures are indicating that there will be a potential gap up. Nifty futures are trading about 800% higher and are indicating about a 3% potential gap up, which necessarily means that when the market opens in the next about 20 minutes, we may see that the D Street will open up higher. This is, of course, the first reaction of the markets. If you observed yesterday as well, which was the second trading day of this week, given that the markets were open on Sunday on budget day, the markets recovered very, very sharply, gained about 1% after a sharp correction on the budget day. What we're expecting today is a gap up opening. We need to wait and see how the markets trade throughout the day and how they decipher the fine print in this trade deal. So we need to wait and watch. But as of now, the markets have reacted in a positive way. Yesterday itself, Gift Nifty futures were up and they're still trading up by about 800 points. Nifty is about 1300 points away from its historic high. So if potentially after opening up by 800 points, it's about 500 points lower than the historic high that it made last month.
All right, so the anticipation is that 3% higher is what the Indian markets will likely open at. A big boost also for exports, heavy sectors here in India. Gift Nifty signals a gap up opening. We'll tell you more about it because once the market opens in next 20 minutes. All right, coming up, Trump reduces tariffs on India from 50% to 18%, major relief for trade and oil imports. DGCA summons Air India officials after Boeing 7878 reported possible detect in fuel control switches.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
Joining me on this special Budget Day broadcast is one of India's top most doctor, Dr. Samir Parekh. Dr. Parikh is also the chairperson of Fortis National Mental Health Program. Dr. Parikh, thank you for joining. Nirmala Sitharaman's budget specially mentions mental health. Why do you think it is crucial?
Oh, it's a milestone. It's a landmark moment in the history of Indian healthcare. 20 years back, would we have thought about the kind of importance given to mental health? Would we have even thought that the mention of mental health and the impetus on mental health would happen? I mean, for me, this is probably one of the best things to hear. The fact that infrastructural support is promised, the fact that we will have another NIMHANS approach, which basically means from infrastructure to intervention. And most importantly, this is going to translate into a future where mental health will be prioritized and healthcare providers, including private sector, will also have to support the initiatives by the government policies as they continue to prioritize mental health. And I think it's a very, very, very welcome step.
Dr. Parikh, what do you think are the two...
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
झुमका तेरा झुमका नॉट देयर मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी व्हाट आर यू डूइंग
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
D is data. The second D is declutter. The third D is discipline. The fourth is decriminalization. The fifth D is duties rationalization. The budget has been delivered and it is deep, decisive, determined and deshbhakt. But those are not the Ds on which I would like to analyze and parse the budget. I have another 6 Ds in mind which have come through loud and clear in this budget that Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman presented for the record 9th time. The first D is data, incentivizing the digital economy with tax holidays and incentives aimed at locating data centers within our national boundaries, providing digital infrastructure and emerging tech ecosystems, a huge push to make India a trusted global data and computational hub. The second D is declutter. There are a variety of ways in which ease of doing business, regulatory simplification, and reduced compliance burden will streamline approvals to lower friction for businesses and accelerate private investment. The third D is discipline. Fiscal credibility is about commitment to fiscal consolidation, and the deficit targets are tighter still and being delivered. There is responsible borrowing to assure markets, investors, and rating agencies. Remember, India as a top 5 economy is being watched across the world. The fourth is decriminalization, which means trust-based governance.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
welcome viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. I'm joined by my colleague Pranav in the studio. And it's a big day. It was an historic announcement, Pranav, of the India-US trade deal. I think Donald Trump was waiting for us to finalize a deal with the European Union first and then come to a deal. There must have been a lot of pressure, Pranav.
I'm sure there's a lot of diplomatic tension that's been going on. I mean, and there is definitely one section which is saying that it's probably the FOMO of the mother of all deals that's spooked Trump, and because of which the announcement was made in a hurry.
While he was focusing on mother of all bombs, we were focusing on mother of all deals. That's what's very important here. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get you a major coverage on this and a lot more. But first up, the headlines. Trump says India and US have agreed to trade deal, lowers tariffs to 18% from 25%. PM Modi thanks Donald Trump for announcing India-US trade deal, reducing tariffs, says the world needs a leader like him to maintain global peace. Finance Minister Narendra Modi hails India-US trade breakthrough, says, and I quote, people of our two large democracies stand to benefit.
The United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade.
Top global economic policy luminary speaks to Arnab Goswami on the trade deal announcement, says America is very unstable. Trump reduces tariffs on India from 50 to 18%, major relief for trade and oil imports. All right, viewers, we start this edition with the biggest story that's making headlines globally. Now, the much discussed and long-awaited US-India trade deal is finally announced, and in a major breakthrough, New Delhi and Washington have announced a historic agreement aimed at ending months of tariff tensions. Now, under the deal, the steep tariffs imposed on Indian exports will now be sharply reduced and slashed to 18%. That's a drastic reduction of tariffs, Pranav.
About 32%, yeah, absolutely. But you know, Shiva, we need to look at it in two ways. One is obviously it's a statement coming from the United States, Donald Trump. He's said that India will be buying about 500 billion worth of goods from America. He said that Prime Minister Modi has said buy American. He has said that India has stopped buying oil from Russia. So these are all claims coming from Washington. And New Delhi's response has been extremely measured. Just congratulating him and then underlining that there may have been some movement on the.
But we haven't said any word. There's no word from the Indian side on the oil issue, the Russian oil issue, Pranav. There has been no confirmation. It's just Donald Trump praising himself, patting his own back, one event after the other. What do you say?
Well, absolutely. In fact, India has not commented at all. If you saw the statement that came from Indian side, there is no mention of oil. There is no mention of either stopping of buying Russian oil or buying of Venezuelan oil. In fact, as we were talking to some of the experts yesterday, immediately after Donald Trump announced, Venezuela does not have the capacity to cater to the requirement that the Indian industry or Indian oil requirement on a daily basis. So Venezuela is not ready. On what basis is Donald Trump actually making a statement? We need to wait and see how that actually unfolds.
I think that's more of a businessman speaking here when he speaks on Venezuela and buying oil from Venezuela. All right, we have a guest joining us, Kriti Upadhyay, founder Industech from Washington, D.C. Kriti, thanks a lot for joining us. Let's have her on screen. Kriti is joining and she'll be speaking on this India-US trade deal, the historic trade deal. Kriti, thanks a lot for sparing time for this issue. Kriti, what will be your first reaction to this, what we call a historic trade deal between India and US? The tariffs have been slashed drastically to 18%, a good move.
Well, thanks for having me. I think this is definitely the momentum that all of us here were hoping for. And it goes on to show that the US-India relationship is so important to both sides. And despite the challenges that we've had, not just now, but throughout the history of our relationship in the past 2 decades or so, we always find a way to work together. But I will say, as excited as all of us are on finalizing the broad contours of the Phase 1 deal, I think the devil will be in the details. 2 points that I'm sort of waiting for. I'm waiting for a joint statement or an executive order to provide more clarity, firstly, on really the number. As you'll see that President Trump's tweet mentions that the tariff reduction on reciprocal tariff will be from 25% to 18%. He hasn't really mentioned whether the 25% Russian tariffs will go away. And I know that there's a lot of chatter and there are a lot of statements coming in. I also heard Ambassador Gore on one of the channels, and he also said that while 18% is the final number, it could not be immediate. So if I were to sort of dissect and analyze this, I would say that maybe it's going to be iterative. So if we are looking at 43% immediate reduction, and then a further 25% reduction. And secondly, I think it'll be interesting to see whether these are stacked or unstacked tariffs. Happy to talk about that more if you guys are interested. But I think great news. Very exciting day here in DC, but still awaiting details.
Definitely great news to begin with. At least things are changing as of now. Pranav, development is coming. We should take it positively initially, but definitely the devil lies in the details is also very important.
Kriti, in fact, I want to understand from you. We just waking up here in India to this great story that unveiled overnight. But then how are US newspapers, how are US headlines reacting to this decision from the president? This announcement from the president, I would say.
Well, I think there's been a really positive coverage all around, right? A trade deal is always something that everybody looks forward to. Initial reactions are, though, as you've said, quite surface level because we're still awaiting broader details. But I think overall it's been very positive. Like I said, it's been one of the, at least for all of us who are working on the relationship in the US-India space, it's been a very exciting day and the sort of momentum that we were looking for in the relationship. Because, I know that the relationship has had its challenges, especially in the last year, although the defense relationship, which I particularly look at, it was sort of, there was business as usual there, but on the broader, especially on the trade issue, there were some challenges. So I think everybody is happy that we're seeing some momentum there.
And what's changed overnight? I mean, from what we started about 6-7 months ago when India was asking for a certain percentage as far as tariffs are concerned, and now we have Trump waiting for 6 months and coming back to the same number. What really changed overnight within the past about a few days?
I don't think it's something that's overnight. I hate to give you a very dry answer here, but this whole trade deal saga has been a very long saga.
But
right?
no, Kriti,
So
but won't you mention the India-EU trade deal? That must surely have had an impact on this hurry in going for an India-US trade deal, because the initial reactions that were coming from US was that you are, by having a trade deal with India, you are financing a war against yourself. Such statements were coming, and now they are having a trade deal with India. So it was that was also a trigger point. The India-EU trade deal, the free trade agreement, one of the biggest deals ever, mother of all deals, as they say.
As tempting as it is to link the both, I think it'll be undermining India-US relationship and India-EU relationship to sort of, reduce these two deals to being interconnected. I think the India and EU deal is a great successful deal. I agree with you on that. But it's been in the making for many years. And the US-India deal has been in the making for many years. So if I'll give you a quick history, we used to call it the ever-elusive US-India deal. And the first time that we really came very close to signing this deal was actually under the first President Trump's presidency, when Robert Lighthizer was the USTR. That time there were talks of a mini trade deal, and we came very very, very close to signing a trade deal. But, we've always had certain disagreements, certain healthy disagreements, and especially as we're looking, they're complex countries, complex trade negotiations. So at least I'm happy to see that after 19 years of negotiations, that's how many years it's been since we first had the thought of a US-India trade deal. And from President Trump's first administration, where we're looking at, we came very close to signing a mini trade deal. We're finally today at a stage where we have not yet a full trade deal, but the broad contours of the phase one of a US-India trade deal.
Kriti, also, how long will we have to finally wait for this everything turning into numbers, because the nitty-gritties are not out, the details aren't out? Till how long will we have to wait?
Well, I am encouraged by the fact that the EAM, Dr. S. Jaishankar, is in town. Now, he's in town in Washington, D.C. for the Critical Minerals Group meeting. But I'm sure that they're also going to discuss details about the trade deal, even though he's the EAM and trade deal is handled by the Commerce Ministry. So I'm expecting a joint statement soon. How soon? I wish I could tell you, because I'm waiting for that as well. And then finally, when we'll actually see the real numbers would be in the executive order, which would be signed by President Trump and go into the Federal Register. So I'd keep my eyes open for two things. One is the joint statement between India and the US on this trade deal, which I expect should come soon. And then I would keep my eyes open for the executive order, because unless we have that executive order, this trade deal really isn't real, right? It's just an announcement right now. But having said that, I think the intent is there, the direction is right.
Yes.
Now it's just time to execute this.
Definitely. Thanks a lot, Kriti. And the major point I would like to mention here, Prana, very important, whether it was about imposing tariffs earlier, big tariffs, or slashing tariffs, the best part was he always praised Narendra Modi as a good friend. He always mentioned Narendra Modi as a good friend. All right, now let's move on, but we have a action-packed bulletin lined up now. And as we track this biggest global headline, there are multiple reactions coming in. And meanwhile, our chief consulting editor, Saurabh Shukla from Washington, D.C. decodes the US-India trade win. So stay tuned for that, viewers, too. All right, viewers, now reactions are pouring over this historic development where the tariffs have been slashed to 18%. Now, here's how Union Home Minister Amit Shah has reacted to the slashing of the tariffs after the announcement of the India-US trade deal by Donald Trump, which was confirmed by PM Modi. Now, Amit Shah said that it was a big day for India-US relations as the trade deal has been logged with a significant reduced tariff of 18% and paving the way for a stronger trade ties and also mutual growth for this. So this is very beneficial for the country, and this is the biggest reaction that is coming in from Amit Shah. And let's move on and get other reactions also that are coming. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also highlighted how this trade deal will be having a very, very positive impact on India's Make in India initiative and thus lead to more job creations and growth of the Indian economy as a whole. So this is coming from S. Jaishankar. He's also hailing this India-US trade deal and how it will have a very, very positive impact on the growth of the Indian economy. And let's move on and let's get a reaction of what Nirmala Sitharaman has to say. Now, India-US trade deal was finalized after the Union Budget 2026. And Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, she thanked PM Modi and Donald Trump for this development. And she said the good news for Made in India products, highlighting Make in India again. And she said that people of our two large democracies stand to benefit. So both the economies will be benefiting, both the American economy and the Indian economy. All right, let's also get a reaction of what Defense Minister had to say. Defense Minister termed the finalization of the historic trade deal as a landmark moment for India and US relations. This will be a landmark moment for India-US relations, and he termed it as a historic trade deal. It will benefit both the economies. This was also mentioned from various senior leaders, and these are the political reactions that are coming in. He congratulated Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump on reaching this decisive agreement, which will significantly strengthen our strategic partnership. This is what he has said. Rajnath Singh, this is a reaction from Rajnath Singh. Now also the reaction from Union Minister Piyush Goyal. He also hailed the India-US trade deal, and he went on to say that this agreement unlocks unprecedented opportunities for farmers, MSMEs, entrepreneurs and skilled workers to make in India for the world, design in India for the world and innovate in India for the world. It will help India get technology from the US. So very positive feedback, very positive feedback. All right. Big breaking news coming in right now at this moment, and the D Street cheers India-US trade deal announcement. Benchmark indices Nifty Sensex open 5% higher. Nifty opens at 26,308, Sensex above 85,000. Now Nifty opens near historic high. Metals, IT, pharma, auto stocks are up. All right. So Pranav is with me. Pranav is with me in the newsroom, in the studio. Pranav, you're getting the numbers are reflecting already. The markets are responding. The international markets, Pranav, have already responded. Right, and yes, it was the time for the Indian markets to respond. Initially also very positive, and I think it will be growing. The numbers will be better.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, we were expecting a gap up opening, a potential gap up opening after the Nifty futures were trading higher, 800 points on the GIFT Nifty futures were trading 800 points up. Nifty and Sensex both have opened about 5% higher as we speak. I'll just give you the exact numbers as we speak. Nifty is trading at 25,784. That's about 3% higher. And Sensex is equally about 3% higher. All sectors are in green. We're waiting to see how the markets react, whether the initial sentiment that they've opened with continues through the day. We need to wait and watch how D Street continues to trade throughout the day.
Definitely. Pranav, we also have a market expert with us, Ashish Vakankar with us. He'll be giving the insights on what exactly was the reason of such a positive impact on the markets. Definitely, it's the India-US trade deal. You can ask a question to Ashish, Pranav.
Ashish, welcome. We are coming at a historic moment, so to say, that's been announced by US President Donald Trump. I'm saying it's been announced by Donald Trump. What's your first reaction? The markets have cheered as of now. What's the first reaction? What could be the reason behind the positive sentiment?
Good morning, Pranav, and to all your viewers. Thank you for having me on your show. I think the most important thing is the way India has handled the near crisis situation. I mean, some of the sectors, but the tariff imposed on us were as high as 60% plus. And hats off comment particularly to the Prime Minister for navigating the country during this crisis situation that was unnecessarily inflicted on India. I mean, even in this period, the country has grown at plus 8%. So really a great achievement by the government. I think the only thing that was an overhang on the markets, of course, the other fact has been that the earnings have been kind of slow and the market valuations relatively had gone up. But the biggest overhang on the market for the last 6+ months has been the India-US bilateral trade agreement, which was pending. So I think markets have cheered it, and it was a positive development, I would say.
Okay. Ashish, do you think it is a substantial enough development that will help continue the rally, or it's just a knee-jerk reaction and probably a first relief that we're seeing? That's point number one. Point number two, is this really the moment that we will see the FIIs coming back to India and betting long on India once again?
Very good question, and thank you for that. See, any investor, be it foreign or domestic, he chases returns. So there is no emotional attachment over here. And investors look at the earnings growth to really get into any particular sector or any particular stock. So immediately the headwind has gone away. We have a positive tailwind in the form of now the support which will come in terms of the bilateral trade agreement which is going to get signed. But as of now, the 50% tariff has come down to 18%. There is a clear clarity on that. So whether investors, be it domestic or foreign, will come back when they will look at those sectors which were negatively affected in a big way and for whom this has been a major relief. So definitely the investment moves in those sectors which were majorly impacted, and now we'll see earnings growth.
Ashish, if you can... Ashish,
the one more point that you mentioned is this one good enough reason? No, the other reasons will follow, and that is how India's overall earnings growth for the other sectors pan out. But definitely the biggest headwind is gone, and I'm extremely positive in terms of, if you look at it from the perspective of the budget that was presented, the economic survey that was presented, and now this trade deal getting done. I think it's a fantastic road ahead for us. The Indian economy is definitely on a expressway.
Wonderful.
All right. There was one question that I wanted to ask Ashish. If you can also mention the sectors that are likely to gain and are gaining as of now, and also if you can do a comparison while the budget was being announced. Initially, the markets were not giving a very positive reaction, and slowly they were coming to a normalization point. If you can do a comparison of that sorts also, and which sectors are likely to benefit in the longer run, if you can mention that also, Ashish.
See, the immediate reaction of markets on the day of budget is something is best ignored. The immediate reaction is basically driven by traders and not by long-term investors. So the markets on a typical budget day sway on maybe even on low volume. So I won't attach any significance to the market movements on a budget day. But the best answer for this, the question was on the sectors. Just take a look at the sectors which were badly affected. I mean, the taxation went up the highest on shrimp exports, in garments, in textiles. All those sectors which were affected will stand to benefit from the tariff going down to 18%. Secondly, you have to... So I think these sectors will, in my opinion, stand to gain from this moment. And last but definitely not the least is the government's focus on data centers. The tax holiday of 20 years that was given to attract foreign direct investment in the data centers, the technology, the AI space. I think look at the bilateral trade agreement announcement in conjunction with the most fantastic document one should read is the Economic Survey 2026 budget and this announcement.
Right. Ashish, I cannot leave you without asking this question. The rupee has been under tremendous stress over the past about few months, already shred about 2% this year and about 6% from the time Donald Trump announced his tariffs. How is rupee likely to see this?
I think this is a relief even for the rupee, in my opinion, because this opens the floodgates for exports of some of the labor-intensive sectors which were affected. This also opens the floodgates for FDI. I think government has been doing the right thing, focused on Viksit Bharat 2047. The budget has been structured around it. And I think both the impact of resurgence in exports and the FDI.
Ashish, sorry to interrupt you here. We're running short of time, but thanks a ton for joining us in a short notice and sharing your insights on this development of India-US trade deal and the reaction of the markets. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, Pranav. But as we track this global headline, there are multiple reactions coming in. And meanwhile, our chief consulting editor, Saurabh Shukla from Washington, D.C. decodes the US-India trade win. So stay tuned for that, viewers.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Joining me on this special Budget Day broadcast is one of India's topmost doctor, Dr. Samir Parikh. Dr. Parikh is also the chairperson of Fortis National Mental Health Program. Dr. Parikh, thank you for joining. Nirmala Sitharaman's budget specially mentions mental health. Why do you think it is crucial?
Oh, it's a milestone. It's a landmark moment in the history of Indian healthcare. 20 years back, would we have thought about the kind of importance given to mental health? Would we have even thought that the mention of mental health and the impetus on mental health would happen? I mean, for me, this is probably one of the best things to hear. The fact that infrastructural support is promised, the fact that we will have another NIMHANS approach, which basically means from infrastructure to intervention. And most importantly, this is going to translate into a future.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
D is data. The second D is declutter. The third D is discipline. The fourth is decriminalization. The fifth D is duties rationalization. The budget has been delivered and it is deep, decisive, determined and deshbhakt. But those are not the Ds on which I would like to analyze and parse the budget. I have another 6 Ds in mind, which have come through loud and clear in this budget that Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman presented for the record 9th time. The first D is data, incentivizing the digital economy with tax holidays and incentives aimed at locating data centers within our national boundaries, providing digital infrastructure and emerging tech ecosystems, a huge push to make India a trusted global data and computational hub. The second D is declutter. There are a variety of ways in which ease of doing business, regulatory simplification, and reduced compliance burden will streamline approvals to lower friction for businesses and accelerate private investment. The third D is discipline. Fiscal credibility is about commitment to fiscal consolidation, and the deficit targets are tighter still and being delivered. There is responsible borrowing to assure markets, investors, and rating agencies. Remember, India, as a top 5 economy, is being watched across the world. The fourth is decriminalization, which means trust-based governance, rationalization of tax penalties, and removal of most criminal provisions for procedural or minor compliance failures, shifting from fear to facilitation. The fifth D is duties rationalization. Strategic.
Trump says India and the US have agreed to a trade deal, lowers tariffs from 25% to 18%. PM Modi thanks Donald Trump for announcing India-US trade deal, reducing tariffs, says the world needs a leader like him to maintain global peace. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman hails India-US trade breakthrough, says, and I quote, people of our two large democracies stand to benefit, unquote. Dalal Street cheers India-US deal. Markets soar 5% on India-US pact. Trump reduces tariffs on India from 50% to 18%. Major relief for trade and oil imports. Very good morning, viewers, and thank you so much for continuing to stay with us as I, Aishwarya Kapoor, and my colleague Pranav welcome you to this special edition of the News Bulletin, where we continue to discuss the US-India trade deal. Of course, the details are sketchy at the moment, but we'll try to, break it down in the studio here with Pranav and the guests as to what really this deal mean for both of the economies.
Well, Aishwarya, the announcement came in yesterday night. As of now, 2 or 3 positive sentiments that seem to be reflecting is one, that the markets have opened higher. So obviously there seems to be a positive signals that the markets have got, especially after the budget day where we saw Nifty as well as Sensex, plunge and then just to recover about 1% yesterday. The markets are up. And point number 2 is that the rupee has opened higher. It was trading about 2% lower this year and 6% lower since the time Donald Trump announced tariffs. So we are getting 2 positive signals. We'll hope that it continues and see how the markets as well as the industry reacts to it throughout the day.
Absolutely. And what we are looking at is the government of India pitching this deal as a significant breakthrough. A number of political party leaders, especially those, the government ministers, have reacted, and they are saying that this is a breakthrough deal and it is going to benefit both the economies. And Nirmala Sitharaman has also reacted, and she has said that people of our 2 large democracies stand to benefit. All right, so to understand what is the big significance of the US-India trade deal and what is the biggest significance, we are joined in now by founder of News Mobile and our chief consulting editor, Saurabh Shukla from Washington, D.C. Let's listen in.
The US-India trade deal is a game changer, and clearly it's a win-win for both the countries. One, obviously, the Indian exporters gain because India's tariff rate of 18% is much lower compared to a lot of prime exporting countries like China, Indonesia, Vietnam. So certainly that puts India's exporters, being on textiles or also made in India products, at an advantage. So that's a big strategic gain for India. Also, what it does is it also impacts the global sentiment as well. The fact that US and India have made sure that they have concluded a trade deal, and for India, it's a double bonus because coming soon after the India-EU trade deal and India-Canada deal, which is slated to be signed soon. So it seems that India's is on an economic growth and trade trajectory, so which is beneficial. And obviously, all credit goes to the astute diplomacy that happened behind the scenes, because obviously it wasn't easy to conclude a deal with the US. It went back, ups and downs happened, and clearly it was only the personal chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump that helped conclude it at the final stage. Certainly, there are other advantages. I call this a strategic deal because not only does it make sure that the tariffs go down, it also makes sure that India will benefit in terms of access, preferential access, whether it gets on the Venezuelan oil from Venezuela Also, there will be defense cooperation on critical minerals. India is already part of that, and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar will be in the US for the Critical Minerals Summit, the ministerial meeting that the US is hosting. So certainly a bunch of benefits will accrue, and also in the long run, whether it's mobility of Indian professionals, a closer partnership between the two countries, that helps that as well. Even in students, there was a complete, in fact, almost a 50% decline of Indian students to the US. And certainly if the relationship between the two countries is good, that has a spillover impact on every, I would say, sphere of the partnership. So it's a good deal. It also not only cements the partnership between the two big democracies, but it also sets a template for cooperation in 2026 and beyond in India, Indo-Pacific, and to make sure that both the countries are global allies for a better and a safer world.
So viewers, the much discussed and long-awaited US-India trade deal is finally announced yesterday in a major breakthrough. New Delhi and Washington announced a historic agreement aimed at ending months of trade tensions.
Under the deal, the steep tariff imposed on Indian exports will now be sharply reduced to 18%, marking a significant de-escalation in the tariff war between the two countries. The agreement follows several rounds of intense negotiations and comes just days after India conducted its landmark trade pact with the European Union. More in this report.
The deal is now done. The much discussed and awaited US-India trade deal has now finally been announced. In a major de-escalation of trade tensions, India and the United States have announced a historic trade deal last night. This after months of multiple rounds of negotiations between the two parties. As part of the deal, the 50% tariffs announced on Indian exports will now be reduced to 18%.
Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation. A lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say why antagonize India. India has U.S. has no leverage on India. So none of this is anything other than Trump's delusion that the U.S. is the be-all and end-all of the universe. And so his writ is the command for the whole world. But that's Trump's delusion, that the U.S. market is so big, so consequential, so important, that he can get every other country to fall into line.
The finalized agreement with the United States comes just days after India concluded what was called the mother of all deals with the European Union. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has welcomed this decision, reiterating that this new deal will benefit Make in India products. US President Donald Trump further in his statement adds that India will also lower reciprocal tariffs and expand market access. While India would also halt purchases of Russian oil and sharply increase imports of American and Venezuelan goods. The US Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore's statement puts further seal on Trump's announcement. Under the terms of the new deal, India has committed to purchasing over $500 billion worth of US products, spanning from energy, technology, agriculture, coal and other critical sectors. Trump has emphasized that this shift is aimed at ending the Russia-Ukraine war by cutting off indirect financing to Russia. But now the real test will be in delivery on trade flows, energy shifts and geopolitical balance. For now, the message is clear: After months of back and forth, the tariff war is over and a new chapter in US-India trade partnership begins.
All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other top NDA leaders have arrived in Parliament to hold an NDA parliamentary meeting. So the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs of the ruling coalition are going to huddle for a meeting of the NDA Parliamentary Party in the Parliament House complex. And these are the visuals. We can see the Prime Minister along with the other leaders walking inside in the Parliament House complex. There is a meeting of the NDA Parliamentary Party today. And remember, these are developments coming in even as the budget session of Parliament is on. And after yesterday's announcement of the US-India trade deal, it is going to be important whether Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to address the lawmakers and if he is going to probably give a statement on the US-India trade deal. So the MPs belonging to the BJP, TDP, JDU, LJP, Shiv Sena and other constituents of the NDA attending the meeting that will begin at 9:30. It is supposed to begin at 9:30. So that is ongoing. We can see the visuals of the Prime Minister and other leaders walking inside the Parliament House complex. All right, viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. All right, so reactions meanwhile are pouring in over the historic development where the tariffs have been slashed to 18%. So reactions on the US-India trade deal pouring in. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reacted to the slashing of the tariffs after the announcement of the US-India trade deal by US President Donald Trump, which was confirmed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Amit Shah said that it was a big day for India-US relations as the trade deal has been locked with a significantly reduced tariff of 18%, paving the way for stronger trade ties and mutual growth. So reactions are coming in. Okay, all right, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has also reacted and he highlighted how the trade deal will have a positive impact on India's Make in India initiative and thus lead to more jobs and growth in the Indian economy. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has also hailed the US-India trade deal. And remember, this was finalized after the Union Budget 2026 and Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, thanked Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump for this development. All right, Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, also termed the finalization of the historic trade deal as a landmark moment for India-US relations. More reactions coming in. Union Minister Piyush Goyal also hailed US-India trade deal and went on to say that this agreement unlocks unprecedented opportunities for farmers, MSMEs, entrepreneurs, as well as skilled workers to make in India for the world, design India for the world, and innovate in India for the world. It will help India get technology from the United States. All right, from the phrase of Modi did not call to deal sealed at the rate lower than most nations. What changed, what flipped, and what the world just witnessed in US-India trade diplomacy? Let's have a detailed look at this report about US-India trade deal. Take a look.
Just weeks ago, it was a public jab from Washington. Modi didn't call. A remark that dominated headlines and framed India as the holdout in stalled trade talks. US Commerce Secretary Lutnick claimed that the proposed India-US trade deal did not materialize because PM Modi did not personally call US President Donald Trump. The statement triggered sharp reactions in Delhi, with India rejecting the narrative and calling it inaccurate.
We have seen the remarks India and the United States were committed to negotiating a bilateral trade agreement with the US as far back as 13th of February last year, that is. Since then, two sides have held multiple rounds of negotiations to arrive at a balanced and mutually beneficial trade agreement. On several occasions, we have been close to a deal. The characterization of these discussions in the reported remarks is not accurate.
For months, tariffs remained high, pressure mounted, and the impasse looked far from resolution. But yesterday, one phone call changed everything. US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke directly, and suddenly the tone changed. In a major de-escalation of trade tensions, India and US have now announced a historic trade deal. Tariffs on Indian goods are now cut to 18% from 50%, a rate lower than several other nations currently facing the US tariffs. Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed the decision and reiterated that this new deal will benefit Make in India products, the vision of self-reliance. Outcome of this deal is clear. India moves from being singled out to securing a tariff rate better than many others. The deal may be done, but the debate is just beginning. Was this hard bargaining or hard pressure? The world is watching how India and the US define their next chapter.
Well, after months of negotiations and an apparent diplomatic tussle, the deal is now sealed. India and the United States last night announced a trade deal that signals a big diplomatic win for New Delhi, also indicating that the tariff war might now be over. The United States has slashed tariffs on Indian exports from 50% to 18%, a tariff way lower than many other countries sanctioned by the United States.
Absolutely. All right, viewers, these are the visuals coming in from Parliament. The NDA Parliamentary meeting is going on. NDA Parliamentary Party meeting ongoing. We can see the Prime Minister along with the other ministers. The meeting happening inside the Parliament House complex, attended by the MPs from BJP, TDP, JDU, LJP, Shiv Sena, and all the other constituents of the NDA. So senior ministers, leaders from NDA, Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, BJP National President Nitin Nabin, all the NDA ministers, MPs. So we can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi there at the meeting. So at this meeting, PM Modi is expected to speak to the MPs. He is going to discuss several political and governance-related issues. It is going to be important to see whether Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to address the gathering as well, and whether he is going to speak anything on the US-India trade deal. Remember, this coming in even as the budget session of Parliament is on. The budget session first phase began on 28th of January. It will go on till 13th of February. And thereafter, there will be a short break. And after that, the second phase is going to start on 9th of March. But this NDA parliamentary meeting coming at a very significant time, even when the budget session is on, and after the announcement of the US-India trade deal yesterday by US President Donald Trump on Truth Social, and thereafter confirmed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his Twitter handle. So currently, a number of bills are pending in Lok Sabha, and these include the Developing India Education Foundation Bill, the Securities Markets Code Bill, and several of these bills are under review by the parliamentary standing committees as well. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi there at the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting. This coming in amid the ongoing budget session, bringing together MPs from BJP, TDP, JDU, LJP, Shiv Sena, all the alliance partners basically, to discuss the recently presented union budget. Also, the meeting is expected to cover outreach strategies as well as align on the government's vision for Viksit Bharat by 2047. It is also expected that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will also brief attendees on the budget's key features. Prime Minister Modi is also expected to address on critical political and legislative priorities for the session. But remember, this key meeting coming in following the US-India trade deal announcement. So it is expected that the leaders are going to review the implications of this trade deal, alongside, of course, the domestic economic steps and the implementation of the deal. Of course, at the moment, the details of the US-India trade deal are sketchy, but it is expected that at this meeting, these points are going to be considered. They are going to be discussed among all the NDA constituents. So majorly during such parliamentary party meetings, Prime Minister Modi normally covers political governance issues as well as touching on the government's agenda, which is in Parliament. But this is a very, very crucial time. This coming in just after the presentation of the union budget, after the announcement of the US-India trade deal, and even when the budget session is on. So it is expected that this meeting is going to cover these significant issues. It is expected that Nirmala Sitharaman is also going to speak to the attendees and discuss the union budget. All right, viewers, we're taking a short break, but we continue our focus on the US-India trade deal implications. Now, Dalal Street cheers India-US trade deal. Markets soar 5% on India-US pact.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
अरे टेंशन किस बात की सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना लो एमिशन है हाई डेंसिटी है वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Joining me on this special Budget Day broadcast is one of India's topmost doctor, Dr. Samir Parikh. Dr. Parikh is also the chairperson of Fortis National Mental Health Program. Dr. Parikh, thank you for joining. Nirmala Sitharaman's budget specially mentions mental health. Why do you think it is crucial?
Oh, it's a milestone. It's a landmark moment in the history of Indian healthcare.
Viewers, we're taking a short break, but we continue our focus on the aftermath of the US-India trade deal. The Wall Street cheers the deal. Markets soar 5% on the pact. All the details, viewers, coming up after a short break. Stay with us.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोबूट का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोबूट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
D is data. The second D is declutter. The third D is discipline. The fourth is decriminalization. The fifth D is duties rationalization. The budget has been delivered and it is deep, decisive, determined and deshbhakt. But those are not the Ds on which I would like to analyze and parse the budget. I have another 6 Ds in mind, which have come through loud and clear in this budget that Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman presented for the record 9th time. The first D is data, incentivizing the digital economy with tax holidays and incentives aimed at locating data centers within our national boundaries, providing digital infrastructure and emerging tech ecosystems, a huge push to make India a trusted global data and computational hub. The second D is declutter. There are a variety of ways in which ease of doing business, regulatory simplification, and reduced compliance burden will streamline approvals to lower friction for businesses and accelerate private investment. The third D is discipline. Fiscal credibility is about commitment to fiscal consolidation and the deficit target.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Our top focus today remains the deal, the trade deal between India and United States, after which today at 9:15 we saw Nifty jumping and opening at 5% higher. I have my colleague Pranav with me in the studio. Pranav, it's a big day for India after the trade deal announcement yesterday by Donald Trump. Rupee has jumped to 90.4, which is 1.2% higher. This shows that there is a greater confidence in India's domestic policy.
Well, absolutely. I mean, as far as sentiment is concerned, because we still are yet to receive the fine print as to what are the nuances of the deal, but the sentiment is positive. The rupee has reacted positively. In fact, it has recorded its largest single day gain over the past about few months. It slipped about 6% over the past since the time Donald Trump announced tariffs. So yes, rupee has strengthened, and because probably the traders are assessing that there will be better foreign inflows because of the trade deal between India and US. So we need to see how that unfolds once the fine print comes through and how rupee continues to trade throughout the day.
Yeah, and not just in India, we are seeing that the global, the trade is also rebounding. The markets are also rebounding across Asia.
Well, absolutely. The markets have reacted positively because of the deal. That's the first positive cue that has come. Remember, tariffs were being seen as the biggest headwinds, and that seems to be now off the path. In fact, Nifty and Sensex both opened near their historic highs. As we speak, they are a little lower than where they opened, about 3% higher. But it's too early to see because the markets will close at 3:15 p.m. and we have a whole day of trading still going on for us.
Yes, sure. But before we discuss this even further, let's take a look at the headlines. Trump says India and US have agreed to trade deal lowers tariffs to 18% from 25%. Dalal Street cheers India-US deal, markets soar 5% on India-US pact. Markets soar on India-US pact, Sensex Nifty jump 5% plus post-deal. Rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus dollar in early trade after India-US trade deal. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman hails India-US trade breakthrough, says, and I quote, "People of our two large democracies stand to benefit." All right, so we start this edition with the biggest story that is making headlines globally. The much discussed and long-awaited US-India trade deal is finally announced. In a major breakthrough, New Delhi and Washington have announced a historic agreement aimed at ending months of tariff tensions.
Well, under the deal, the steep tariff imposed on Indian exports will now be sharply reduced to 18%, marking a significant de-escalation in the tariff war between the two countries. The agreement follows several rounds of intense negotiations and comes just days after India concluded its landmark trade pact with the European Union.
Now, I have with me economist AP Tiwari. Let's listen in to what he has to say on the markets jumping at a historic high. Thank you so much, Mr. Tiwari, for joining. What do you have to say at the markets, which is now rebounding?
In fact, the volatility in the market had been attributable to the global uncertainty, especially in the wake of the hard stance which was followed by Trump regarding the imposition of tariff and the threat to impose even 500% tariff on India. But ultimately, the dialogue, discussions have yielded good results. And now the market is certainly responding in regard to reduction of the tariff rate from 25%. And I hope that this reduction may be furthered by the US and the Indian rupee and may get gain, meaning by the valuation of a rupee may improve upon. The exports will pick up, and ultimately the industrial growth regarding the exports which are going to the US will propel. And ultimately we can say quite logically, therefore, that this success on the part of India exercising pressure, especially in the US, this is the hard stance which was followed by India, especially in terms of indigenization of our domestic capability and the hard policy stance of Modi government, which has yielded good results. Therefore, we can hope that in future too, the market will improve significantly, and this will ultimately have a positive effect on the growth of the Indian economy, which is expected to be around 7.2%. It may go beyond that. If our exports pick up, the export-led growth may be ultimately subject to significant increase.
Mr. Tiwari, the US President Donald Trump announced that India will be buying oil from Venezuela and has stopped Russian oil imports. So what's your first reaction? Is your first reaction of a trust or a distrust? As an economist, as someone who's seeing that the oil prices have already slashed 5% ever since US-Iran tensions de-escalated, what's your first reaction? Can India really stop buying oil from Russia? Is it feasible from an economic standpoint?
In my considered view, the economic diplomacy of India will ultimately succeed in pressurizing on the event, and the import from the Russian economy will continue, because ultimately it is the economics which succeeds, and the evidence is there. Because Trump administration has been subjected to pressure, and it is the pressure which India exercise, and this will ultimately lead to increase in further improvement in relations with the US, despite the fact that we may continue imports of oil from the US because economic reasoning is there.
Well, as far as the rupee is concerned, sir, how do you see this impacting the trade deficit and the inflow of dollars now?
Exactly. When we are already having a comfortable level of forex, we can expect that there will be considerable in forex reserves due to increase in Indian exports to the US economy, and already we are having, say, free trade agreements with the European Union, with other countries, and therefore taken as a whole, we can expect that there may be inflow of capital from the rest of the world to the Indian economy, and this will have positive effect on the value of rupee vis-a-vis dollar. Rupee will appreciate, but we are required to remain vigilant, because appreciation of rupee at one point may also hamper our exports strategy. Therefore, as the export competitiveness cannot be compromised at the cost of appreciation of Indian rupee.
Mr. Tiwari, also would like to know from you, what all sectors do you believe will see a good export after this trade deal? We do know that the sectors that are going to be impacted positively will include metal, pharmaceuticals, but what all sectors broadly can you specify?
We can expect, say, increase in export from our MSME sector taken as a whole, the ODOP sector. These are the sectors which are highly becoming increasingly competitive in India, and therefore we can expect increase in export of textiles. The garment industry may get pushed up. We can also expect increase in the traditional goods which we had been exporting to the US in the past.
All right, Mr. Tiwari, thank you very much for being here with us. From the phrase of Modi did not call to a deal sealed at a lower rate, at a rate much lower than most nations. What changed, what flipped, and what the world just witnessed in the US-India trade diplomacy? Let's have a detailed look at this report about the India-US trade deal.
India has clinched a landmark trade deal with the United States yesterday. US President Donald Trump announced an immediate reduction in reciprocal tariffs on Indian exports. The breakthrough was confirmed following a phone call between US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This brings immediate tariff relief to Indian exporters and signals a reset in bilateral trade relations between the two biggest democracies. Trump's announcement comes shortly after India signed a major free trade agreement with the European Union, a move widely seen as increasing pressure on Washington to close the deal. The India-EU deal, dubbed the mother of all deals and finalized after nearly 2 decades of negotiations, gives India sweeping duty-free access to the European Union's $572.3 billion pharmaceuticals and medical devices market. The US tariff cut also comes a day after India presented its union budget, with key provisions aimed at offsetting the impact of Trump's 50% tariffs on Indian goods. Even as the deal was sealed, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar departed for the United States to attend a ministerial meeting on critical minerals, underscoring the broader strategic engagement underway. The India-US trade talks had slowed significantly since August, when ties took a sharp downturn after Washington imposed a 50% tariff on Indian goods, citing New Delhi's continued purchase of Russian oil. In July, Trump had already announced additional tariffs on all Indian goods, warning of penalties if India continued energy imports from Russia. The impasse finally began to ease after months of negotiations. In September, President Trump publicly expressed hope that the dispute would be resolved soon. And in December, Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke over the telephone, reviewing progress in the India-US partnership. While there was no immediate announcement on trade, both leaders acknowledged discussions on expanding cooperation in critical technologies, energy, defense, security, and trade. In January, US Ambassador Sergio Gore confirmed that the two countries were inching closer to a trade agreement. And yesterday, it was finally announced. The deal not only delivers relief to Indian exporters, but also reinforces India's growing leverage in global trade negotiations.
All right, so that's a trade deal done, Hina, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, Pranav. After months of negotiations and an apparent diplomatic tussle, the deal is now finally sealed. India and United States last night announced a trade deal that signals a big diplomatic win for New Delhi, also indicating that the tariff war might now be over. The United States has slashed tariffs on Indian exports from 50% to 18%, a tariff rate lower than many other countries sanctioned by the United States, Pranav.
Well, absolutely. Well, the India-US trade agreement comes just days after India signed what was called the mother of all deals with the European Union. The United States that had tried to isolate India on trade front now seems to have changed its diplomatic and economic inclination. US President Donald Trump last night called PM Modi one of his greatest friends, saying that US has agreed to a trade deal with India and that tariffs are now lowered to 18%.
Absolutely. The deal is now finally confirmed, Pranav, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi also confirmed the deal last night, an agreement that was much awaited by the Indian exporting community as well. Now, Prime Minister Modi confirmed that Made in India products will have a reduced tariff of 18%, thanking US President Donald Trump on behalf of all the Indians.
Well, absolutely. From the phrase of Modi did not call to a deal sealed at a rate lower than most nations, what changed, what flipped, and what the world just witnessed in US-India trade diplomacy? Let's have a detailed look at this report about the India-US trade deal.
Just weeks ago, it was a public jab from Washington. Modi didn't call. A remark that dominated headlines and framed India as the holdout in stalled trade talks. US Commerce Secretary Lutnick claimed that the proposed India-US trade deal did not materialize because PM Modi did not personally call US President Donald Trump. The statement triggered sharp reactions in Delhi, with India rejecting the narrative and calling it inaccurate.
We have seen the remarks. India and the United States were committed to negotiating a bilateral trade agreement with the US as far back as 13th of February last year, that is. Since then, two sides have held multiple rounds of negotiations to arrive at a balanced and mutually beneficial trade agreement. On several occasions, we have been close to a deal. The characterization of these discussions in the reported remarks is not accurate.
For months, tariffs remained high, pressure mounted, and the impasse looked far from resolution. But yesterday, one phone call changed everything. US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke directly, and suddenly the tone changed. In a major de-escalation of trade tensions, India and US have now announced a historic trade deal. Tariffs on Indian goods are now cut to 18% from 50%, a rate lower than several other nations currently facing the US tariffs. Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed the decision and reiterated that this new deal will benefit Make in India products, the vision of self-reliance. Outcome of this deal is clear. India moves from being singled out to securing a tariff rate better than many others. The deal may be done, but the debate is just beginning. Was this hard bargaining or hard pressure? The world is watching how India and the US define their next chapter.
Now, top global economic policy luminary Jeffrey Sachs spoke to our editor-in-chief Arnab on the trade deal announcement last night. Says America is very unstable. Listen in to an expert excerpt.
We have announcement of a trade deal, and you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all.
All right, a big breaking news coming in at this point in time. PM Modi can be seen holding an NDA MPs meeting at Parliament House in New Delhi. The agenda was, of course, to discuss all the political and governance issues within the coalition MPs. Pranav, visuals on our screen of Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the NDA MPs.
Well, absolutely. Historically, in fact, these meetings have primarily been about policy, about internal details related to the party. We need to see how they unveiled during the day, whether there is any reference made to the biggest story of the day, and that's the India-US trade deal.
Absolutely. Now, it is very historic day for India because Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept his measured stance as far as India-US trade deal negotiations are concerned. He continued to negotiate the deal, but of course did not take any sort of sweeping step against US, even if Trump was so unpredictable.
Well, absolutely. In fact, we still need to look at the fine print because the deal is not yet signed. It's been announced, and that also has, invited some sort of criticism. The way he announced the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, it was probably the same way that Trump took to social media and announced that he's unilaterally just declared that India is buying Venezuelan oil. India is going to be buying, doing a trade worth $500 billion with the US. And the budget session is on. Parliament is working. So we need to see if there are any reactions and important developments that take place in Parliament today.
Absolutely. And talking about oil, all right. So I have my colleague Harsha with me on the phone line. Harsha, thank you so much for joining. What can you tell us about this NDA MPs meeting that took place? Any sort of specific discussions that got underway?
So yes, there was a meeting of the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting, which was called today at 9:30 a.m. in the morning. And so this is a very important meeting, keeping in mind that this is the first meeting of the NDA Parliamentary Party, which is happening after the budget session, after the union budget. And as PM Modi arrived in the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting, he was facilitated for the trade deal with America, and also he was facilitated with the garland and the bouquet. Not only him, the BJP National President Nitin Nabeen was also felicitated in the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting. Right now, the meeting is underway, and this meeting is also to tell each and every parliament leaders that how they have to go to their constituency and how they have to make aware each and every citizens about the union budget, with the armed budget, that this budget is for the public, and this budget how it will focus on the advanced reforms, and how not only the fiscal deficit but also the reformment and also the progress of the country, the vision of the country for 2047 has been kept in light and in view with this union budget. And the development which has been done through this union budget will be done in the health sector, in the other sectors, the MSMEs, in the pharma sector, and also in the rail sector as well. Each and every parliamentarian has to go to their particular constituency and has to do small programs, events, telling each and every public and at the public forums, addressing the people of their constituency about the union budget, about the projects, about the awareness of this union budget. So right now, this NDA Parliamentary Party meeting is underway. We're expecting it to conclude in another 15-20 minutes. Very well know from 11 o'clock, there's again the discussion and debate on the President's address in both houses of the Parliament, Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha. Yesterday it was a face-off in the Lok Sabha over Narwane's quote, on a quote which was from the unpublished book which Rahul Gandhi took on. And what will happen today in the Lok Sabha, in the House of the Floor, that would be very interesting to see, that there's going to be chaos or ruckus, or it will be a smooth parliament today. But right now, NDA Parliamentary Party meeting is underway, where all the alliance party of the NDA, like LJP and the JDU and the Anupriya Patel's party, each and every party, TDP leaders, all are there in this Parliamentary Party meeting. Back to you.
Definitely, Harsha. Continue to stay with us. We do know that we will see sort of a pushback to what Rahul Gandhi said yesterday about the unpublished book by General Naravane. But also, what all discussions do you anticipate will happen as far as the strategy and discussions are concerned in the upcoming sessions of the Parliament?
So in the upcoming session of the Parliament, the 2 days are going to be regarding all about the President's address, and after that there will be the discussion on the budget, which is very important, and all the leaders have been given time of at least 30 minutes to 1 hour, depending on the strength of the party. And that is very interesting to watch, because the debate and discussion revolve around now what is the view of the political party leaders across the party line, the TMC, LJP, CP, Samajwadi Party, Congress. What is their view on the budget and also on the President's address? This is very interesting to see, and we have to wait more, because the Parliament will begin at around 11 o'clock, and this is a very important session, not only keeping in mind the union budget but also the President's address as well.
Harsha, the opposition parties have also been slamming the government for its discussions with United States on a trade deal, but now it seems like the opposition will be on a back foot and will go silent absolutely, because what we saw yesterday was a historic moment for India.
Yes, yesterday was a historic moment, and that opposition leaders have now to understand. Now, it's like a slap on the face of the opposition leaders who have been questioning the central government, who has been questioning the trade deals of the central government, and also has been questioning at the time when the US imposed 50% tariff.
All right, thank you so much, Harsha, for getting us all of those details. Crucial details coming in from Parliament House. All right, coming up, rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus dollar in every trade after India-US trade deal.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Joining me on this special Budget Day broadcast is one of India's topmost doctor, Dr. Samir Parikh. Dr. Parikh is also the chairperson of Fortis National Mental Health Program. Dr. Parikh, thank you for joining. Nirmala Sitharaman's budget specially mentions mental health. Why do you think it is crucial?
Oh, it's a milestone. It's a landmark moment in the history of Indian healthcare. 20 years back, would we have thought about the kind of importance given to mental health? Would we have even thought that the mention of mental health and the impetus on mental health would happen? I mean, for me, this is probably one of the best things to hear. The fact that infrastructural support is promised, the fact that we will have another NIMHANS approach, which basically means from infrastructure to intervention. And
all right, so big development we saw taking place between India and United States when a trade deal was announced between both the nations, when the reciprocal tariffs of 25% were reduced to 18%. We'll talk more about that, but first let's take a look at the headlines. Trump says India and US have agreed to trade deal lowers tariffs to 18% from 25%. Dalal Street cheers India-US deal, markets soar 5% on India-US pact. Markets soar on India-US pact, Sensex Nifty jump 5% plus post-deal. Rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus dollar in early trade after India-US trade deal. Finance Minister Sitharaman hails India-US trade breakthrough, says, and I quote, people of our two large democracies stand to benefit. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi felicitated at Parliament House in New Delhi NDA MPs meeting. All right, so we start this edition with the biggest story that is making headlines globally. The much discussed and long-awaited US-India trade deal is finally announced in a major breakthrough. New Delhi and Washington have announced a historic agreement aimed at ending months of tariff tensions.
Under the deal, the steep tariff imposed on the Indian exports will now be sharply reduced to 18%, marking a significant de-escalation in the tariff war between the two countries. The agreement follows several rounds of intense negotiations and comes just days after India concluded its landmark trade pact with the European Union.
All right, so after months of uncertainty and rising trade pressure, the long-pending US-India trade deal was finally sealed with a direct announcement by US President Donald Trump following a call with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, the announcement also comes less than a week after India and European Union announced a landmark trade deal that capped nearly 2 decades of on and off talks. Here is a report.
India has clinched a landmark trade deal with the United States yesterday. US President Donald Trump announced an immediate reduction in reciprocal tariffs on Indian exports. The breakthrough was confirmed following a phone call between US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This brings immediate tariff relief to Indian exporters and signals a reset in bilateral trade relations between the two biggest democracies. Trump's announcement comes shortly after India signed a major free trade agreement with the European Union, a move widely seen as increasing pressure on Washington to close the deal. The India-EU deal, dubbed the mother of all deals and finalized after nearly 2 decades of negotiations, gives India sweeping duty-free access to the European Union's $572.3 billion pharmaceuticals and medical devices market. The US tariff cut also comes a day after India presented its union budget, with key provisions aimed at offsetting the impact of Trump's 50% tariffs on Indian goods. Even as the deal was sealed, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar departed for the United States to attend a ministerial meeting on critical minerals, underscoring the broader strategic engagement underway. The India-US trade talks had slowed significantly since August, when ties took a sharp downturn after Washington imposed a 50% tariff on Indian goods, citing New Delhi's continued purchase of Russian oil. In July, Trump had already announced additional tariffs on all Indian goods, warning of penalties if India continued energy imports from Russia. The impasse finally began to ease after months of negotiations. In September, President Trump publicly expressed hope that the dispute would be resolved soon. And in December, Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke over the telephone, reviewing progress in the India-US partnership. While there was no immediate announcement on trade, both leaders acknowledged discussions on expanding cooperation in critical technologies, energy, defense, security, and trade. In January, US Ambassador Sergio Gore confirmed that the two countries were inching closer to a trade agreement. And yesterday, it was finally announced. The deal not only delivers relief to Indian exporters, but also reinforces India's growing leverage in global trade negotiations.
All right, we are joined by Mr. Shajan Alexander, political analyst. Mr. Alexander, thank you very much for joining us. We just witnessed a historic announcement from the US President yesterday. My first question would be that what actually changed overnight? I mean, what could be the political reason? Is there an internal political reason behind this sudden flip?
It's not overnight. It is not overnight. If we look at the chronology of India-U.S. trade relationship, even in the first President Trump's administration, we had issues. There were bilateral issues, trade issues, negotiations were going on. For example, the very first meeting with President Trump after he took the office, President Trump hosted Prime Minister Modi ji at the White House in 2017. So after that, in 2018, there was a global tariff on imported steel and aluminum. So India was affected by that. Then India was trying to retaliate on that with a reciprocal tariff on automobile that comes around. I don't know exactly the number, some 200 million in value. So there were issues even during the first administration. But it was all delayed because of negotiations. So all these time negotiations was going on. Yes, of course, it was delayed. Definitely there were both parties are responsible. Even India and US was responsible for that delayed negotiations. And President Trump went ahead and put a punitive tariff over buying oil from Russia. So all those issues, it was a mixed reactions and mixed issues. A lot of issues together contributed towards the delay of this trade deal. But anyway, we all are happy as an Indian origin living in the US. It was our biggest desire. It was our hope that this day we were waiting, eagerly waiting. We as Indians, we were eagerly waiting for this day because it was very essential. So everybody, especially people like me who are involved in the GOP politics, we worked in our own capacity. It's not that we could go into the White House and talk to President Trump. No, we can't do that. But we do have our little pockets, little contacts. We meet with congressional members. We meet with senators. We meet with the White House executives, and we tell them we want a deal to happen. Because I just read a tweet from Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw. I said the same thing. US and India are world's largest democracies. We can't deny that fact, and no other nation. I don't think anybody deny that fact, and that's why the nation like China, Russia, everybody is scared of this strong bilateral solid relationship. And he continued to say that both countries are natural allies. That is the statement. That is the solid statement. India and US are natural allies. On top of that, the friendship between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi, that is a glue towards this, that helps this natural relationship, ally, become more and more stronger. And definitely, this trade deal is going to be historical, and I believe, so from day one onwards, from last August onwards, I was in the show with Arnab, I was in the show with Abhishek Kapoor, all those shows, I said one thing, this is temporary. This is very temporary. It is going to come to an end, that this deal is going to happen. I made it very clear. I knew it for sure, not because that I had some inside knowledge, but I was for sure, because India and the United States cannot go divided. It has to be on the both sides of one currency. Otherwise, it will not be good on both the nations. So to answer your question, it was not an overnight deal. It has been working on it. To add towards that, I will say this, Sergio Gore and Piyush Goyal, two people who worked hard on this trade deal, along with Marco Rubio and Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar. The team, there's a good team that worked hard behind this. They put together the deal and they presented it before the head of the nations, President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. And that's how, hey, we are here today. And the stock market is surging. I heard that 5% more, it's surging. And tomorrow morning, hopefully, NASDAQ, and it's all going to shoot up because the market was little lousy today, but it's going to get explode tomorrow.
Absolutely, Mr. Alexander. You have been saying that this is all temporary and the trade deal will come to life. But what is your point of view of the excellent tackling of the situation by Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
That's what I said. President Trump and Prime Minister Modi, they have a special friendship. President Trump always stated that, he's a good friend of mine. He's a very strong leader. He always complimented. Let me tell you, today morning on a regional channel, I made this statement in a regional language, and I'm going to make that same statement. We saw across the media and across the social media, we saw people, media, including Republic Channel, they were bashing on President Trump about the deal, and they were saying that he was trying to bully the India. I mean, of course, there were statements made by Peter Navarro or Commerce Secretary Lutnick. I don't agree with those statements against India. Every time they had a harsh statement, I condemned it, and I don't agree with that. Even though I'm on the side of the ruling party, I don't agree with those kind of statements. So, but look, from India's side and from President Trump, President Trump also made some statements, which is, he's like that. But from the administration, starting from Prime Minister Modi, Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, Ashwini Vaishnav, and the Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, you take anybody. None of them made a harsh statement, a hurtful statement against President Trump or the United States of America. So I believe that was one of the things they've been very patient. India is being very patient, even though President Trump tried to poke the bears sometime, it didn't work. I have to be very honest with that. So the administration in India is being very patient on this. And of course, I would have to say this. I think the deal that happened between the European Union probably gave President Trump a little bit of, thoughtfulness, thinking that this has to work out immediately. Because Sergio Gore, President Trump's right-hand man, as soon as that appointment has happened, I made it very clear to one of the anchors that I knew he is doing that with a purpose. Because Sergio Gore was in the top of the White House policy-making team. He was number 2 or 3, other than the cabinet members, he was number 2 or 3. So he was appointed as the ambassador. And Sergio Gore definitely played a vital role in bringing this together. And I think, the day that he took over the office as the ambassador of India, India welcomed warmly, and he became one of the best friends in the recent history. Sergio Gore, in a short span of time, he became the best friend of India. And I think that's what happened.
Absolutely, Mr. Alexander. Thank you so much for getting us your insights on this very important development. All right.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Coming up, Prime Minister Modi honored for the trade deal by his party.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। D is data. The second D is declutter. The third D is discipline. The fourth is decriminalization. The fifth D is duties rationalization. The budget has been delivered and it is deep, decisive, determined and deshbhakt. But those are not the Ds on which I would like to analyze and parse the budget. I have another 6 Ds in mind, which have come through loud and clear in this budget that Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman presented for the record 9th time. The first D is data, incentivizing the digital economy with tax holidays and incentives aimed at locating data centers within our national boundaries, providing digital infrastructure and emerging tech ecosystems, a huge push to make India a trusted global data and computational hub. The second D is declutter. There are a variety of ways in which ease of doing business, regulatory simplification, and reduced compliance burden will streamline approvals to lower friction for businesses and accelerate private investment. The third D is discipline. Fiscal credibility is about commitment to fiscal consolidation, and the deficit targets are tighter still and being delivered. There is responsible borrowing to assure markets, investors, and rating agencies. Remember, India, as a top 5 economy, is being watched across the world. The fourth is decriminalization, which means trust-based governance, rationalization of tax penalties, and removal of most criminal provisions for procedural or minor compliance failures, shifting from fear to facilitation. The fifth D is duties rationalization. Strategic industrial policy has targeted reduction of custom duties in priority sectors such as critical minerals, clean energy components, and the vital nuclear supply chain to support domestic manufacturing and energy security for today, tomorrow, and the long-term future. And the last but most significantly,
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. The India-US agreement comes just days after India signed what was called the mother of all deals with the European Union. Now, the United States that had to try to isolate India on trade front now seems to have changed its diplomatic and economic inclination. US President Donald Trump last night called Prime Minister Modi one of his greatest friends, saying United States has agreed to a trade deal with India and that tariffs are now lowered to 18%. Pranav.
Well, absolutely. In fact, what we are looking at now are our first reactions. In fact, the Made in India products, what we are expecting is that the Made in India products will have reduced tariffs of around 18% for Indian products. That's a big thanks to President Trump from 1 billion Indians. That's what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said in his first reaction. Prime Minister Modi also confirmed that the deal last night, an agreement that was much awaited by the Indian exporting community, has taken place. Prime Minister Modi also confirmed that Made in India products will now have a reduced tariff of 18%, thanking US President Trump on behalf of all Indians.
All right, so what Trump claimed, what India agreed to stop buying Russian oil, buy more US and Venezuelan oil is what Donald Trump has said. What India got is a special reduced reciprocal tariffs lowered from 25% to 18%. Now, the deal comes after much diplomatic tussle and many rounds of discussions. But what have both the sides achieved after many months of discussion? Let us explain. India, on her part, has agreed to stop buying Russian oil, the major reason for US sanctions. Moreover, India has also agreed to buy more of US and Venezuelan oil. This after US has captured most of Venezuela's oil trade. The United States, on its part, has reduced reciprocal tariffs. It was announced that the tariffs on Indian exports have been lowered to 18%. All right, from the phrase of Modi did not call to a deal sealed at a rate lower than most nations, what changed, what flipped, and what the world just witnessed in the India-US trade diplomacy? Let's have a look, a detailed look at this report about India-US trade deal.
Just weeks ago, it was a public jab from Washington. Modi didn't call. A remark that dominated headlines and framed India as the holdout in stalled trade talks. US Commerce Secretary Lutnick claimed that the proposed India-US trade deal did not materialize because PM Modi did not personally call US President Donald Trump. The statement triggered sharp reactions in Delhi, with India rejecting the narrative and calling it inaccurate.
We have seen the remarks. India and the United States were committed to negotiating a bilateral trade agreement with the US as far back as 13th of February last year, that is. Since then, two sides have held multiple rounds of negotiations to arrive at a balanced and mutually beneficial trade agreement. On several occasions, we have been close to a deal. The characterization of these discussions in the reported remarks is not accurate.
For months, tariffs remained high, pressure mounted, and the impasse looked far from resolution. But yesterday, one phone call changed everything. US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke directly, and suddenly the tone changed. In a major de-escalation of trade tensions, India and US have now announced a historic trade deal. Tariffs on Indian goods are now cut to 18% from 50%, a rate lower than several other nations currently facing the US tariffs. Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed the decision and reiterated that this new deal will benefit Make in India products, the vision of self-reliance. Outcome of this deal is clear. India moves from being singled out to securing a tariff rate better than many others. The deal may be done, but the debate is just beginning. Was this hard bargaining or hard pressure? The world is watching how India and the US define their next chapter.
All right, coming up, markets opened higher on India-US pact. Sensex Nifty jumped 5% plus at the opening hour post-trade deal. Also coming up, Prime Minister Narendra Modi honoured for the trade deal by his NDA leaders.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Joining me on this special Budget Day broadcast is one of India's topmost doctor, Dr. Samir Parikh. Dr. Parikh is also the chairperson of Fortis National Mental Health Program. Dr. Parikh, thank you for joining. Nirmala Sitharaman's budget specially mentions mental health. Why do you think it is crucial?
Oh, it's a milestone. It's a landmark moment in the history of Indian healthcare. 20 years back, would we have thought about the kind of importance given to mental health? Would we have even thought that the mention of mental health and the impetus on mental health would happen? I mean, for me, this is probably one of the best things to hear. The fact that infrastructural support is promised, the fact that we will have another NIMHANS approach, which
NIMHANS
basically
2.
means from infrastructure to intervention. And most importantly, this is going to translate into a future where mental health will be prioritized and healthcare providers, including private sector, will also have to support.
ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील्स मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 9 ट्रेड डील जो हुए हैं, जिसको हम फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट कहते हैं, और इंडिया EU फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट अभी एक सप्ताह पहले ही, एक सप्ताह भी पूरा नहीं हुआ, इंडिया EU फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का एक सप्ताह के अंदर फिर कल अमेरिका का साथ में जो एग्रीमेंट हुए और जो अनाउंसमेंट हुए टैरिफ में कटौती का, उसको लेकर के देश भर में उत्साह है। तो सांसदों में बहुत उत्साह थे। आज NDA पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अभिनंदन किया और उनका मार्गदर्शन में जो ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील्स हासिल किए हैं उसके लिए बधाई भी दी है। टोटल 39 देश, 39 देशों के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हो गई है। ये ऐतिहासिक है और ये 39 कंट्रीज जो है पूरा डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज है, जैसे यूरोपियन यूनियन के जितने कंट्रीज हो या ऑस्ट्रेलिया हो, न्यूजीलैंड हो, UK हो, तो ये ऐतिहासिक है। पूरा माहौल अच्छा बना है देश में। एक शुभ खबर रात को आधी रात में मिडनाइट में आए, तो आज देशवासियों को भी हमने बधाई दिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी को अच्छा नेतृत्व के लिए अभिनंदन किया है। हाँ, वो तो अभी राष्ट्रपति का अभिभाषण पे चर्चा चल रहे हैं। कल राज्यसभा में तो अच्छी तरह से डिबेट डिस्कशन हुए हैं। लोकसभा में भी बहुत अच्छा शुरुआत हुई। एक श्री राहुल गांधी जी की वजह से पूरा लोकसभा का कल का डिबेट को सत्यानाश कर दिया है। इतना अच्छा शुरुआत, धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव, फिर उसको सेकंड किया। राज्यसभा में भी बहुत अच्छा डिबेट हुआ, बहुत अच्छा पार्टिसिपेशन, सुझाव भी आए। अब सोचिए, लोकसभा राज्यसभा में दोनों सदनों में इतना अच्छा चर्चा शुरू हुए, लेकिन एक सदस्य राहुल गांधी जी की वजह से लोकसभा का डिबेट रुक गया। एक आदमी की वजह से, ये तो ठीक बात नहीं है। सद्बुद्धि आना चाहिए और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ आज सुधर जाएंगे। और सिर्फ उम्मीद ही नहीं, हम अपील भी करना चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी जी रात भर कम से कम सोच के चिंता करके सुधर जाए और आज अच्छे सोच के साथ खुद तो ठीक से डिबेट में अपना बात नहीं रखते हैं, लेकिन दूसरों को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाना चाहिए। कांग्रेस पार्टी और विपक्ष पार्टी में भी कई ऐसे सांसद हैं जो अच्छा डिबेट करते हैं, अच्छा सुझाव देते हैं, बोलना चाहते हैं। उनका भी समय राहुल गांधी जी की वजह से खराब हो रहा है।
अगर सर चेयर का निर्देश नहीं मानते राहुल गांधी तो क्या होगा सर?
उसका तो बाद में देखा जाएगा, लेकिन कायदे से तो सबको नियम मानना होता है। हम सब चुने हुए सदस्य हैं और जो रूल्स ऑफ बिजनेस है, वहाँ कंडक्ट का जो एक प्रोसीड्योर दिया हुआ है उसके मुताबिक ही संसद चलता है, हाउस चलता है। इसलिए कोई इसको अपमानना ना करे, सब इसको पालन करना चाहिए।
सर, और किसी बिंदु पर चर्चा हुई?
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत अच्छा गाइडेंस दिया है। सारा NDA साथियों को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सराहना किया है कि NDA परिवार एक के बाद एक चुनाव जीतते जा रहे हैं। चुनाव ऐसे हवा में नहीं जीतते हैं। चुनाव जीतने के लिए जमीन पर काम करना और अच्छा नीति के साथ देश को आगे ले जाना। जहाँ जहाँ एनडीए सरकार बनी है, चाहे वो केंद्र सरकार हो, राज्य सरकार हो और स्थानीय स्तर पर कॉरपोरेशन, काउंसिल और पंचायत लेवल में हो, सब जगह एनडीए पार्टी ने बहुत अच्छा अपना भूमिका निभाई है। इसलिए एनडीए हर जगह कामयाबी प्राप्त कर रहे हैं।
आने वाले 5 राज्यों को लेकर के भी चर्चा हुई है क्या कि चुनाव को लेकर?
नहीं, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एनडीए के साथियों को बधाई भी दिया और साथ में ये भी कहा कि हम चुनाव जीत गए इसलिए आराम करना नहीं, हम चुनाव जीत गए हैं, जिम्मेदारियां बढ़ गई हैं और तेजी से देश के लिए समर्पित भाव के साथ काम करना है। ये प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सारे एनडीए साथियों को सुझाव दिया है।
प्रधानमंत्री ने यूएस डील पर भी कुछ बोला है सर? कुछ कहा किस तरह से
ट्रेड डील को तो मैंने बता दिया कि ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील 39 डेवलप कंट्रीज के साथ जो डील हुए हैं वो इस चीज़ को दर्शाता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आज जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज है सब लोग भारत के साथ तालमेल करके एक साथ काम करना चाहते हैं, पार्टनरशिप में काम करना चाहते हैं। इससे हमारे आम लोगों का जिंदगी में बहुत फायदा होने वाला है।
कांग्रेस जो है ट्रेड डील पर सवाल उठा,
कांग्रेस कोई भी अच्छा चीज का तारीफ नहीं कर सकते हैं, वो आदत बन चुका है। अगर कांग्रेस कभी अच्छा चीज का तारीफ करेंगे तो उसको भी लोग थोड़ा थोड़ा तो क्रेडिट देंगे। वो खुद तो काम नहीं कर पाते हैं और अच्छा चीज देश के लिए कोई भी कामयाब, देश के लिए कोई भी उपलब्धि कांग्रेस को अच्छा नहीं लगता है, ये कांग्रेस खुद ही दर्शाते रहते हैं।
केरला कांग्रेस की ओर से एक्स पे पोस्ट किया गया है और ये कहा गया है कि यूएस 18% हमसे लेगा और हम 0% लेंगे। और
ऐसा उसको मालूम नहीं, उसको मालूम नहीं, उसने पूरा पढ़ा नहीं होगा, पूरा आपको डिटेल में बाद में बता देंगे।
पीएम के लिए गेट लॉ जैसे शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया।
वो तो
All right, so this was Kiran Rijiju, and he hailed the trade deal with the United States of America, the India-US trade deal that happened. And he also responded to what Rahul Gandhi did in the Parliament, where he was quoting from an unpublished book. So there was a response for that also. And he shared PM Modi's message, and he said that also mentioned that all developed countries want to work with India.
దరఖాస్తు సహాయం మరియు శారీరక శిక్షణ అందించేందుకు ప్రత్యేకమైన సిఏపిఎఫ్ రిక్రూట్మెంట్ సెలక్షన్ సెంటర్ను ఏర్పాటు చేయడానికి ప్రభుత్వం పరిశీలిస్తుందా? అదేవిధంగా ఈ ప్రాంతానికి చెందిన రిక్రూట్మెంట్లు తమ ప్రాథమిక శిక్షను స్వస్థలానికి సమీపంలోనే పొందేలా విజయనగరం జిల్లాలో ఒక రిక్రూట్మెంట్ ట్రైనింగ్ సెంటర్ను ఏర్పాటు చేసే సాధ్యతను కూడా ప్రభుత్వం పరిశీలిస్తుందా?
आंध्र प्रदेश में सीएपीएफ के एक प्रशिक्षण संस्थान है। तत्काल विजयपुरम में कोई सीएपीएफ का प्रशिक्षण संस्थान खोलने का प्रस्ताव नहीं है, विचार नहीं है। और प्रशिक्षण हम बड़ी तत्परता से देते हैं। देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में लगभग 28 प्रशिक्षण केंद्र हैं जो हम परंपरागत भी और आधुनिकता के साथ हम प्रशिक्षण देते हैं। हम वर्तमान की चुनौतियों और भविष्य को दृष्टिकोण में रखते हुए हम प्रशिक्षण देते हैं और वह प्रशिक्षण का परिणाम है कि आज देश से नक्सलवाद, वामपंथी उग्रवाद समाप्त लगभग हो गया है और मार्च तक पूरी तरह से वह समाप्त हो जाएगा महोदय। और आतंकवाद रोधी कार्रवाइयों में सफलता मिली है। हम देश की आंतरिक सुरक्षा को सुनिश्चित करने में हम कामयाब हो रहे हैं। आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट ईस्ट में आज शांति बहाल है। हम चुनाव प्रबंधन में भी अच्छा सफलता प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। जब जरूरत होती है तो हम राज्यों को भी सहयोग करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
ऑनरेबल मेंबर గౌరవనీయులైన స్పీకర్ గారికి సిఎఫ్ఎఫ్ అధికారులు ఇప్పుడు ఆర్గనైజర్ గ్రూప్ ఏ సర్వీస్గా గుర్తించారు. అందువలన ఇతర ఆర్గనైజ్ సర్వీస్ రూల్స్ వారికి క్యారియర్ ప్రయోజనం మరియు క్యాడర్ రివ్యూకి సంబంధించిన హక్కులు లభిస్తున్నాయి. అయినప్పటికీ సార్ గత కొన్ని సంవత్సరాలుగా బలవంతం ప్రమోషన్ నెమ్మదిగా మరియు సీనియారిటీ పోస్టుల పరిమితి వంటి సమస్యలు వెలుగులోకి వచ్చాయి. ఈ సమస్యలను గమనించి గవర్నీయ సుప్రీంకోర్టు సీనియారిటీ లెవెల్ సిబ్బంది నియామకాన్ని సమీక్షించాలని సూచించింది. మరియు 2025 మేలో సెంట్రల్ ఆర్మీ పోలీస్ ఫోర్స్ సిఏపిఎఫ్లో అన్ని క్యాడర్లను సమగ్ర సమీక్షను 6 నెలల్లో పూర్తి చేయాలని సూచించింది. నా క్వశ్చన్ సప్లిమెంటరీ క్వశ్చన్ గవర్నర్ మంత్రి గారికి బార్డర్ సెక్యూరిటీ ఫోర్స్ బిఎస్పీ సంబంధిత క్యాడర్ సమీక్ష ప్రస్తుతం ఏ స్థాయిలో ఉంది మరియు సుప్రీంకోర్టు ఆదేశాలు పూర్తిగా ఎప్పటికి అమలు చేయబడతాయో మీ ద్వారా సభ ద్వారా సమాచారం ఇవ్వగలని కోరుతున్నాను. అధ్యక్ష, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
महोदय, प्रमोशन एक हमारे यहाँ सीएपीएफ की सतत प्रक्रिया है और प्रमोशन की हम हमेशा समीक्षा भी करते हैं और समय समय पर हम प्रमोशन भी देते रहते हैं। और जहाँ तक हमारे सीएपीएफ के प्रमोशन के तथ्यों को उजागर करने की बात माननीय सदस्य कहे हैं, तो प्रमोशन की प्रक्रिया हमारी पारदर्शिता के साथ समय पर हम उसको पूरा करते हैं।
माननीय सदस्यगण, प्रश्नकाल के अंदर नियोजित तरीके से बेल में आकर नारेबाजी करने का कोई तर्क है क्या? प्रश्नकाल तो माननीय सदस्यों का समय होता है, उसमें माननीय सदस्य प्रश्न उठाते हैं, सरकार की जवाब देते होती है। आप प्रश्नकाल के अंदर नियोजित तरीके से सदन के अंदर नारेबाजी करते हैं, ये उचित है क्या? आप सदन चलने दें। महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी के अभिभाषण पर चर्चा होगी, बजट पर चर्चा होगी, सभी मान्य सदस्यों को पर्याप्त मौका मिलेगा। आप अगर सदन नहीं चलाना चाहते हैं और आप नारेबाजी हंगामा करना ही चाहते हैं तो सदन की कार्रवाई आज 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, we are joined by Shubhranshu Singh, business leader and global board member, FE Lions Foundation. Mr. Singh, thank you very much for joining us on our broadcast. We witnessed a historic India-US trade deal that was announced by US President Donald Trump. I want to understand from you, the past 6 months were probably turbulent for India Inc. Did we really, what was the kind of brunt, if you could tell us, that India Inc. witnessed over the past 6 to 7 months that tariffs were in place?
Well, on the one hand, I think, people are associating the flight of capital away from India from the associated risks. And certainly, I think that played a substantial, if not the critical part in FIIs being tentative about continuing with the India investments. As you know, after a long drought, there was a net positive inflow across the developing world stock markets.
Right.
India was one exception where there was almost $19 billion of exit. But having said that, I must say this is a huge win for Prime Minister Modi and his team. This is a huge win for India. It's very gratifying and really very strengthening for our economic march forward that finally this has come. And it's also very pertinent to note that it comes right after the historic India-EU trade deal, which in turn came after several others were lined up, whether it's Oman or New Zealand and so on. So I think the traction that India has, the economic power that is being acknowledged, has now finally been endorsed by America. You asked me about how we faced the brunt of it. One was, of course, lukewarm interest in the markets, press button money in, press button money out.
Right.
And I can appreciate people doing profit booking, but even the net gross inflows were down. So that was one. Secondly, labor intensive sectors, commodity sectors, which depended a lot on American market access, did suffer in this interim period, but we suffered for good intent. I think finally it is a triumph, and I think now we have not only access to a great market,
Right.
but solidified by so many trade deals. So
Right.
great job for India, I think.
Right. Mr. Singh, when do you think we will see the kind of order book that may flow in right now? When do you think India numbers will start improving because of the trade deal? By which quarter
when
can
in
we
doubt-
expect that?
Pranab, when in doubt, look at the markets. The markets are delirious with joy, which means even though everybody was expecting it, it had not been fully factored in. So I think the relief will be felt immediately. But there is an important point which I want to highlight. Everybody is talking about oil, tariff, access to American markets. I, as a marketeer, choose to take the other look, which is look at how critical India as a market is to American brand and business interest.
Absolutely.
You know, whether it's a Google, a Meta, a Netflix, a Visa, a McDonald's, you name it, Boeing, IBM, Deloitte, Accenture, who is not here for the long run? And these companies have an interest in striking route, in friend-shoring their supply chains, in having access to a tremendous, huge opportunity market where 400 million Indians are less than 20 years of age. And it's the largest economy which is growing flat out at 7+%, which
Right.
means
Yes.
every 10 years this economy will double. That
Right.
is the juicy prize for American commercial interest. And so the minds have met. We need access to America. We need America as a partner in our economic progress. And America needs us too, make no mistake. American companies are here for good. There are massive investments. Even in cutting edge areas like AI, the largest number of individual subscribers for, say, ChatGPT is in India, nowhere else. So let's make no mistake, it's a mutually beneficial association.
Hi, Shubhranshu, Shivam this side. I also want to ask Shubhranshu, one very important question here is, could this have been done a little earlier? Why this decision was taken now? Is it not an impact of what we did with the European Union, that is the free trade agreement that we had with the European Union? Why did Trump choose this time? And that too after the budget. Was this a reaction to counter the trade agreement that we are having with the European Union as a balance?
Well, I think, it's speculative to arrive at any judgment in the matter. Certainly, nations work on their self-interest and are pulled in a tug of war by various competing interests as well. So what you ask me is not outside the realm of what is plausible, that, there was a move towards accommodation because India was not budging. But I would again underline, endorse and spotlight Prime Minister Modi and his team, have not budged, have not, moved back, and have played the larger geopolitics of it with excellence, I would say. And I think that, along with American commercial interest, made this a reality.
Shubhranshu, the bears certainly were trapped yesterday. All those who were short India, suddenly long India. What do you think? Bears are converted now into bulls and everybody outside India is long. Can we see foreign capital flowing in?
Well, I think it will continue unabated. I think there may be dips and troughs, but if you look at the long-term trend, we are amongst the top performing markets. There may have been FDI exit and FII exit in the period of 12 to 6 months. But I think over the long term, there has been continuous traction in the Indian economy and the world acknowledges it. Again, do not read everything from what the market sentiment is. The market sentiment can be very reflexive. The market sentiment can be, asymmetric. The market sentiment can be injected with a lot of panic or delusional hope. So I think the market reaction on any given day has to be taken with a pinch of salt. But market reactions over a sustained period in time are, impeccable readings of economic and national sentiment. So certainly I think investments will come in and this bullish trend will now be here for the mid to long term.
Shubhranshu, this trade deal was very important. If you can run us through the sectors also, because initially the sectors that we were worried about was the gems, the leather and other industry. If you can also run us through the sectors that will be benefiting in the shorter run and also in the longer run.
Yes, I think, you see, there are three levels. To my mind, I categorize it as the consumer apparent layer, then the middle layer, which is more infrastructural, and then really the platform or foundational layer. And let me explain that if you give me half a minute. The consumer apparent layer is, Indian access as branded companies, as branded offerings, and vice versa. So if you are having Kellogg's cereals in the morning, or are working on an Apple phone, or are going to Meta or Instagram and so on, you are working with the consumer apparent layer. There is an engagement with a branded entity. Then there is the middle layer, which is wired and unwired both, right? Which is cloud capital. So how your payrolls get processed, how your data is treated, where do the mainframe systems come from, where is engineering being imported from, critically defense technologies and so on. That's the middle layer. And then there is the really long-term power or foundational layer, which I think is also very important, whether it's the recently announced duty relief on nuclear energy, for example, or friend-shoring of electronic manufacturing. This is in the utilities layer, which it may not be nakedly visible to you and me, but it is important for the foundational strength of the economy. So I think what suffered in the interim period, as there was tentativeness about the economic progress with America, were unfortunately labor critical markets like textiles, marine products, gems and jewelry, etc., where America is a critical market. Also IT and IT enabled services, because the back office of the world operates out of India, and Indian near shore or actual client location personnel tend to depend a lot on H1B, and that's something critical to watch out for, whether there will be immediate and consequential relief on that front as well. But I think in all sectors of the economy, America is the number one potential market for India, even as EU is the single largest trading bloc. And we are a beautifully symmetric economy. Our merchandise export and our services export are roughly balanced. I think both can grow, and both can grow on the back of a successful penetration of the American market further.
Definitely. Shubhranshu, if you can also tell us, what did Trump actually achieve by these tariffs? Did he gain something? Or did he understand that he was losing a lot rather than gaining? Because he went on praising himself for all the revenue that he was generating out of these tariffs and pressurizing all the world economies. Many countries, he imposed tariffs on many countries. What's your response on that?
No, I think there is prudence and there is reactivity both. I think on the one hand, there is a political backing that President Trump has. This has been sustainably growing over a period in time in terms of the sentiment that America was being taken for granted, that America was providing sustenance and succor to many constituents across the world without there being fair reciprocity. That's the position, as I understand it, that he has taken. If I do things for you, I expect either a bill to be serviced or for you to do things back for me, which he felt in many cases was not happening, and America was unilaterally or single-handedly footing the bill. So there was some adjustment to his mind and in his administration to make that a more level playing field. But I think equally importantly, ever since the Second World War with the Bretton Woods Conference, America had laid the foundations for a rules-based system. It had effectively sacrificed its monetary policy to ensure that the dollar becomes the reserve currency across the world. And I think with the emergence of China, there was a growing recognition that this rule-based system where America becomes the default provider is actually handicapping them. And so therefore there are phased withdrawals from that, saying that our national self-interest is above all political niceties and good language. So we must make sure our house is in order and play by new rules. And that, I think, very boldly, very assertively, you may not like the style, but President Trump has been asserting America's interest above all. And that's his prerogative to do that.
Shubhranshu, well, I mean, we saw over the past 6 months that there was no trade deal and the kind of arm twisting that was going on. We saw a number of deals signed. I mean, India expanded its export base to various other countries, including the UK, Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, Australia, UAE, and now the US. Do you think the kind of demand that these deals are going to generate for India, do you think the Indian industry is prepared? Is the Indian industry really looking forward to a healthy order book as we enter Q4?
I think the order book never went away. I think the orders were deferred. You see, one of the negatives of sentiment-based trade is I postpone to tomorrow. And naturally, if the tariff makes the whole equation unviable, ultimately tariffs also have a repercussion in the sense that the American consumer pays for them. I mean, there are various ways in which you can argue this out, economically speaking, but the level set that has been done now is actually beneficial for both. And I would not necessarily call it arm twisting. This is a game of give and take. This is a game of push and push back. Style can be moderated. Style can have, we can offer a critique. But I think everybody knows this is about national self-interest as people see it. Indians have their own national self-interest. Hence, we have moved in several other directions. Americans have, as traditionally as the number one power on the planet, have their own mindset and want to play by their own rules. So I would not call it arm twisting. I would call it a bold self-interest on both ends.
Thanks a lot, Shubhranshu, for your insight and your deep analysis on what's happening right now on India-US trade deal. Pranav, a detailed explanation given by Shubhranshu on what will be happening and which sectors to be cautious about and where we'll see growth and where we'll see downfall also. But we'll have to keep analyzing it. We'll have to wait for the details to come out. What do you say? Absolutely. The devil is in the detail, and as Shubhranshu rightly said, India Inc. is definitely poised for a healthier order book. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, Trump says India and US have agreed to trade deal, lowers tariffs to 18%. Coming up next. And also PM Modi honored for the trade deal by his NDA leaders. Coming up next.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
Hi, good morning
Hi,
to you. Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump has backed down to an important extent. Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say, why antagonize India?
So, what did Trump or what did America gain in the last
Nothing.
4 months of putting
Nothing.
pressure on India?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Whatever is agreed today could have been agreed before. Nothing is gained. There's no pressure. India has no, U.S. has no leverage on India. So none of this is anything other than Trump's delusion that the U.S. is the be-all and end-all of the universe. And so his writ is the command of for the whole world. But that's Trump's delusion.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and I also have my colleague Pranav joining me as we decode the much anticipated and long pending India-US trade deal. Tariffs cut to 18%. Markets are soaring. Rupee is surging in early trade. We'll get you all the details. But first up, headlines. Trump says India and US have agreed to trade deal, lowers a tariff to 18% from 25%. These treated cheers India-US deal. Markets soar 5% on India-US pact. Markets soar on India-US deal. A Sensex Nifty jump 5% post the deal. Rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus dollar in early trade after India-US trade deal announced. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman hails India-US trade breakthrough, says, and I quote her, people of our two large democracies stand to benefit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi honoured for the India-US trade deal by his NDA leaders. All right, viewers are beginning this edition with the breaking news coming in. A full-fledged NDA Parliamentary Party meet and Prime Minister Modi welcomed with garlands and slogans. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was felicitated by top NDA leaders for locking the much-awaited trade deal with the United States. Now, Prime Minister Modi was welcomed with garlands. He was congratulated by the top NDA leadership present there. Now, Prime Minister Modi has said the trade deal has created positive environment and will benefit both the economies.
Congrats, sir. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bye. Congrats, sir. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, now my colleague Niranjan joining us from Newsroom on this. The big deal between India and US has announced, and all the tributes coming in Prime Minister Modi's way at this point.
Well, you know, the Prime Minister, you just saw that sequence there. There is a lot of euphoria. There is a lot of cheer in the markets, not just in the markets, but like the Prime Minister said, since the news broke a little after 10 p.m. last night, there is a huge positive environment in the country. Let's be honest about it. Ever since, US imposed tariffs, the markets have been all over the place. And of course, it directly reflects in the sentiment across the country. And there's been a lot of up and down in the last 4 to 5 months. And the Prime Minister in his first message you saw that sequence of him entering the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting. And when the Prime Minister is entering, he's being congratulated by his party leaders and others who are present there. And he just says thank you. And you can see the body language and him being all smiles. And what this tells you is also reflective in his message to the parliamentarians inside the complex. Now, let me give you a few pointers of what the Prime Minister has said, both to, as an advice to NDA MPs, and secondly, his first response to the trade deal. The Prime Minister has said that the trade deal, securing the deal is a big win for India's diplomacy. And of course, it's been a lot of back and forth between India and America, a lot of bad-mouthing by Americans, we must say. But despite that, our diplomacy has stood the test, and the trade deal has been announced. And he has noted that this particular victory in the trade deal, the fact that we have lower tariffs than many countries, or rather most countries in the world, tells us that India means business, and Indian diplomacy is here to make things work. And that's what the Prime Minister says, that Indian diplomacy, it's a victory for Indian diplomacy. Secondly, the Prime Minister has said that the trade deal and the deal that India has got reflects the new changing global order, the new changing world order, and the fact that India leads that world order. Now, why is the Prime Minister saying that? The Prime Minister is saying that because many people wrote off India in these last 4 months, including Donald Trump, ironically, who called it a dead economy. And he has said that this is the new world order, and the world is taking note of the new world order. He made a mention of all the different free trade agreements and the deals that we have cracked. Okay, we're staying on the pictures. I think we're getting in more pictures. Let's stay on those pictures as we go across. Also, to the pictures that are now coming in. New pictures of the NDA leaders walking into Parliament this morning. We're staying with these pictures, full frame. These are pictures of the Prime Minister and all the NDA MPs walking into Parliament this morning after that NDA Parliamentary Party meeting. They have, okay, more sound bites coming in. Okay, so these are parliamentarians of the NDA who are responding, who are speaking to the media. But let me tell you, among the other things that the Prime Minister has spoken about vis-a-vis the trade deal. Now, specifically on the trade deal, he's spoken about a new world order which has changed. And that new world order, he says, favors India. That new world order is being led by India. And the Prime Minister has also said in his statement and in his meeting with NDA meetings, I think Harsha's live. She's got the inside details. Let's go across straight to her. She's inside Parliament. Harsha, it was seen in his body language. I think most people were congratulating him, and he kept, responding to them, saying thank you. And the body language has changed, of course, in the last 12 hours.
Yes, Niranjan rightly pointed out, as you stated, that it's a very, huge thing for the country and how the deal has been cracked. And since morning when the NDA parliamentary meeting began, we saw all the party leaders across the party lines of the NDA alliance parties like LJP, TDP and the Apna Dal and the leaders from JDU, each and everyone facilitated them. In fact, we can see Praful Patel in the visuals, garlanding PM Narendra Modi, and how the claps were, there was huge claps in the room full of parliamentarians. And also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has stated that this trade deal has created a positive environment in the world, and how since morning the market, since it has opened, Niranjan, the Nifty 50 has gone up. We have spoken to several experts, several economists. They have stated that the stock market people, the traders, they are extremely happy. In fact, Praveen Khandelwal, who is in the market, he clearly stated that now rupee is being strengthening, rupee is getting stronger, and this is what the country needs right now. And each and everyone is very happy. And not only PM was facilitated PM spoke about the trade deal. PM spoke about how the tariffs have gone down from 50% to 18%, and how the farmers will also be advanced through this trade deal. And this not only one, Kiran Rijiju stated that the 9 deals which have been cracked is a huge confidence for not only the country but also for each and every citizen as well. It was not only about the trade deal, Niranjan. Also, this parliamentary party meeting was about so many things. It was about the union budget and how each and every MPs have to go to their constituency, speak about the budget, tell people, tell the Aam Janta about the health sector, about the railway sector, about the reforms, what is being done through this union budget. In fact, there was a strict message also which PM gave to each and every member of parliament that they have come to this house of the floor, they have come to this temple of democracy after being elected. They can't be missing session, they can't be absent. They have to attend each and every day. They have to be present in the house from morning till evening, till the time house doesn't conclude. They have to do this. They can't be absent, and they have to go and speak in their constituency on the weekends when the parliament is not in the, when the parliament is not running. In fact, they have to go to the manufacturers. They have to build confidence with the manufacturers. In the manufacturers, meet them, tell them that the country is with them. A lot is being done for the manufacturers of the country. Each and every member of parliament of the NDA, Niranjan, from now onwards will be doing that in their constituency every weekend when the parliament concludes for 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. And also when they are here, they are going to be present in the parliament. Also when the quorum bell rings, Niranjan, no MP will be seen littering or wandering in the lobby or in the canteen or anywhere in the new parliament. They have to be present in the house. They have to be present when the debate on the president address and the budget is going on. They have to be present when the other leaders of the parliament are speaking on the motion of thanks of the president, on the motion of thanks. And when the prime minister is not only inside but the other senior leaders are also inside, each and every member of parliament have to be there. PM strictly stated that the house of the democracy, the temple of democracy, is for the armed public, is for the people who have came, who have voted for them. The citizens need to know that the parliamentarians are there, the parliamentarians are working, and they are taking up the issues which are relevant, which are of the constituency. Back to you.
Yeah. Stay with me, Harsha, because what is being seen across the country today is the Prime Minister, I think, summarized it perfectly by saying it's a positive environment. I want to bring in Pranav now. Pranav, our business editor, Republic Business. Pranav, it's reflecting in the markets. At one point, breached 85,000 mark. The markets have reacted well. What are you seeing, the kind of responses that are coming in from the business community?
Well, Niranjan, yes, markets opened higher. Of course, they're trading a little low right now, but still above what they, in fact, the kind of, the gains that we saw yesterday, they've jumped about 800%. Nifty is up, Sensex is up. We are seeing that all the sectors are showing in green. In fact, we were talking to some of the experts who joined us earlier today. We are hoping that this will be the much needed point of inflection wherein we'll see the foreign money now pouring in, given that Nifty and Sensex gave, negative returns over the past year thanks to tariffs. We are expecting the law of averages to probably catch up, and Nifty might soar even to higher heights. So the Indian markets are bracing for higher highs is what experts are telling us right now. Overall, a complete game changer and a sentiment changer. That's what happened yesterday. And one more important point is that over the past 6 months, a lot of traders, the global traders, global money was short on India. That means they were looking, they were hoping or betting that the Indian equity indices will go down. But yesterday night, the late night decision that was announced by Trump, primarily by Trump, the trade deal announcement, had just flipped the announcement, and flipped.
Pranav, my friend, I'm getting a breaking news update right now. And the breaking news update is that there is going to be a statement in Parliament on the trade deal. This is big breaking news update. So look at how things have changed in the last 24 hours inside Parliament. Yesterday, the Parliament deadlocked over a very silly claim made by the opposition, which of course, has fallen flat. End of the day, it fell flat. And today, the government is on the complete front foot. We are hearing that there will be a statement made on the trade deal in Parliament today. A statement on the trade deal will be made in Parliament today. So we're getting in a breaking news update from Parliament. I'm going across to Harsha. Harsha, any idea who's going to be speaking? on behalf of the government. Harsha. I think I just lost Harsha there, but Pranav, I think this is going to be big. We're expecting a statement from the government. We're unsure now on who the speaker is likely to be, whether it will be the Commerce Minister or someone else.
Well, absolutely. We are now, given that it will be a statement in the Parliament, we are hoping that it will put to rest all those voices that have been questioning the way this announcement was made. In fact, we saw the opposition early today morning saying that the deal was announced exactly in the same way that Donald Trump announced a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. So there was a criticism on that. We'll really have to see how the government comes back and, puts all those voices of dissent to rest. Niranjan.
Okay, so this is a big update, ladies and gentlemen. In case you're watching the developments live on Republic TV, we've had the visuals of the Prime Minister euphoric as he entered the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting, greeted by his party, being congratulated by everyone present there, who said, well done, Prime Minister, on the trade deal being announced. And the Prime Minister, in that very telling sequence, you had that sequence of the Prime Minister acknowledging his party and acknowledging even the media, sections of the media, saying thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, why did he do that? Because in the last 8 to 9 months, we've had a testing relationship with America. You had Jeffrey Sachs last night, who came and spoke to Arnab after the deal and said that Trump has basically lost the plot. You have an unstable America, and that's the unstable side of America we've seen in the last 9 months. But I want to play that visual out right now. The visual of the Prime Minister entering the NDA Parliamentary Party meeting. And there is an audio on it, audio layer on it. I'll play out the full sequence, and that one sequence summarizes the euphoria, not just within the NDA, but the sentiment across markets. People are relieved. The tariffs, which were at 50%, and most, let's be honest about it, we've been talking about how most sectors have been directly affected, but that 50% is down to 18%. Take a look at this sequence that came in from the Parliament.
All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, markets soar on India-US pact. Sensex Nifty jump 5% post the deal. Rupee jumps to 90.4%, up by 1.2% in early trade. This after India-US trade deal announced.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narwane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narwane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narwane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident, in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with pointed stones, with baseball bats wrapped up with barbed wire and nails and studded with lethal handheld weapons. You see, 19 Indians had been killed, but in response our soldiers had given an excellent account of themselves in hand-to-hand combat, and it is said that 45, some claim up to 100 Chinese soldiers were killed, which they tried
to 18%, right? Donald Trump says India and US have agreed to trade deal, cuts down tariff to 18%. Prime Minister Modi honoured by NDA leaders right after India-US announced the trade deal.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narwane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narwane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narwane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident, in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with pointed stones, with baseball bats wrapped up with barbed wire and nails and studded with lethal handheld weapons. You see,
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down.
All right, viewers, welcome back. We have some breaking news coming in. A Supreme Court has now pulled up a Meta and WhatsApp, and this is in regard to right to privacy. Supreme Court has now clearly said you cannot play with the rights of citizens when it comes to privacy. Supreme Court here saying that WhatsApp is not here to collect data and then sell. Very hard-hitting and targeted statements coming from the top court to Meta and WhatsApp when it comes to the privacy rights of citizens. Let me also quote the Chief Justice of India and what he has said exactly. He says to WhatsApp and Meta, you cannot play with the right of privacy of this country in the name of data sharing. This is a statement made by CJI Suryakanth. Now he's informed WhatsApp and Meta while hearing this appeal by the tech giant against a CCCI order which imposed a penalty on WhatsApp's take it or leave it privacy policy. Now, in fact, CJI Suryakanth also said to WhatsApp, you are making a mockery of the constitutionalism of this country. We will dismiss it right away. How can you play with the rights of privacy of people like that? People pay you for this. Consumer has no choice. You've created a monopoly. So this is very targeted and a sharp statement coming in from a CJI to WhatsApp and Meta. In fact, let me also get you more details on this. Now, CJI Suryakanth also asked WhatsApp and Meta to file an affidavit stating that they will not be sharing data. CJI here also said that the matter will be dismissed if such an affidavit is filed by both WhatsApp and Meta. He also further questioned that where is the question of opt-out? Show me in your mobile and I will show you your mobile. This is a decent way of committing theft of private information. So clearly the top court saying that there is a theft of data taking place by WhatsApp and Meta, with the CJI Suryakanth saying that it is a decent way of committing theft of private information. He also goes on to ask, how does substantial part of the country going to understand your terms and conditions? That is the big statement made by CJI in the case he was hearing regarding the privacy rights of Indians. He has now pulled up WhatsApp as well as Meta with regards to their policy. All right, my colleague Shravan now joining me on this. Shravan, Supreme Court pulling up WhatsApp and Meta over the rights of privacy of citizens. Give us more details.
Well, in fact, this comes in after a penalty which was basically imposed by the CCI against WhatsApp and Meta. This was with regards to the violations of privacy of individuals. In fact, this appeal has essentially been made by WhatsApp before the Supreme Court. Now, during the hearing, the CCI has essentially observed that as far as the role of WhatsApp is concerned, a stricture has essentially been given where they're essentially saying that
All right, that's a big statement coming in from Supreme Court pulling up WhatsApp and Meta, saying that there is a theft of data taking place wherein they collect data and they sell it. It's basically Supreme Court is slamming their take it or leave it policy, saying that there is no option for the consumers to opt out of this policy. Supreme Court now pulling up WhatsApp and Meta over the rights of the privacy of citizens, clearly stating that there is a theft taking place with regards to data, how they collect it and then they sell it. Now remember, this comes after the CCI order which had imposed a penalty. Supreme Court, in fact, was hearing the appeals of WhatsApp and Meta against this very CCI order of imposing penalty for WhatsApp's take it or leave it policy. Now in this, the top court has come down heavily on both WhatsApp and Meta. All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, Donald Trump says India and US have agreed to trade deal cutting down tariff to 18%. Also on the other side, Prime Minister Narendra Modi honored for the trade deal between India and US by top NDA leaders.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narvane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narvane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narvane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident, in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with pointed stones, with baseball.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Donald Trump says India and US have agreed to trade deal lowers the tariffs to 18%. The Lal Street cheers India-US deal. Markets soar 5% on India-US pact. Markets soar on India-US deal. Sensex Nifty jump 5% post the deal announcement. Rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus dollar in early trade after India-US trade deal. Prime Minister Narendra Modi honoured for the trade deal with the US by his NDA leaders. Prime Minister Modi's message on trade deal to NDA MPs says the world order is now changing.
Well, we're joined by Mr. Mohandas Pai, Chairman at In Capital. Mr. Pai, thank you very much for joining us. We have a big day, a historic announcement. India-US trade deal has been made. Your first reaction to this late-night announcement, sir?
Well, I think it's a typical Trump. President Trump will make a deal at a time of his own choosing, on terms of his own choosing, and he has done it. And all of us must understand we're dealing with a very different kind of a global leader, which is the strongest military power, economic power in the world, and he can do what he wants, right? He doesn't care. And I think we have dealt with him very well, and it's typical Trump. So I think he came on the phone, spoke to Prime Minister Modi and said, I'm going to reduce it to 18%, let's make a deal, that is it. And immediately tweeted and said it comes into effect immediately. So I think it's a good for India, but you see, you must understand his logic. All his allies, EU, Japan, Korea have 15%. Everybody else has 19, 20%. India has 18%. What is the message? India is our friend, one level below the allies with whom we have a military partnership. So I think it's a good deal for India. And of course, we have a deal on the table which we already agreed to. We allow them to open up the market, reduce tariff is already there on President Trump's table. I hope that is signed so India can sign. And I hope the government will release terms of the deal once President Trump signs so that we have a deal and it becomes transparent. And I think the deal will be very good for India. Indian industry should take advantage and go all out to do more business with India. And it is good for us to open a market to the United States. It's the largest market in the world. It's the largest market in the world. China grew and became a global power by using the American market. We must also use the American market to become a much larger economy.
Right. Mr. Pai, in fact, whatever announcements have come in from Donald Trump. I mean, he said that India's buying oil from Venezuela. He said that India stopped buying from Russia. He said that India will be doing a business worth $500 billion with India. But the response from the Indian side has been extremely measured. Do you think the Indian decision makers are taking it with a pinch of salt and probably waiting for the fine print?
No, I mean, look, Russian oil has been coming down. And quite probably will come down to very low numbers because one Indian company has got permission to buy till February. And so it is coming down, is a fact. We don't have to make any announcement. Second is Venezuelan oil we want. Prime Minister spoke to the acting president of Venezuela, and our refineries can process the heavy crude of Venezuela. Venezuela is not sweet crude, it's heavy crude. Only few refineries in the world can do it, and we can do it. So if we have Venezuelan crude at a deep discount against Russian, we are well off because we have said we'll buy from the market which gives us best. And the third thing is this 500 billion is Trump's target over a number of years. We have our trade. Our entire imports from the United States today is about 45-50 billion, right? And I think, it'll take us maybe 5-6 years. We'll buy more aircraft, we'll buy more US oil, which is very competitive. We may buy some pulses from the US. We'll buy almonds from California. We'll sell software to California, buy almonds from them. So I think this is just a broad parameter that Trump has said, because Trump wants to prove to Americans he's the best deal maker they ever had, and he looks at large numbers. Because for India, 500 billion looks very huge. For America, it is very, very small.
Right. When it comes to India Inc., I mean, we witnessed the past few quarters were definitely under pressure. When do you think, I mean, when are we likely to see the real impact of this deal translating into India Inc.'s profits, India Inc.'s guidance, the order book, and in turn, reflecting that in the results as well as EPS? When do you think that will actually start translating into some kind of measurable outcome on ground, sir?
Well, assuming that the 18% is signed applicable right now, and President Trump has said is immediate, possibly by March, April, so this quarter end, we may see some greater exports to the United States. And I think definitely the first quarter of the next year, financial year, we'll see the full impact because it takes time to produce, time to export. And even now when people are exporting, because they've not seen a big decline in export to America, we can possibly increase export by 10-15% from what we're doing right now because there will be something in the pipeline. So I think March will see some impact and we'll see the impact next quarter. And I think that's what Baba Kalyani has said too, right? Baba Kalyani came on TV today and said that yes, it's very positive. We'll increase it by March and the next quarter we'll see a bigger increase and next year is going to be a very good year.
Mr. Pai, for joining us. We're getting some visuals from the Parliament. JP Nadda is speaking. Can we just cut across to that?
ये एक तरीके से गैर राष्ट्रवादी व्यवहार है, इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए. It is anti-national. इनको नेशन से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. ये आज ऐसे मुकाम पर आकर के पहुंचे हैं जहां इनका फ्रस्ट्रेशन हर मोड़ पर दिख रहा है.
Now, first supplementary, Dr. Mehta Vishram Kulkarni ji.
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं सरकार का अभिनंदन करती हूं. उत्तर में ये साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि यूपीआई भारत के बाहर भी 8 देशों में उपयोग में आ रहा है और आज दुनिया में सबसे अच्छी डिजिटल पेमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी यूपीआई है. मेरा फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री ये है कि मैं सरकार से ये जानना चाहती हूं कि जिन
Earlier, so we saw JP Nadda making a statement from the Parliament on the much anticipated and long pending India-US trade deal, and Republic's coverage, rolling coverage on the deal continues here as well. I have my colleague Pranav also with me on this. Viewers, we're covering the much anticipated deal between the India and US, which was announced last night by President Trump. We also had a statement coming from the Prime Minister, and the mood of the country here today, very positive is what our Prime Minister says. He was earlier facilitated by the NDA leaders as well. And we're looking at this confidence and now brimming up. In fact, in the NDA leadership, Prime Minister himself, as this much anticipated deal between the India and the US has now been announced. Tariffs have been cut down to 18%. Remember, this comes after months of stalled negotiations. Tariff tensions are building up between the two economies, and now the deal has finally been announced. Let's also listen in as to what JP Nadda said earlier in the Parliament.
कल देर रात अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति जी ने एक ट्वीट किया है जिसमें उन्होंने टैरिफ्स के बारे में प्रधानमंत्री जी को अवगत कराया और उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री जी के बारे में एक सच्चे दोस्त के बारे में भी चर्चा की है उस ट्वीट में. उसके बाद आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने गवर्नमेंट को शुक्रिया अदा किया नहीं दिस इज नॉट गुड. उन्होंने विस्तृत रूप से धन्यवाद देते हुए ट्रेड के बारे में जो भारत और अमेरिका के संबंध है उसकी चर्चा की है इस ट्वीट में. मैं यहां ये बताना चाहता हूं कि मैं विपक्ष की हताशा, विपक्ष का फ्रस्ट्रेशन ये स्पष्ट मुझे दिखता है, जिन्हें अच्छाई में भी बुराई दिखने का एक तरीका बन गया है. मैं सरकार की तरफ से आपको यह आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि सरकार पूरी ट्रेड के बारे में, ऑल माइन्यूट डिटेल्स के बारे में सरकार आएगी और आपको बताएगी और कंसर्न मंत्री उसके बारे में चर्चा करेंगे. बहुत जल्द सरकार सो मोटो स्टेटमेंट देने वाली है और इस ट्रेड डील के बारे में भी विस्तृत रूप से चर्चा करने के लिए सरकार तैयार है। लेकिन ये जो तरीका है, दिस मेथोडोलॉजी, ये तरीका प्रजातंत्र के लिए बहुत बड़ा घातक है और इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस का इररिस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर है। इट इज एन इररिस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर when the government is ready to answer each and every question.
All right, viewers, that was a big statement made by JP Nadda on the India-US trade deal. Pranav, it seems a lot of confidence in the NDA leadership as well we are witnessing right after the announcement.
Well, absolutely. Prime Minister today morning just said thank you. These two words are very, very important given the silence that we've seen over the past 6 months. If you remember, there were a lot of statements that were made by US decision makers, some sort of incitements, but India remained silent. India did not react. So these words that are coming are probably much weighted response post a measured response that in fact India put out yesterday.
Right, of course, so very timely as well. India
Absolutely.
played the strategic silence really well. We saw a lot of statements coming in from Scott Bessent. We had Howard Lutnick and
Absolutely.
a lot of Peter Navarro making very targeted statements
Absolutely.
against India.
Absolutely.
But Indian side remained silent, continued to sign FTAs with other countries on the side, and time also gave us sort of leverage here, right?
Well, whatever interactions we've had with analysts, it's in fact worked as a blessing in disguise because India tried to expand its export base to other countries. If you just have to go through the list, we've signed economic partnership agreements and free trade agreements with UK, Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, Oman, Australia, UAE, and the EU, the mother of all deals that we signed. I think Trump's effort to probably hold a monopoly has kind of swung or spun the other way, wherein we are seeing a multipolar world and a new world order emerging, and India is definitely playing that from the front.
And as Prime Minister also rightly said, the world order is changing. India is finding
Absolutely.
its place in that changing order. Also because you mentioned a lot of FTAs that India has recently
Yes.
signed. How do you think the role of the mother of all deals played in triggering this India-US FTA? Do you think it sort of fastened the pace here?
Well, we saw a lot of economic, financial activity over the past about a week or so. We were talking to one of the experts who very cheekily today morning said that he may have got a FOMO post the mother of all deals that was signed last week. So yes, with Trump, we cannot rule that out. But yes, that's not something that you can probably, peg around as something that may have definitively resulted in the US-India trade deal being announced.
Right, of course. And also, we do not have the fine print of the deal yet. We are
Absolutely.
still awaiting the details. And with Donald Trump, unpredictability is a factor that we have to take into our considerations. So do you think the celebration is right now like too hyped? Are we hyping the deal too much at this point?
Wouldn't say that it's hyped because the US ambassador to India has already clarified. He's already said that the tariffs are slashed from 50% to 18%. So definitely a lot of substance there could be this time in Trump's deal. I'm given to understand that we are joined by Mr. Shubhrikant Panda, past president of FICCI. He's joining us from Delhi. Mr. Panda, thank you very much for joining us on this big day where we saw a post-market, a late-night announcement by the US administration that there has been a trade deal signed between India and the United States. Want to understand from you, sir, what kind of tailwinds is India Inc. expecting from this announcement?
Good afternoon. I think this is an extremely positive development because while India has certainly, entered into multiple FTAs in the past couple of years, including the most recently the mother of all trade deals with the European Union, but there is no question that the one with the US is very important, given that the United States is our largest trading partner and obviously is the preeminent powers globally. So I think this is something which is very significant. It will, our traditional markets in certain sectors will benefit tremendously from the duty being slashed to 18%. while we are still awaiting the details, and I understand that this is broadly speaking an agreement on reciprocal tariffs, and a broader FTA covering multiple other issues will be will still be discussed and taken forward. But no question that this is an important development, one which has been brought about by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's sagacity, the personal rapport that he shares with the US President, Mr. Trump. You're seeing that reflected in the stock markets, because there is certainly an element of positivity coming out as a result of this yesterday's late night announcement.
In fact, one of the numbers that the US president pegged was 500 billion. Given that India's trade basket itself is about 700 billion, do you think, what substance do you think is there in this number as such, sir? Is there enough scope for India to carry out trade worth 500 billion with just one nation?
Look, I don't think there are enough details available for me to comment on specifics and how feasible it is, because we don't know if it is 500 billion over a 5-year period, or what that number signifies. I think it is important to wait for the details to come out before we sort of start on it. This could very well be a sort of a statement of intent to increase bilateral trade, what those specifics are. What is it that what are the sectors where this increase in trade will come about? These are all, I think, details which will come out over the next 48 to 72 hours. So I think it is not there's no point in speculating what it entails and how feasible it is. But suffice it to say that when two world leaders of the stature of Prime Minister Modi and Mr. Trump, talk about something. I mean, obviously there is some, more than just some substance to it. There is, I would presume there is a grand plan of action. But I think it's better to wait for the specifics.
Mr. Panda, they say that the devil is in the detail, and in fact, in case of the EU-India trade deal, there are still, the fine print is still being worked out. We're expecting that that deal will actually, come into effect about a year from now. Are industry voices telling you about the likely timeline for the US-India trade deal? Are we looking at some kind of vague timelines, even if at this point, when it comes to the India-US trade deal?
Look, I would again not like to hazard a guess, because I'm obviously not privy to the proceedings. But suffice it to say, I think the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal ji has made it very clear that India will protect its core interests. It will obviously not rush into any agreement. But having said that, I'm sure the engagement is taking place at the highest levels. And many there are many actors who have had a role to play, whether it is the Commerce and Industry Minister, the External Affairs Minister, the Commerce Secretary from the Indian side, and their counterparts from the US. So I wouldn't like to hazard a guess about the timeline, but I would certainly think that this is a top priority. We have cracked the initial step, which is to at least get the reciprocal tariffs down from 50% to 18%. That is a huge development with a lot of positivity for Indian industry, especially for sectors, labor-intensive sectors like gems, jewelry, textiles, apparel, etc. So they all stand to benefit. But I'm sure that this will be operationalized at the earliest, I think, in interactions. Yesterday, the US ambassador to India has indicated that something will be signed in the next 3 to 4 days. I mean, as you obviously know, the External Affairs Minister is already in the US with regard to discussions on critical minerals. So there are multiple aspects. I think what's important to keep in mind that the Indo-US relationship is one of the most significant, not just from a bilateral viewpoint, but also from a global perspective. So this will certainly get priority in terms of being operationalized at the earliest, so that people and businesses on both sides benefit sooner rather than later.
All right, Mr. Panda, thank you very much, and thank you for giving us a clarity on the likely tentative timeline that we could look at probably as the deal actually fructifies. We're given to understand JP Nadda has just made a statement. He has elaborated upon some kind of details that's expected to be shared. A state government is supposed to make a statement on the India-US trade deal. Let's have a look at that.
अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति जी ने एक ट्वीट किया है जिसमें उन्होंने टैरिफ्स के बारे में प्रधानमंत्री जी को अवगत कराया और उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री जी के बारे में एक सच्चे दोस्त के बारे में भी चर्चा की है उस ट्वीट में। उसके बाद आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने गवर्नमेंट को शुक्रिया अदा किया और गवर्नमेंट इज बारे में नहीं दिस इज नॉट गुड। उन्होंने विस्तृत रूप से धन्यवाद देते हुए ट्रेड के बारे में जो भारत और अमेरिका के संबंध है उसकी चर्चा की है इस ट्वीट में। मैं यहाँ ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि मैं विपक्ष की हताशा, विपक्ष का फ्रस्ट्रेशन ये स्पष्ट मुझे दिखता है, जिन्हें अच्छाई में भी बुराई दिखने का एक तरीका बन गया है। मैं सरकार की तरफ से आपको ये आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि सरकार पूरी ट्रेड के बारे में ऑल माइन्यूट डिटेल्स के बारे में सरकार आएगी और आपको बताएगी और कंसर्न मंत्री उसके बारे में चर्चा करेंगे। बहुत जल्द सरकार सोमोटो स्टेटमेंट देने वाली है और इस ट्रेड डील के बारे में भी विस्तृत रूप से चर्चा लेकिन ये जो तरीका है, दिस मेथोडोलॉजी, ये तरीका प्रजातंत्र के लिए बहुत बड़ा घातक है और इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस का इररिस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर है। इट इज एन इररिस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर when the government is ready to answer each and every question.
Viewers, as we continue to track the biggest story of the day, India-US trade deal, we are given to understand that government is now likely to make a statement on the trade deal in Parliament. Positive environment across the country after India-US trade deal. Earlier, we saw Prime Minister Modi getting felicitated by the leaders in the NDA party meet, and now we expect that the government will be making a big statement on the trade deal in the Parliament. A short while from now, we're expecting the government to make an official statement on the floor of the Parliament regarding the India-US trade deal that was announced yesterday by President Trump and Prime Minister Modi as well. And today we have seen celebrations and positive environment all across the country. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, there we are getting you visuals, getting a warm welcome and then getting felicitated by NDA leaders as well. And now, viewers, we are expecting the government to make a statement in the Parliament regarding the India-US trade deal. Remember, as part of this deal, tariffs have been cut to 18%, a sharp cut from the earlier 50%. All right, let's also listen to the message of the Prime Minister on this trade deal. All right, viewers, there Prime Minister Modi getting felicitated, receiving a warm welcome by the NDA leaders right after India-US trade deal was announced. Now, let's also listen into what Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has said on the trade deal between India and US. All right, we'll try to get that bite for you, viewers. But this is the news of the hour. NDA MPs are congratulating Prime Minister Modi over the trade deal signed between India and US. And Prime Minister replying in just 2 words is saying thank you. Although just 2 words, but says a lot. And now viewers, let's dip in to the bite by Kiran Rijiju and his reaction on the deal.
आज का एनडीए पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी मीटिंग में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का नए अध्यक्ष नितिन नवीन जी का स्वागत हुआ और फिर ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील्स मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 9 ट्रेड डील जो हुए हैं जिसको हम फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट कहते हैं और इंडिया ईयू फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट अभी 1 सप्ताह पहले ही 1 सप्ताह भी पूरा नहीं हुआ इंडिया ईयू फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का 1 सप्ताह के अंदर फिर कल अमेरिका का साथ में जो एग्रीमेंट हुए और जो अनाउंसमेंट हुए टैरिफ में कटौती का उसको लेकर के देश भर में उत्साह है तो सांसदों में बहुत उत्साह थे आज एनडीए पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अभिनंदन किया और उनका मार्गदर्शन में जो ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील्स हासिल किए हैं उसके लिए बधाई भी दी है टोटल 39 देश 39 देशों के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हो गए हैं ये ऐतिहासिक है और ये 39 कंट्रीज जो है पूरा डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज है जैसे यूरोपियन यूनियन के जितने कंट्रीज हो या ऑस्ट्रेलिया हो न्यूजीलैंड हो यूके हो तो ये ऐतिहासिक है पूरा माहौल अच्छा बना है देश में एक शुभ खबर रात को आधी रात में मिडनाइट में आए तो आज देशवासियों को भी हमने बधाई दिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी को अच्छा नेतृत्व के लिए अभिनंदन किया है
All right, viewers, on the other side, coming up, markets soar high after India-US pact. Sensex Nifty jump 5% post the deal announcement. Rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus dollar in early trade right after India-US trade deal announced.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा राजा और मसाला सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims. But the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from.
Trump says India and US have agreed to trade deal lowers tariffs to 18%. And D Street cheers India-US deal. Market soar 5% on India-US pact. Market soar on India-US pact. Sensex Nifty jump 5% plus post-deal. Rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus dollar in an early trade after India-US trade deal. And also, PM Modi honored for the trade deal by NDA leaders. PM Modi's message on trade deal to NDA MPs says world order is changing. All right, viewers, we start with this edition with the biggest story that is making headlines globally, and this is the much discussed and long-awaited US-India trade deal, which has been finally announced. And also, we're getting reaction from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he was felicitated by the NDA leaders on this major breakthrough deal that happened between India and United States after a very long time, after the punishing tariffs that were imposed on India. Let's listen into what Narendra Modi has said. All right, viewers, after months of uncertainty and rising trade pressure, the long-pending US-India trade deal was finally sealed with a direct announcement by US President Donald Trump following a call with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, the announcement also comes less than a week after India and the European Union announced a landmark trade deal that capped nearly 2 decades of on-off talks. Here's a report on that.
India has clinched a landmark trade deal with the United States yesterday. US President Donald Trump announced an immediate reduction in reciprocal tariffs on Indian exports.
3 minutes.
The breakthrough was confirmed following a phone call between US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This brings immediate tariff relief to Indian exporters and signals a reset in bilateral trade relations between the two biggest democracies. Trump's announcement comes shortly after India signed a major free trade agreement with the European Union, a move widely seen as increasing pressure on Washington to close the deal. The India-EU deal, dubbed the mother of all deals and finalized after nearly 2 decades of negotiations, gives India sweeping duty-free access to the European Union's $572.3 billion pharmaceuticals and medical devices market. The US tariff cut also comes a day after India presented its union budget, with key provisions aimed at offsetting the impact of Trump's 50% tariffs on Indian goods. Even as the deal was sealed, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar departed for the United States to attend a ministerial meeting on critical minerals, underscoring the broader strategic engagement underway. The India-US trade talks had slowed significantly since August, when ties took a sharp downturn after Washington imposed a 50% tariff on Indian goods, citing New Delhi's continued purchase of Russian oil. In July, Trump had already announced additional tariffs on all Indian goods, warning of penalties if India continued energy imports from Russia. The impasse finally began to ease after months of negotiations. In September, President Trump publicly expressed hope that the dispute would be resolved soon. And in December, Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke over the telephone, reviewing progress in the India-US partnership. While there was no immediate announcement on trade, both leaders acknowledged discussions on expanding cooperation in critical technologies, energy, defense, security, and trade. In January, US Ambassador Sergio Gore confirmed that the two countries were inching closer to a trade agreement. And yesterday, it was finally announced. The deal not only delivers relief to Indian exporters, but also reinforces India's growing leverage in global trade negotiations.
All right, viewers, we'll continue our mega coverage on the India-US trade deal that has been finalized. I'm also being joined by our senior executive editor, Abhishek, with me in the studio. Abhishek, it's a very big achievement, and it's also a sigh of relief when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was walking into the complex and everybody was praising, everybody was congratulating, and you can very well analyze the way he was walking, the way he was smiling. Everybody, all the cabinet ministers were also very confident, and the way he was felicitated also speaks a lot. What's your take on this?
Well, you see, it is, of course, a big diplomatic win. It's a massive geopolitical statement coming in by the signing of this deal between India and the United States. It shows patience, pace. It shows that you can deal with a bully and come out trumps, rather literally. And I think this is really comparative. That vis-a-vis our competitors like Vietnam, Indonesia, our tariffs, even Bangladesh, our tariffs are better. Let's look at how it's panning out in Parliament. I believe JP Nadda spoke in the Rajya Sabha just a while back.
फिर से रिकॉर्ड पर लाना चाहता हूं कि ये जो इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस है और ये जो इंडी गठबंधन है, इनका जो व्यवहार है वह बहुत ही निंदनीय है और वह एक तरीके से इस बात को प्रतिलक्षित करता है कि न तो उनको देश के विकास में इंटरेस्ट है, न ही देश के ट्रेड और हमारा व्यापार बढ़े इसमें इंटरेस्ट है। उनका इंटरेस्ट सिर्फ हर चीज में राजनीति करने का है, जो अभी हमको प्रत्यक्ष प्रमाण मिला है। पहले ये कहते रहे कि ट्रंप का जवाब दीजिए, ट्रंप का जवाब दीजिए। 50% टैरिफ लग गया, भारत क्या कर रहा है? आज जब सो मोटो स्टेटमेंट अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति ने देर रात कल ट्वीट किया और उसमें कहा, प्रधानमंत्री जी की तारीफ करते हुए उसने कहा कि मैं उनका सच्चा दोस्त हूं एंड ही इज द ओनली स्ट्रांग लीडर लाइक मी। इस तरीके के शब्दों का उपयोग करते हुए उन्होंने यह कहा कि मैं टैरिफ को 25% से रिड्यूस करके 18% करता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उसका जवाब दिया और उसमें धन्यवाद दिया है। सरकार किसी बात से भी, कोई भी बात से चर्चा करने से पीछे नहीं रहती है, हमेशा आगे रहती है। मैंने आज भी इनको आश्वस्त किया कि गवर्नमेंट विल कम आउट ऑन ए सो मोटो स्टेटमेंट टुडे इटसेल्फ। वी आर रेडी फॉर इट, और हम चर्चा करने के लिए भी तैयार हैं। कौन सी बात का चर्चा आपने नहीं की? आपने जी राम जी कहा, उस पर हमने चर्चा की। आपने SIR कहा, हमने उस पर चर्चा की। आप देश में एक वातावरण बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि सरकार कुछ छुपा रही है, सरकार चर्चा नहीं करना चाहती। अरे आपके पास मुद्दे नहीं रह गए। यू आर इशूलेस पार्टी नाउ, यू हैव गॉट नो इशू। और मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि आपका बड़ा गैर जिम्मेदाराना व्यवहार है, इररिस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर है, और ये एक तरीके से गैर राष्ट्रवादी व्यवहार है। इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। इट इज एंटी नेशनल। इनको नेशन से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ये आज ऐसे मुकाम पर आकर के पहुंचे हैं जहां इनका फ्रस्ट्रेशन हर मोड़ पर दिख रहा है।
All right, so this was JP Nadda reacting to the reactions of the Congress party and the opposition as a whole. Harsha is joining live. She's live with me from the Parliament complex. Harsha, the reactions that you're getting from the Congress party still seems to be very upset. They are not happy with the trade deal being finalized and the tariffs being slashed. Earlier, they were unhappy because of the tariffs being raised and what the Modi government is doing. When Modi government has achieved something, they are still unhappy. What are the reactions you're getting, Harsha?
See, it's not very surprising now for us, because whenever something good is cracked for the country, they are never happy. Sometimes they criticize the government for not doing something, and if something beneficial is being done for the country, they always criticize. They have something or the other to come out with. And it's not only Congress. There's most of the opposition party. Like when we spoke to Arvind Sawant from the UBT, he also stated it's nothing much to be happy about. 2 days back, the Nifty crashed. Today, the rupee is not that much stronger. It has gone just 90-point-some% high, and it doesn't make a lot of difference. It is just near to the one rupee more stronger. And you know, any point of time it could again crash. So they are never happy. They keep on criticizing. But as far as the traders are concerned, as far as the stock market people are concerned, they're extremely happy. They feel that now the volatility which was in the market, how the market was up and down, there were so many headwinds in the market, at least now the stability could be seen. The tariff has been cut off from 25% to 18%. It is immensely, you know, the happiness which could be seen in the traders, in the MSME sector, amongst the manufacturers as well. And there are several sectors which are already applauding, because it's not about just one thing. It's not about just a trade deal on one thing. We will be getting apples from Washington. There will be the soya bean. The farmers will be boosted. The farmers will be strengthening. And this is all completely how the Modi government is looking at the development of the country. And this trade deal, what BJP is stating, is something which the Trump has quoted in the night. And after that, since morning, the response have been very applauding from the across these sectors, be it MSME, be it manufacturers, be it the industrialists. Everyone has been congratulating the BJP leaders, the central government, for cracking this US trade deal. And what in Parliament we see that be it TMC, be it Congress party, be it the UPT, no one has applauded the government till now. Most of the political parties like TMC has also stated that we want the detailing. We want detailing of the 9 issues on the trade deal, how it has happened, how the farmers will be benefited, what are the products, and if we talk about precisely about the farmers, in what sectors they will be benefited, everything in detail, the government has to respond. We have already seen that how in Rajya Sabha, JP Nadda has clearly stated that whenever something good has happened, the Congress party and the opposition parties are never happy. They create a chaos, and if they want the response from the government in detail, the government is ready to respond in Lok Sabha, in the House of the Parliament in detail. And today we are expecting the response could be from the BJP party in the Lok Sabha, but right till now we are not clear whether it will be the Commerce Minister who will be making a statement in the Lok Sabha, or whether it will be the MOS Commerce, the Commerce Minister who will be making a statement in Lok Sabha, because till now Piyush Goyal is not in the Parliament. We're expecting that, yes, but statement will be made in Lok Sabha. Back to you.
I'm fine. I got it. All right, that's the kind of politicking we are seeing in Parliament, Shivam, and we have some guests joining us. Remember, it's a big deal, the India-US trade deal announced by President Trump last night through a post, as it happens. Always joining us in this broadcast Mr. Vijay Sankar, Senior Vice President, FICCI, and Chairman of the Sanmar Group. We also have Mr. Puneet Dalmia, Vice President, FICCI, and Managing Director and CEO of the Dalmia Bharat Limited. Very good afternoon good noon rather to both of you. Mr. Dalmia, if I could begin with you first. Your first comments on the manner in which the trade deal got announced and the significance of it all in the scheme of things for India's business, for India in general.
I think as one of our industry members, senior industry members said today, this is the EU deal was the mother of all deals, and this is the father of all deals. So I think we've started on a great note. We have signed deals with two large economies in a very short period of time. And I think this will benefit our exporters a lot. It gives a phenomenal opportunity to diversify our supply chains and also access markets to boost our growth. So I think we've started on a fantastic note. Budget outlines are, the detailed planning for achieving the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I think this will, help in further strengthening that vision.
All right, Mr. Sankar, before President Trump came into office, the average tariff that Indian goods attracted in the US were 11 or 13%. Now we are saying, oh, wow, fantastic, we have 18% tariff. So is it because it's always comparative? So if Vietnam gets 20, Bangladesh gets 20, we are getting 18, China gets 37, so it's still good. We have to ultimately live in a tariff world.
Abhishek, I sort of tend to agree with your position. I think, we have to look at it relative to our other major competing supply economies, which is Vietnam, China, Thailand, Philippines, all of them. And I think we're on a good footing compared to most of these large economies, which also service the US market. So I would think this is a fantastic achievement by the Indian government, getting to 18%. And I think it's really going to, as Puneet explained, benefit a lot of employment-intensive sectors, the marine sector, shrimps, gems and jewelry, the engineering sector, the auto component sector, and the very important, crucial textile sector. I think all of them stand to gain immensely from this deal. I think there's just no other way other than to say it's been an extremely positive announcement.
All right. Mr. Dalmia, when this were happening, the kind of turbulence that went into this, or we went through actually, with the posts changing and the attacks changing, the echo chamber that got created around the Lutniks and the Besants, the way India was targeted. Did the industry think that maybe for the time being the India-US relationship and hence the India-US trade is sort of lost for a while, and there was an element of desperation that, or maybe confusion, what's happening, how it will come out of it. Now, how do you look back at those times, Mr. Dalmia?
Look, we live in an uncertain and turbulent world. I also think that as investors and as people from the industry, we like regulatory certainty. And whenever there is regulatory uncertainty, there is some turbulence. But that's a fact of life. And I think, we have to always, as entrepreneurs, look at the positive aspects of it. I think what the industry has done phenomenally well is that they have diversified their supply chains. I know a lot of my friends, who looked at other markets, during this period of uncertainty. And, water finds its own level. And I'm really amazed that, how quickly some people have diversified their supply chains. I believe that, just leather exports, textiles and marine was the largest hit, but people have looked at Australia, New Zealand, people have looked at Europe, people have looked at Vietnam also. And even though the base was small, even within the last few months, the growth in some of these markets has been pretty phenomenal. So I think, yes, there was uncertainty, but uncertainty also presents opportunity. And I think it's, really commendable how quickly Indian entrepreneurs have responded. There is no doubt that there has been some difficulty because, you have to face and adjust in a short period of time. But that's a part of doing business. And it further builds muscle and strength in companies to handle, such shocks. So, but overall, I think all of that is behind us now, and we have to look forward. Looking forward to large trade deals, big opportunity. And I think both from a domestic standpoint and a global standpoint, India is very well positioned to harness growth.
Mr. Sankar, the fact of the matter is that if the corporate sector gets the heebie-jeebies, it can actually be monitored literally like with the Sensex and the Nifty. So if you look at the markets, the way they have reacted, the way they were going down and down and down, and now almost 4,000 points plus up, I think the reaction of the industry is right there to be read.
Absolutely, and I think I would add that it's not just the comfort in the stock market. I think it's also the forex markets, the interest rate markets. I think all of them were seeing this as a big positive. I think for the exchange rate as well, it's a big it's a big supportive deal. I think, as I said, there are very few negatives on this. In my view, one should look, as Puneet said, the deal is done. We should look beyond, and I think we have to harness the positives that are going to arise, which are going to be immense, both ways. I think both for the India and the US. I think the markets are just reflective of that sentiment. It's hugely positive. I think there's no two ways about it.
Right, and Mr. Dalmia, the fact of the matter is that if you look at the US corporate sector, the top 10, top 20, top 50, top 100, the Fortune 500, the kind of Indian talent that really runs the American corporate sector, it should have acted as a soft power. Maybe behind the scenes, it did act as India's soft power, ultimately prevailing over the Trump administration. How do you see things going on from here? Is it going to be all good? Because remember, with President Trump, you never know.
Look, India is a large economy. India is a very dependable economy. India shares the values of democracy and a civilizational state, with many of these economies. So I think India has lots of advantages. It offers growth, it offers diversification, and it also offers sustainability because you're a dependable and a long-term reliable partner. So I don't think anybody can ignore India. And I also think that, the global winds are changing in India's favor. It has, both these deals have happened literally back to back. And I think, the budget also has, created building blocks to sustain growth in, large sectors as well as emerging sectors. So I think all in all, I personally feel that we are very well positioned to handle any, turbulence that may come up. We can always, we can never say that the world will be a predictable place, but our ability to handle that unpredictability and offer certainty to the world has significantly gone up. And I think India is being viewed as a very reliable and a long-term partner for the reasons that I outlined.
Yeah. And Mr. Dalmia, you had made a point about, the supply chain diversification, if I can take that to Mr. Sankar with some specifics. As they say in Hindi, aapada mein afsar, so this turbulence really turned into an opportunity also for India to look at other geographies, strengthen our trade with other geographies, shift the supply chains, look for better markets. You think the industry also has come out stronger out of this period of turbulence, Mr. Sankar, and from your own specific experience with your industry?
Absolutely. I think industry has taken this period of a few months of challenging times as a period of experience and learning. I think nobody ever had a doubt that this deal would get done. At the same time, they've used this opportunity to diversify their export markets. I think we must not forget the historic India-EU deal as well. I think for a country like India to have signed two large deals, both India-EU and the US deal, in a short span of a few weeks is really presents big opportunities for especially the small and medium sector. All the areas that I spoke about, gem jewelry, engineering, auto components, these are all largely small, medium companies. And the benefits that they're going to see with the diversity in markets that they built up over the last 6 months, plus the US deal coming back, I think the next 12 to 18 months could be a game changer in terms of reviving growth rates beyond what we would normally expect.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mr. Dalmia, you give credit to the government to have had the patience. You know, no senior minister really hit back at the US, turned it into a jaw and sort of a road downhill in terms of a combative diplomacy. I think that also has paid dividends.
Yes, absolutely. I think this is the Indian culture. I think this government embodies that Indian DNA. Be patient and वो धैर्य रखने की जरूरत होती है. Sometimes, you have to just, watch, weigh your options, be steady, and offer predictability and certainty. I think what people like in today's world is that India is a very reliable, a very consistent, and a very long-term partner. So I think that is something which is very unique to India. And, this government, has to be given, 10 out of 10 for how they've handled some of these, global negotiations and kept India's flag flying high and kept Indian long-term interests in mind and, come up with a win-win solution.
A win-win solution. I think on that note, we can end this conversation. Thank you so much, Mr. Dalmia and Mr. Sankar, for bringing us that very valuable industry perspective. And with that, I think, Shivam, a short break and then we come back.
Yeah, definitely a short break, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal rushes to Delhi and is expected to make a statement on trade deal in Parliament in the second half. Coming up next.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narvane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narvane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narvane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident, in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with pointed stones, with baseball bats wrapped up with barbed wire and nails and studded with lethal handheld weapons. You see, 19 Indians had been killed, but in response our soldiers had given an excellent account of themselves in hand-to-hand combat, and it is said that 45, some claim up to 100 Chinese soldiers were killed, which they tried to hide by saying they had lost just 5 soldiers. The simple fact is that after this violent incident leading to 19 fatalities on the Indian side, we should have thrown the
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
right, welcome back, friends. It's a big day after US President Donald Trump announced that he has finally made a deal with India on trade, and it's a big one, coming as it does on the back of mother of all deals between India and the European Union. Was the Trump administration going through its FOMO moments, fear of missing out, and then agreed for it? That's going to be our focus all day. Ishita, let's begin with the headlines.
Of course, let's cut across to headlines at this hour. Republic has the inside scoop from the NDA parliamentary meeting. Prime Minister Modi says India-US trade sign of a new world order.
पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अभिनंदन किया और उनका मार्गदर्शन में जो ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील्स हासिल किए हैं उसके लिए बधाई भी दी है.
India cheers as the nation locks in historic trade deal with the US. MPs congratulate Prime Minister for landmark deals in 1 week. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal likely to make a statement. D Street cheers India-US trade deal. Markets soar 5% after the announcement. Rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus US dollar in early trade, right after the announcement of India-US trade deal. Now, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, it is the biggest headline of the year. India has logged in a major trade breakthrough.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is the biggest headline of the year. In fact, India has locked in a major trade breakthrough with the United States, the announcement for which was made by US President Donald Trump, marking a decisive moment in New Delhi-Washington DC economic ties. The high-stakes deal aimed at boosting market access, easing tariffs, and strengthening its strategic commerce signals India's growing clout on the global trade table and sets the tone for a new phase of bilateral partnership between the two nations, which seemed wobbly till yesterday. This deal with the US is going to see tariffs coming down from a high of 50%, including the 25% penalty for buying Russian oil, to just 18%, and that's the effective rate now. And this morning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was felicitated by the NDA lawmakers in Parliament for securing the deal, and in that meet, Prime Minister sent out a strong message outlining the importance of this development. He spoke of how a new world order is emerging. Take a look at what happened during the parliamentary meeting this morning and after in the Parliament.
And now, viewers, we also have some political reactions coming in on this historic trade deal. Let's listen in.
इससे पहले टैरिफ क्या था जब 25% लगा दिया गया था, क्या 18% की था? इससे कई गुना कम था जो टैरिफ लगाया गया. अभी भी 18% जो टैरिफ लगाया गया है, ये अपने आप में प्रशंसनीय उठाता है, क्योंकि इसकी घोषणा भारत सरकार की तरफ से करी बात तो ये यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट ने करी है. और लगातार जिस तरह से यूएस का रवैया भारत की तरफ रहा है, वो दर्शाता है कि जो भारत सरकार है वो यूएस जिस तरह से डील करना चाहिए उस तरह से हमारा जो फॉरेन मिनिस्ट्री वो डील नहीं कर रहा है.
ये समझौता हिंदुस्तान के करोड़ों किसानों के साथ विश्वासघात है. न सिर्फ करोड़ों किसानों के साथ,
बल्कि अमेरिका का राष्ट्रपति कह रहा है कि अब हिंदुस्तान रूस से तेल नहीं खरीदेगा। यानी कि अमेरिका से अगर आप तेल खरीदेंगे तो महंगा तेल हिंदुस्तान के करोड़ों लोगों को खरीदना पड़ेगा। आपने दोहरी मार इस देश के लोगों को दी, विश्वासघात किया इस देश के लोगों के साथ। जिस कृषि क्षेत्र को हमेशा संरक्षित रखा गया कि भारत में बाहर का विदेशी सामान आकर कृषि क्षेत्र का उत्पाद आकर सस्ते दामों में बिकने लगेगा तो हिंदुस्तान के किसान बर्बाद हो जाएंगे। आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने उन करोड़ों किसानों के साथ धोखा करने का काम किया है, खेत कल्याण के साथ धोखा करने का काम किया है, अन्नदाता के साथ धोखा करने का काम किया है और इसका पुरजोर विरोध सड़क से लेकर सदन तक हम लोग करेंगे।
2047 तक भारत को विकसित होना है और उस क्षेत्र में ये उपलब्धि बहुत बड़ी है। देखिए, भारत आज अपनी शर्तों पे काम करता है। भारत न तो किसी के सामने आंख झुका के बात करता है, न तो आंख उठा के, हम आंख से आंख मिला के बात करते हैं। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नीतियों की विजय हुई है। भारत की अपनी संप्रभुता की, हम अपने शर्तों पे काम करेंगे। और अमेरिका का ये 18% टैरिफ करना आपको ध्यान में रहे, सबको ध्यान में रहे कि बांग्लादेश और कंबोडिया का भी टैरिफ इससे बड़ा है। तो ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के इसको हम लोग उनकी नीतियों का विजय मानते हैं।
All right, and now to decode this further, we are being joined by Chandrama Chatterjee, General Secretary, Confederation of Indian Textile Industry. Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee, for joining us on Republic. I want to ask you, tariffs cut down from 50 to 18%, a big deal between India and US. What kind of impact are we looking at on the textile industry?
I think the biggest that you can look at right after the EU deal announcement, this coming, I think, is the best that the textile and apparel industry could look for. If you would have heard from September onwards, it had been a very difficult time for the textile industry, as the US is around 28 to 30% of India's textile and apparel market, and that too of the extremely value-added goods, which is apparel and made-ups. The top of the pyramid of the textile value chain. So to that extent, it's extremely relevant for trade growth and employment growth in the textile and apparel sector.
Yeah, that's a big one, in fact, given the fact that textiles is a job-intensive, employment-intensive industry, Ms. Chatterjee. The fact that this deal is coming just on the back of the EU deal and the fact that, more significantly, India is going to have a little better tariff structure vis-a-vis our direct competitors in the textile sector like Bangladesh and Vietnam and Indonesia. You think that it could not have been better and it's getting reflected in the indices insofar as the textile industry scripts are concerned?
Absolutely, absolutely. As you correctly pointed, it is relative cost advantage that matters most when you are having market access anywhere. And to that extent, today we are the best placed vis-a-vis Bangladesh, Vietnam, China, Indonesia, all the major suppliers to the US. And having had very strong established relationship over the years, it means an immediate jumpstart in the trade flows. So, yeah, we couldn't have asked for anything better.
Absolutely. We couldn't have asked for anything better. You know, a sigh of relief there that the period of uncertainty between India and the United States is over. Ms. Chatterjee, just stay with us. I'll come back to you with more questions. But before that, I think we have a breaking news development coming in from Parliament. We are hearing that the government is going to make a statement on the India-US trade deal on the floor of the House in the Lok Sabha, it seems first. And the breakthrough would be announced by Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Remember, he had to go to Mumbai day before yesterday. He is rushing back now and is likely to speak in the Parliament at 3 p.m. Lok Sabha first, Rajya Sabha next. But the government to make a statement. Remember, the Parliament is in session, and that's why I think that explains the reticence on the part of the government, even as Donald Trump took the lead and made the announcement on his social media handle, Truth Social. The American president can do that, but given the convention-driven and controlled systems in India, when the Parliament is in session, the government cannot but make a statement only on the floor of the House, and that's why Minister Piyush Goyal, who was in Mumbai for A medical procedure is cutting short his visit to Mumbai and coming back. In the morning, we saw his pictures at Siddhi Vinayak, so I think he was paying his obeisances and respects for the fact that a very difficult period of turbulence between India and the United States is over. And Piyush Goyal is someone who has really shepherded all these trade agreements, including that of with the United States, which is now seeing fruition. But a final statement from the Government of India to come at 3 p.m. with the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal heading back from Mumbai to New Delhi and to be in the Parliament. And that's the important, significant development so far as the Parliament proceedings are concerned. Remember, in the morning, the pictures of which are on air, this is the NDA meeting where Prime Minister was felicitated for letting this period of turbulence be behind us and, in fact, to provide the broad guidance and leadership through those difficult times and come out trumps, literally. Ms. Chatterjee, so in terms of employment and the jobs that the textile sector generates, and in terms of the tariff figures now, in the case of European Union, in fact, many of the tariff lines are going down to zero. In the case of United States, from earlier an average of 11 to 13% to now 18%, but with vis-a-vis competitors, it's still better. You think it could not have been better?
Absolutely. US and Europe are top two destinations. So, of course, in Europe, we are looking at a certain timeline, maybe 6 months, I don't know. We are looking forward to the timeline for the implementation. But for US, what we understand, it's immediate. But of course, we are also looking forward to the official announcement as to what it means in terms of the implementation timeline. It couldn't have been better, mainly because the fashion industry builds on relationship. And that's what we were trying to work very hard towards maintaining. The business continuity with the US had been maintained. The exporters really worked hard since September to maintain the relationship and keep the continuity in the relationship through negotiated deals talk so far. So to that extent, I think it's great that now we can go back to business as usual and more. And with the EU, it is more of a sentiment. We all are now preparing, doing our homework for leveraging the FTA that is to come. But in both of this, the best part is not just that they are the biggest market, but there is a very good complementarity in the two countries. While both these countries are good sources of good and strategic raw materials, they are the best markets for our top value products, that is the made-ups and the apparel. In fact, the US is the biggest market, and India is the second largest supplier of a lot of made-up products to the US. So it's a big thing for both sides, I hope.
All right, Ms. Chatterjee, you say it's a big boost in terms of export competitiveness when it comes to textile sector, a sector that is a very labor-intensive sector for India. Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee, for joining us and sharing your inputs. And now, viewers, the much discussed and long-awaited US-India trade deal has finally been announced in a major breakthrough. New Delhi and Washington have announced this historic agreement, which is aimed at ending months of tariff tensions building up between the two economies. Now, viewers, under this deal, the steep tariff imposed on Indian exports will be sharply reduced to 18%. Remember, it is coming down from 50%. So it marks a major de-escalation in the tariff war between the two countries, and the agreement follows several rounds of intense negotiations taking place between the two sides and comes just days after India concluded its landmark deal with the European Union. More in this report. Take a look.
The deal is now done. The much discussed and awaited US-India trade deal has now finally been announced. In a major de-escalation of trade tensions, India and the United States have announced a historic trade deal last night. This after months of multiple rounds of negotiations between the two parties. As part of the deal, the 50% tariffs announced on Indian exports will now be reduced to 18%.
Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals. but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say, why antagonize India? U.S. has no leverage on India. So none of this is anything other than Trump's delusion that the U.S. is the be-all and end-all of the universe. And so his writ is the command for the whole world. But that's Trump's delusion, that the U.S. market is so big, so consequential, so important, that he can get every other country to fall into line.
The finalized agreement with the United States comes just days after India concluded what was called the mother of all deals with the European Union. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has welcomed this decision, reiterating that this new deal will benefit Make in India products. US President Donald Trump further in his statement adds that India will also lower reciprocal tariffs and expand market access. While India would also halt purchases of Russian oil and sharply increase imports of American and Venezuelan goods. The US Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore's statement puts further seal on Trump's announcement. Under the terms of the New Deal, India has committed to purchasing over $500 billion worth of US products, spanning from energy, technology, agriculture, coal, and other critical sectors. Trump has emphasized that this shift is aimed at ending the Russia-Ukraine war by cutting off indirect financing to Russia. But now the real test will be in delivery on trade flows, energy shifts, and geopolitical balance. For now, the message is clear. After months of back and forth, the tariff war is over and a new chapter in US-India trade partnership begins.
And now, viewers, after months of negotiations and rising trade pressure, the long-pending US-India trade deal has been finally sealed with a direct announcement coming in from US President Donald Trump following a call with his Indian counterpart, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, the announcement also comes less than a week after India and European Union announced a landmark trade deal that capped nearly 2 decades of on and off talks. Here are more details. Take a look.
India has clinched a landmark trade deal with the United States yesterday. US President Donald Trump announced an immediate reduction in reciprocal tariffs on Indian exports. The breakthrough was confirmed following a phone call between US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This brings immediate tariff relief to Indian exporters and signals a reset in bilateral trade relations between the two biggest democracies. Trump's announcement comes shortly after India signed a major free trade agreement with the European Union, a move widely seen as increasing pressure on Washington to close the deal. The India-EU deal, dubbed the mother of all deals and finalized after nearly 2 decades of negotiations, gives India sweeping duty-free access to the European Union's $572.3 billion pharmaceuticals and medical devices market. The US tariff cut also comes a day after India presented its union budget, with key provisions aimed at offsetting the impact of Trump's 50% tariffs on Indian goods. Even as the deal was sealed, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar departed for the United States to attend a ministerial meeting on critical minerals, underscoring the broader strategic engagement underway. The India-US trade talks had slowed significantly since August, when ties took a sharp downturn after Washington imposed a 50% tariff on Indian goods, citing New Delhi's continued purchase of Russian oil. In July, Trump had already announced additional tariffs on all Indian goods, warning of penalties if India continued energy imports from Russia. The impasse finally began to ease after months of negotiations. In September, President Trump publicly expressed hope that the dispute would be resolved soon. And in December, Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke over the telephone, reviewing progress in the India-US partnership. While there was no immediate announcement on trade, both leaders acknowledged discussions on expanding cooperation in critical technologies, energy, defense, security, and trade. In January, US Ambassador Sergio Gore confirmed that the two countries were inching closer to a trade agreement. And yesterday, it was finally announced. The deal not only delivers relief to Indian exporters, but also reinforces India's growing leverage in global trade negotiations.
Now, viewers, the Republic's rolling coverage on the big India-US deal continues. Abhishek, we're expecting a statement from the government. Piyush Goyal is going to make this statement in the Parliament at about 3 p.m. Now, that statement is likely to put to rest the criticism coming from the opposition, saying that the deal was announced in a similar manner as the ceasefire was announced, as a part of Trump's Twitter diplomacy, what we call it.
Well, you see, for one, the President Trump statement is silent on the ceasefire. So perhaps the first time that he has spoken about India and the United States without mentioning the ceasefire in the last couple of months. So that should be one important takeaway. Having said that, of course, there are questions. So, for example, President Trump's post mentions about $500 billion worth of Indian purchases. Some clarity needs to be given on that. So you can expect that when the Commerce Minister takes to the floor of the House in Lok Sabha at 3 p.m., he's going to, throw some light on this. Because remember, India-US trade, which as of now stands at about $140 billion. The target for 2030 was pegged at $500 billion. So that's the entire trade. So how do we purchase $500 billion? Maybe Trump missed the number somewhere here and there, maybe 1-0. But that's about it. I think a lot of clarity would emerge when the Commerce Minister takes to the floor of the House.
Right, of course, Abhishek, we'll have to see when that statement is made by Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal at exactly at 3 p.m. We'll be covering that statement at Republic. And now, viewers, from the phrase of Modi did not call to a deal sealed at a rate lower than most nations, what changed and what flipped and what the world just witnessed in US-India trade diplomacy? Let's have a detailed look at this report about India-US trade deal.
Just weeks ago, it was a public jab from Washington. Modi didn't call. A remark that dominated headlines and framed India as the holdout in stalled trade talks. US Commerce Secretary Lutnick claimed that the proposed India-US trade deal did not materialize because PM Modi did not personally call US President Donald Trump. The statement triggered sharp reactions in Delhi, with India rejecting the narrative and calling it inaccurate.
We have seen the remarks. India and the United States were committed to negotiating a bilateral trade agreement with the US as far back as 13th of February last year, that is. Since then, two sides have held multiple rounds of negotiations to arrive at a balanced and mutually beneficial trade agreement. On several occasions, we have been close to a deal. The characterization of these discussions in the reported remarks is not accurate.
For months, tariffs remained high, pressure mounted, and the impasse looked far from resolution. But yesterday, one phone call changed everything. US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke directly, and suddenly the tone changed. In a major de-escalation of trade tensions, India and US have now announced a historic
All right, we're getting a breaking news development. The government statement on India-US deal likely at 3 p.m. is what we're getting to hear. Hopefully some clarification on dairy, agriculture, hopefully some clarification on the US dollar $500 billion worth of purchases that Trump says India would make. Hopefully some clarification on the Russian oil issue that has been mentioned by President Trump in his statement. Because remember, Parliament is in session, and that's why we have not heard anyone from the government of India speak as yet, except for briefly JP Nadda speaking in the Rajya Sabha, but not giving a full statement, only countering the opposition and its narrative. Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive editor Politics, joins us for more on this. Aishwarya, the government likely to make a statement on the floor of the House at 3 p.m. Who's going to be fielded by the government side? We are hearing Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Is he going to be back from Mumbai for that?
Well, absolutely. He is already en route, and he's going to be making a statement. Government sources once again confirming that the Indian agricultural sector, the Indian agricultural products will not be compromised under any circumstance. All the measures have been taken. It has been given in black and white in this India-US trade deal, and the same will be stated on the floor of the House by the concerned minister in this regard. Piyush Goyal has been leading the Indian delegation. He has been in the US over half a dozen times in the last 4 months for the same, and now he's going to be making a statement on the floor of the House that specifies, because there is a lot of confusion which is being created by first the American media and then by certain US government official Twitter handles which are being quoted by the Indian opposition leaders, because the only document or the only point on which the Indian opposition is raising is that the American media is raising this issue, that the Indian agriculture sector has been open, to which the government sources are clearly saying that the agriculture and dairy sectors are not going to be opened up. There is going to be no compromise, and the same is going to be stated on the floor of the House. Abhishek, over to you.
Well, yes. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Remember, the announcement by President Trump came immediately after a phone call between the two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, and hopefully we would have more details coming out of that on the floor of the House, Ishita, in a while.
Right, of course. That's all we have in this edition. But viewers, don't go anywhere. On the other side, the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal likely to make a statement in Parliament on the historic trade deal at 3 p.m.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Hi, good morning
Hi,
to you. Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
yes.
You've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says I've reduced the tariffs to 18%, and then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any American interests at all. And so Trump has backed down to an important extent. Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accountable.
Republic has the inside scoop from the NDA parliamentary meeting. PM Modi says India-US trade sign of a new world order.
पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अभिनंदन किया और उनका मार्गदर्शन में जो ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील्स हासिल किए हैं उसके लिए बधाई भी दी है.
India cheers as the nation locks an historic deal with the United States. MPs congratulate PM Modi for 2 landmark deals just in a week. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal likely to make a statement in the Parliament on the historic trade deal between India and US. And D Street cheers India-US deal. Market soar 5% on India-US pact. Rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus dollar in early trade after India-US trade deal. Right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news right now at this moment. Air India has begun fleet-wide inspections of the fuel control switches on its Boeing 787 Dreamliner aircraft. This is the latest development that is coming in the story. Now, the checks carried out so far have not identified any technical irregularities. This is the latest that we are getting, while inspections on the remaining aircraft are ongoing as we are telling you the story, this breaking news, following a reported issue involving a fuel control switch on one of its B787 jets. Now, the airline's engineering division has taken up the matter with Boeing for priority evaluation. So, fleet-wide inspection of fuel switches is happening, has been conducted also for many aircrafts. So this is the latest development that is coming in. Air India has begun its fleet-wide inspections of the fuel control switches on its Boeing 787 Dreamliner aircraft. Now, the checks are carried out so far. As of now, as we are telling you the story, have not identified any technical irregularities, while inspections on the remaining aircraft are ongoing. All right, for more information, we have Harsha joining live with us. Harsha, what are the latest updates that you're getting on this story? The fleet-wide inspections of the fuel control switch is on for the Boeing 787 Dreamliner jets.
Yes, you rightly pointed out. Since yesterday, we broke the news of the London and the Bengaluru flight where the fuel switch went from run to cut off itself. And in fact, after that malfunction, that snag, the flight came from London to Bengaluru. In fact, in the debate, Mr. Goswami took this question with the experts also that how could a flight come from and even fly from London to Heathrow, even the pilot after knowing that there's snag. And after that news yesterday, the regulatory body has taken a serious cognizance of the prelim report and the occurrence report. We got to know that since morning, all the 787 fleet have been grounded and they are being thoroughly checked. The fuel control switch of each and every Boeing fleet from 787-8 and 787-9. These are 3 major fleets of the Boeing in which the switch control was being checked since morning, and Air India has clearly stated that there was no issue with the fuel switch control has been found in any of their Boeing. In fact, in few of the Boeings, the checks have already been concluded, and in some of them it's underway. But it's very surprising. It is something which as a aviation correspondent, as a journalist, I'm not able to even digest as well. That how come whenever the Air India conducts the inspection, there's no fault or no issue found in the Boeing, but whenever the pilot tries to take off the twice, multiple times it has happened. There are certain mechanical, electrical, and the fuel faults, which is time and again reported in the log entries by the pilot, and not one pilot. We have spoken to certain pilots of the Boeing fleet. They have every time stated that before taking off the flight, whenever the thorough check is being done, the pre-flight, the issue of the fuel control switch is there. But the Air India comes out with a templated response saying that there's no issue with the fuel switch. And they have also taken up this matter with the Boeing. What Air India has told us right now, that they have also apprised Boeing with the fuel control switch issue. The Boeing will also investigate this. But right now, the major update is that the regulatory bodies have taken the cognizance. The regulatory body has already initiated the investigation in this matter, and they have sought the detailed report from Air India on each and every Boeing fleet. And this time, they can't just take it leniently. Back to you.
Breaking
Right, so we are getting a big breaking news right now at this moment. Big breaking news coming in at this moment on your television screen. And
yes. In fact, this is a big development. Remember, the opposition has been asking questions, trying to put the government on the mat. While we wait for a formal statement from the Commerce Minister on the floor of the House at around 3 p.m., we have a big breaking development coming in, which is that government sources tell us that there is no compromise whatsoever insofar as...
All right, so we are getting a big breaking news right now that there will be no compromise on farmers' issue. A big development as per the government sources, and sensitive dairy and agricultural sectors will be are protected in the US deal as per the sources. So this is a very...
I can tell you this is coming in from top sources in the government, Shivam, and we are told that there is no compromise whatsoever on the farmers' issue, that the dairy and the agriculture sector are protected. Yep. So the push that was coming in from the Americans to include dairy and farm sector in the trade deal has been put in abeyance. That's a significant one. Also that India will continue to buy energy and oil from whichever sources depending on market dynamics and market prices. Of course, we will buy non-sanctioned oil. That's the only concession made to the United States in this deal. And so far as purchase is concerned, we are continuing to buy, as of now, about $80 to $90 billion. That can, over a period of years, can go up to $500 billion. That's the Trump figure. But that's not for this year or next year. This is over the next few years. We have a very important guest, President of the CII, Mr. Rajiv Memani, joining us in this broadcast. Shivam, let's go to him. Very good afternoon, sir, for joining us. And Mr. Memani, my first question to you, your first reaction to this big development for India and the United States. It's not just about the corporate sector, but then that remains the cornerstone of the larger partnership.
When you're saying big development, are you talking about the announcement last night or what you just were announcing? I just overheard you when I was on this thing.
Mr. Memani, some video issue there. The video. All right, we're just network issue. We're just fixing it.
Can you hear me now?
Memani's. But Abhishek, this has been the primary concern every time when we talk about any trade deal, any free trade agreement with any country, or whether it be the European Union, whether it be America. It has always been the protection of the farmers' rights, whether it's the dairy industry or the agricultural industry. So this is very important, and this is the biggest news, I believe, that there will be no compromise. There will be no compromise in the dairy sector. There's particularly the farmers' issues, sensitive issues like the dairy and agricultural sectors. That always has required.
You see, there is a reason why so, because the United States has just about 1 million odd farmers. In India, you have, at least 20, 30 times more than that. The size of the farm holding is very small. Ours are essentially small and marginal farmers, and that's why they need to be protected. Mr. Memani is back with us. The audio and the video fixed, connectivity is sorted. Thank you so much, Mr. Memani, for joining us. My question to you was your first reactions. I mean, the markets have shown the kind of exuberance that we are seeing in the Sensex and Nifty. Would you say it's rational, irrational, or absolutely justified?
Hard to comment on the markets, but I would say, firstly, for India, US is the largest trading partner. US is the largest economy in the world. India is the fastest growing economy in the world. And if we looked at our trade, overall last year we had about 85 to 90 billion dollars of trade. And those sectors which were not impacted by tariffs, like electronics and others, they're continuing to show very strong growth. And those which were impacted by the tariffs, which would roughly be about, say, $50 billion or so, there we were starting to see some signs of slowdown because, tariff made it uncompetitive for Indian companies in many cases to be exporting from here. So to that extent, I think it addresses the concern. These are all labor-intensive sectors, as you know, whether it's leather, textiles, garments, gems and jewelry, auto components, engineering and others. So for those sectors, I would say it's particularly positive because they have a labor-intensive, because they're labor-intensive sectors, they impact quite a few people. But in the overall, if you look at the overall size of the economy, from an overall size of the economy for a $4 trillion economy, is it a very material impact? Probably the answer is no. But the second thing which is important is that the India-US trade deal and the friction on tariff that was there, I think that it created, I would say, disproportionate noise. And there was a lot of any time you went for any investor interaction, any company interaction with media, with government, between industry, this used to be the key theme. How will this get? So as this gets settled, I think the Indian economy, which has been the fastest growing economy in the world, doing extremely well, I think this was one question that was there, at least that question also gets cleared. So to that extent, I think there is a positive reaction in the market because this was one sort of hovering cloud that's been removed. The third thing I would say, which is an important one, is that when, at least what we have seen, whenever there have been trade agreements between countries, so whether it's India, Australia, India, New Zealand, Middle East, UK, EFTA, Europe, whenever we have gone and visited as CII those countries, there is much broader interest than just trade and tariff. Industries want to connect. There is cross-border investments that is discussed much more. There's technology transfer that's talked about. And there is a there is a big increase in trade and investments that we see. So as this issue gets cleared up between two of the largest economies in the world, high growth economies in the world, democracies in the world, there are natural complementary relationships. I would say that this will give a great impetus to investments and trade between India and US, even further than what we have seen going forward.
Mr. Memani, the other question is, could you also reply on the timing of this trade deal that is happening? Is this just a reaction on the deal that we had, the India-EU deal? Because the timing is also important. Why did Donald Trump take so much of time? Was he waiting for other free trade agreements with other major nations, especially the EU? It has 27 countries, sir.
I may not be able to comment on that, but I know that there was an active dialogue that was going on. I think the trade ministries of both the governments were actively engaged in dialogue over the last 8, 9 months, 10 months. It may not be, I will not be privy to the reason why not 2 weeks back, why today. That will be hard to say, but even what we picked up in Davos when we were there in the World Economic Forum was that there was a strong sort of push to see how the India-US relationship gets concluded. So the one-off remarks that President Trump made to media, what we also heard in the closed-door meetings with the senior US government officials and others, was that we were very close to doing a trade deal with India. They had some issues, concerns, we had some issues and concerns. So hopefully I think they've got ironed out. Apart from that, I think I may not be able to attribute any reason to the timing.
Okay. Well, my question to you, Mr. Memani, is you were giving a sectoral classification of the impact of the trade deal where there were some adverse consequences now sort of taken care of, creased out. But going forward, you think there are positive spin-offs on sunrise sectors like AI, and that, in fact, it's a two-way deal, and so there could be more American investments in that sector, semiconductors, AI, etc., after the deal?
Yeah, I mean, having said that, so I have to answer your question. If you actually see the commitments that have been made to AI, which is largely through data centers and others, in the last 3 to 4 months has been very, very high. And I think, I forget the name, but India was, US did announce that India is part of the pact Silica partnership that that US was looking at. So the AI investments were going, data centers were going very significantly. You saw the GCCs, we were seeing that momentum continue to grow. So I would say those investments were continuing to grow in India. They were not getting impacted by the tariff issues. But as I mentioned earlier, whenever you have something like this, it's in these areas, in other areas of manufacturing, capital goods, other parts of the economy, and including in semiconductors and others, definitely there will be greater interest. Because if there was one question in the minds of people that, can this be expanded, will there be a hindrance later on, I think that gets answered. So when people evaluated investments, they look at all the other things around that. At least that one box also gets ticked.
Right. All right, Mr. Rajiv Memani, thanks a lot for joining us and sharing your insights, your analysis on the latest development between India and US on the trade deal. Thanks a lot. Now we'll continue our mega coverage on this trade deal that we have between India and US, and we have right now Ambassador Deepak Vora joining us. Pretty confident, pretty happy on the deal. Mr. Vora, you seem pretty happy that the deal has taken place after a very long time. Now, there have been imposition of tariffs, lots of tariffs, but they have been slashed at a very critical moment, very apt moment, I would like to say. What's your initial take on this?
Well, you can see from my smile, I'm delighted, I'm thrilled. I've served in that country. I love that very much. Both our children live there. I go there every year. Let me begin, if you give me a minute, to tell you that this deal comes at the beginning of the second quarter of this century. So I describe today as Terrific Tuesday. Tuesday, the day dedicated to Lord Hanuman, symbol of courage, strength, and selfless devotion, like Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And it's also dedicated, by the way, to Goddess Kali, so don't mess with me. We can get very tough. The world today is more fractured, more fractious than ever. This agreement underlines our fabled duck diplomacy, quiet, restrained interactions away from the glare of Republic television. So we've had high-level visits, etc. Now, the agreement with the largest economy in the world, after the massive free trade, the conclusion of the negotiations for the free trade agreement with the 27-member EU group, which the president of the European Commission described as the mother of all deals. Sir, I believe this is the father of all deals. And if you take a look at BRICS, we are the only country so far with which this kind of an agreement has been concluded. Therefore, the message is loud and clear. This is Bharat's century, and the partnership between India and the United States will only grow from strength to strength, as the president tweeted, not tweeted, put on the social media. I'm so used to using the word tweet, was unlimited potential. So the only thing that I can say to people who are critics, who pick on this, that, and the other, that trade between the two countries is only one part of the bilateral relationship. We have defense, we have space, we have oceans, we have education, we have agriculture, there's technology coming in, etc., etc. This was one thing. This was the stumbling block. This was perceived as something that was very difficult to overcome, but we have overcome, because we've had this quiet, sustained thing. We haven't responded, sir. And whenever one of Donald Trump's stupid advisors said India is a big laundromat for laundering Russian money, etc., they tried choicest abuses. We didn't respond. That's not our style. We are the children of Chanakya, sir. We respond in a very restrained, measured way without criticizing anybody. I think this is Indian diplomacy at its finest. I have been 52 years practicing diplomacy. I've never felt so proud of our minister, the Prime Minister, and the others who were involved in it. Well done, guys. You make every Indian so proud.
Mr. Vora, you are a diplomat. And restraint comes with the craft, but this really needed extraordinary patience to deal with someone as impromptu, impetuous, impatient as Trump. So in that sense, for Prime Minister Modi and his team, for External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and his team of diplomats in the Ministry of External Affairs, to be really holding on to their horses, not to respond, not to hit back, because it's very tempting in front of cameras to get into this performative diplomacy, particularly when you have the likes of Scott Bessent and Hoover Lutnick coming at you day in and day out. I think it was really a test of Indian diplomacy, and we have literally come up trumps.
Sir, may I just say something? 1966-67, you were not born then. We had famine in India. And our then Prime Minister went to the United States. They said, have you come to beg for food? She came back and she said, never again. So 66, 67, son, both of you kids are too young. We were told not to eat on Mondays. I did not for 104 Mondays. I was 15, sir. 104 Mondays in 66, 67. I didn't eat because we didn't have enough grain. Today, our granaries are full. We can feed the whole world for more than 1 year. Therefore, agriculture, our farmers, for us, are existential because they've made us self-sufficient in food. For the United States, energy and agriculture is not an existential issue. I think Trump's people have explained that to him, that whether the Indian market accepts our agricultural products or not, the trade deal in itself is very good. Leave out this sector. We'll continue to talk about it. We'll continue to talk about dairy. We'll continue to talk about fisheries later. But let's take what we are getting now, which is very, very substantial. So I believe that was it. We were both looking at trying to create a win-win, as they say, situation instead of a lose-lose situation. I think that your channel, which has been consistently supporting the deal between the United States and India, I think that has helped. And of course, Prime Minister gave Donald Trump a verbal peace prize by praising his leadership as vital for global peace, stability, and prosperity. May I just say, Donald Trump responding that Narendra Modi and I are two people that get things done that cannot be said for Modi. That's a very powerful statement to make, that we are both doers, the others are just shouldies, we are the doers. And finally, I'd just like to say this, whatever one says of Donald Trump, he reminds me of that Roman Emperor Caligula 2,000 years ago, when he was told that many people hated him in the countries that he was dealing with or that Rome had conquered. His famous line in Latin was, Odurin dum metuant, let them hate me as long as they fear me. And Donald Trump has understood that love is much better than hatred. And I think the people of India today, whatever he might have said and done, etc., he hasn't hurt our vital interests in any way. We haven't hurt their vital interests. But this trade deal is a recognition that we will now deal with each other as equals and as partners, not in a boss, a client, subsidiary relationship, sir. We have come of age, sir. Let me just put it to you. And I'm glad I'm still alive at 74 to witness this historic moment.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vora, for your comments and your insight on the latest developments on the India-US trade deal and the tariffs, which has been slashed to 18%. And a moment of joy and moment of pride for every Indian citizen, especially those who were affected, Abhishek, because of the imposition of tariffs, whether it's be the leather industry or the gems and whatnot. Many industries were badly affected because of the tariffs, and now there will be change, and it will take time. It will take time.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, we're going to continue to have this conversation, Shivam. Yes. Slipping into a short break coming up on the other side. Build up to that statement by Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal in the Lok Sabha on the floor of the House. That's at 3 p.m. We are building up to that. Short break.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narwane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narwane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narwane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese intrusions, which had culminated in the Galwan incident, in which 19 Indian soldiers had lost their lives. No weapons had been used, but the Chinese had laid an ambush with pointed stones, with baseball bats wrapped.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
Not there, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narwane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narwane.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hi, good morning
Hi,
to
how are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims. But the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from the most outlandish actions of this government a few months ago. They made no sense. They antagonized India. They disrupted trade. And I think somebody finally explained to Trump that none of this was serving any.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic has the inside scoop from the India Parliamentary meeting. Our Prime Minister Modi says India-US a trade sign of a new world order.
पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अभिनंदन किया और उनका मार्गदर्शन में जो ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील्स हासिल किए हैं उसके लिए बधाई भी दी है।
India cheers as the nation locks in a historic trade deal with the US. MPs congratulate our Prime Minister for 2 landmark deals in 1 week. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal likely to make a statement in Parliament on the historic trade deal with the United States. Dalal Street cheers India-US deal. A market soared 5% after the announcement. Rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus US dollar in early trade after India-US trade deal announcement.
All right, let's begin this with a breaking, Ishita, and it's from that Air India story. The airline has begun inspection of all its 787 fleet, the Dreamliner fleet, in fact. Remember, this is in the backdrop of what happened yesterday on the AI 132 London-Bengaluru flight. Okay, coming out of this, another breaking coming in from Parliament. Rahul Gandhi is speaking on the...
Give it authenticated.
So this is...
Please table it.
Table it, please.
Please table it.
Speaker,
we will
sir,
examine
this,
it and we'll get back to you.
Chairman, right?
And
Chairman, sir, I have authenticated the article.
Please continue on Honorable President's speech.
Yes. So, as I said yesterday, very important matter in the President's speech is the matter of national security and our relationship between us and the Chinese and the Pakistanis. There is a very important matter that is quoted inside this article that I have authenticated, which speaks about the reaction of the Prime Minister and...
Sir, I'm once again... No, please. No, sir. One second. Sir. No, once again. Sir, I'm once again requesting you to please restrict yourself to the speech of the Honorable President. I'm requesting LOP to please restrict himself to the speech of the Honorable President.
Let us not mislead the House. Let us clear the confusion. Today also I had requested both Venugopalji and Gauravji also. We are patiently waiting to listen to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. The matter which was referred to just now, yesterday the Chair has given a ruling. On the paper on which he has authenticated, that is tabled in the House. But what I'm saying is, when a ruling has already been given on a matter which he referred yesterday, He can't be quoting same matter again in a pretext of making a reference indirectly. He cannot refer on the same matter. Please continue with your speech. We are waiting. But please avoid referring to a matter which has been settled.
Sir, Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Minister is trying to mislead the House. Of course, he called us, me and Gaurav Gogoi. Sir, please.
Sir, when Honorable LOP is standing...
Yes, he quoted me.
Sir, when Honorable LOP is standing...
I want to give a clarification.
When Honorable LOP is standing, you are speaking.
Please allow me to give a clarification, sir.
No.
Please allow me. 1 minute.
No, sir, when Honorable LOP is standing, you are speaking.
1 minute.
Please permit him to speak.
Sir, 1 minute.
Please permit him to speak.
Parliamentary Affairs Minister took my name. You know, 1 minute clarification.
No, sir. Please permit him to speak. He's already started his speech, sir. He started his speech, sir. Let him speak.
Our Speaker, what was the Speaker's ruling yesterday? Don't quote the book, don't quote the magazine. This was the only ruling of the Speaker.
No, sir. Please listen to me. He started his speech. Please let him continue. He started his speech.
I need a clarification because Parliamentary Affairs Minister quoted me.
Honorable,
he took my name.
Sir, what is, see, you want him to speak or not?
Look, this is only for, this house is only for them.
What is
this? This is not for us. Yes. What is this? This house is only for them.
No, once again. Mr. Venugopal, kindly be seated once again. No, listen. No, please listen. What did you say just now? What did you say just now? What is this yar? What is this yar? This is Parliament. This is Lok Sabha. You can't address the chair. You cannot address the chair with yar. What is this yar? No, you cannot address the chair by saying yar. No. Please take back your words. You can't say chair yar. No. You cannot. No. Honorable LOP is standing on his feet to speak. You are not allowing him to speak. माननीय राहुल गांधी जी आप बोलिएगा. No. Please allow him to speak. 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 No.
चेयरमैन साहब यार कह दिया तो क्या हो गया? आफत आ गई है?
No, not correct. No. There is a quorum. Not correct. That is not true. There should be a quorum of the House. There should be a quorum of the House. There should be respect to the chair. You should know how to behave. No, not correct. Honorable Rahul ji, please speak. Please continue to speak.
Speaker, sir, if the issue is about me quoting a magazine, which I have authenticated, I am happy not to quote it directly. No problem. But I have to be allowed to speak about it.
Yeah.
Honorable LOP,
Speaker,
Rahul Gandhi ji, please listen.
Chairman, sir.
You have been given permission to speak on the Honorable President's speech.
I am speaking.
What are you telling? What permission are telling to LOP?
Speaker, sir.
And yesterday.
Sir, Speaker, sir. One second. Speaker, sir.
Permit him to speak.
Sir.
What is this?
Sir, Speaker, 1 second.
Sir.
Speaker, sir.
Sir, yesterday, Honorable Speaker has given a ruling.
It is not a permission that I am being given, Speaker, sir.
Yeah.
I am not being given a permission.
What is the permission?
I am the leader of opposition of this country. You are not giving me permission. It is my right.
Rule 349. Under Rule 349. No. Honorable Speaker has given a ruling under Rule 349. Under Rule 349, Honorable Speaker has already given a ruling. And if you don't want LOP sir to speak, I'll have to give opportunity to others to speak. If you don't want LOP to speak, I will have to give opportunity to others to speak. No, please listen. I am giving opportunity. ये नहीं चलेगा. Honorable LOP will speak. He can speak. He doesn't require your support. He will speak.
1 second, please. Chairman, sir. Chairman, sir. Speaker, sir, I am...
Please, 1 second, sir. Please. Please, sir.
Chairman, sir, I am objecting to the word permission. That is not the correct word because I am not given permission by anyone. I am leader of opposition. So I'm just objecting to that.
I have called your name.
Everybody speaks with the permission of the chair.
Please.
Nobody is above the chair.
There was an altercation.
Everybody speaks on the permission of the chair.
Please speak, sir. 1 second. 1 second, sir. Yes, please speak.
Speaker, sir, our President's address was about the path that India has to chart, the direction in which India has to move. Today, on the world stage, the main issue in international affairs is the conflict between China and the United States. This is central. This is central. This is central to our President's address. This is central, as you have seen, to our budget. And all I am saying is I want to make a statement about what happened between China and India and how our Prime Minister reacted to it. Why am I being stopped? Sir, in Ladakh, in eastern Ladakh, there was a conflict. Our soldiers were killed.
I requested Honorable LOP to speak. Repeatedly I made a request to speak on the speech of the Honorable President. Now Manyaniya Shri Naresh Uttam Patel ji. Manyaniya Shri Naresh Uttam Patel ji. Manyaniya Shri Naresh Uttam Patel ji. Sir, I made repeated requests. I made repeated requests to speak on the speech of the Honorable President. Manyaniya Shri Naresh Uttam Patel ji. आप बोलना नहीं चाहते हैं, आप बोलना नहीं चाहते हैं। माननीय श्रीमती शताब्दी राय, माननीय श्रीमती शताब्दी राय, माननीय श्रीमती शताब्दी राय। माननीय श्री DM खातिर आनंद, माननीय श्री DM खातिर आनंद, माननीय श्री GM हरीश बालयोगी जी।
Honorable Chairman, sir, I rise today on behalf of my party, Telugu Desam, to extend our support to the gracious address delivered by the Honorable President of India. The address presents a confident national roadmap anchored in reform, guided by inclusion, and directed towards the long-term objective of building a strong, self-reliant, and globally competitive India. The vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047 reflects a fundamental shift in governance philosophy from managing short-term outcomes to shaping India's long-term economic strength, institutional capacity, and strategic relevance in global economy. With India's potential growth rate approaching 7%, driven by sustained reforms and historical public investments, we are witnessing the emergence of a new development trajectory. Our national
कार्यवाही 3 बजे तक स्थगित किया गया है।
All right, that was round 2 of Rahul Gandhi trying to muscle in the issue of former Army Chief General Manoj Mukund Naravne's book, stalled by the Speaker because there is already a ruling that he cannot speak on or quote from an unpublished book. And so Rahul Gandhi there again trying to create pandemonium. The parliament proceedings have moved on and the Speaker has disallowed yet again for Rahul Gandhi to continue to insist that he can speak from the book. The parliament proceedings stalled yet again. Remember, there have already been 2 adjournments since morning and it's stuck on whether Rahul Gandhi can complete his motion or his participation in the motion of thanks without referring to the book of General Naravne, on which the parliament had to be adjourned all day yesterday. Moving on, let's have some breaking news development as we build up to that announcement by the Modi government on the Indo-US trade deal in Parliament at around 3 p.m. Sources say no compromise on farmers' issue. It's a big one because that's what the opposition has been raising since the deal was announced. What happens to the farmers? Sources tell us it's a big one, that there is no compromise whatsoever insofar as farmers' issue is concerned, and the sensitive dairy and agriculture sector is out of bounds for the Indo-US trade deal. And that's a significant takeaway because remember, the United States was trying to muscle in the farmers' issue and particularly the genetically modified crops and soya, and it seems that it is now very clear, as sources tell us, that those 2 issues were never on the table, and the final deal that's taken shape with the announcement by President Trump also has those sectors really protected. Sensitive dairy, agri sectors protected in the deal. That's a very important takeaway, going by what the government sources have told us on this very important issue being raised by the opposition. More clarity, of course, when the Commerce Minister makes that statement on the floor of the House. In the meanwhile, we have some reactions from the opposition. Let's listen to them.
कल अमेरिका का साथ में जो एग्रीमेंट हुए और जो अनाउंसमेंट हुए टैरिफ में कटौती का, उसको लेकर के देश भर में उत्साह है। पूरा माहौल अच्छा बना है देश में। एक शुभ खबर रात को आधी रात में मिडनाइट में आए तो आज देशवासियों को भी हमने बधाई दिया है।
टैरिफ उन्होंने लगाया और टैरिफ अगर कम किया तो ये देश से अब यहाँ की चीजों को हम अगर एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे तो उनके बाजार हमारे लिए खुल गए, तो ये फैसला अगर वही घोषणा कर रहे हैं अपने बाजार के लिए, तो ये भारत के लिए सफलता कितनी बड़ी है। वाकई नरेंद्र मोदी ने पूरे दुनिया में एक वर्ल्ड के स्टेट्समैन की तरह से फैसले हुए हैं।
अमेरिका का ये 18% टैरिफ करना आपको ध्यान में रहे, सबको ध्यान में रहे कि बांग्लादेश और कंबोडिया के भी टैरिफ इससे बड़ा है, तो ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के इसको हम लोग उनकी नीतियों का विजय मानते हैं।
ये समझौता हिंदुस्तान के करोड़ों किसानों के साथ विश्वासघात है। न सिर्फ करोड़ों किसानों के साथ, बल्कि अमेरिका का राष्ट्रपति कह रहा है कि अब हिंदुस्तान रूस से तेल नहीं खरीदेगा, यानी कि अमेरिका से अगर आप तेल खरीदेंगे तो महंगा तेल हिंदुस्तान के करोड़ों लोगों को खरीदना पड़ेगा। आपने दोहरी मार इस देश के लोगों को दी, विश्वासघात किया इस देश के लोगों के साथ, और इसका पुरजोर विरोध सड़क से लेकर सदन तक हम लोग करेंगे।
डील हमारी डील करने का अनाउंस करेंगे ट्रम्प साहब, वॉर रुकवाने का ऐलान करेंगे ट्रम्प साहब, हम किससे तेल खरीदें और किससे ना खरीदेंगे ऐलान करेंगे ट्रम्प साहब, उनके सारे उत्पाद को फ्री कर दें और उनको टैक्स भर करके हम ट्रेड करें। अब उनके टैरिफ पर ही जिंदा रहोगे क्या? इज्जत भी बची है? नहीं बची है। नहीं, ये डील 39 देशों के साथ डील कौन सी हुई है हमें तो बाहर से पता चल रहा है। डोनाल्ड ट्रंप प्राइम मिनिस्टर है क्या?
इससे पहले टैरिफ क्या था जब 25% लगा दिया गया था, क्या 18% ही था? इससे कई गुना कम था जो टैरिफ लगाया गया। अभी भी 18% जो टैरिफ लगाया गया है, ये अपने आप में प्रश्न चिन्ह उठाता है, क्योंकि इसकी घोषणा भारत सरकार की तरफ से करी बात ये यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट ने करी है। और लगातार जिस तरह से यूएस का रवैया भारत की तरफ रहा है, वो दर्शाता है कि जो भारत सरकार है वो यूएस जिस तरह से डील करना चाहिए उस तरह से हमारा जो फॉरेन मिनिस्ट्री वो डील नहीं कर पाता।
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it is the biggest headline of the year. India has logged in a major trade breakthrough with the United States, marking a decisive moment in New Delhi-Washington economic ties. Now, the high-stakes deal aimed at boosting market access, easing tariffs and strengthening strategic commerce signals India's growing clout on the global trade table and sets the tone for a new phase of bilateral partnership between the two nations, while we are also showing the tariffs that have been imposed on the other nations by the United States. Those were the graphics that we were showing. Also, PM Modi was felicitated by the NDA leaders for the India-US trade deal, which has been finalized as quoted by Donald Trump and confirmed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, there has been a drastic reduction, and earlier it went on to 50%, and now it has been slashed to 18%, and this was much needed, much awaited, and it happened. And it is a big relief for everyone, especially the traders and for various sectors that includes the leather industry, the gem industry, and many other industries. Now, Goyal will be likely to speak on the trade deal in Parliament at around 3 p.m. And this is the exact moment. You can see everybody is happy, everybody is cheering because the deal has been finalized with the United States, and this has officially come from Donald Trump, who was on a tariff tirade, who imposed tariffs on many nations, and many other nations have a very high tariff compared to India now because the tariffs have been slashed when it comes to Indian economy. And we'll have to wait for the details and the nitty-gritties of what exactly will be in the trade deal. But surely the India-EU trade deal, the free trade agreement, had an impact, and it made the Donald Trump government to push and move faster and have and close a free trade agreement, have an agreement with the Indian government. All right, viewers, the much discussed and long-awaited US-India trade deal is finally announced. Now, in a major breakthrough, New Delhi and Washington have announced a historic agreement aimed at ending months of tariff tensions. Now, under the deal, the steep tariff imposed on Indian exports will now be sharply reduced to merely 18%. That's a drastic reduction, marking a significant de-escalation in the tariff war between the two countries. Now, the agreement follows several rounds of intense negotiations and comes just days after India concluded its landmark trade pact with the European Union. That is the mother of all deals. More in this report.
The deal is now done. The much discussed and awaited US-India trade deal has now finally been announced. In a major de-escalation of trade tensions, India and the United States have announced a historic trade deal last night. This after months of multiple rounds of negotiations between the two parties. As part of the deal, the 50% tariffs announced on Indian exports will now be reduced to 18%.
Everything about Trump and trade is erratic, not sensible, not accomplishing any U.S. goals, but better 18% tariffs than 50% tariffs or 500% tariffs. But I wouldn't take at face value any single statement by the U.S. government. I think everything is just complete improvisation, a lot of baloney, a lot of malarkey, but probably somebody has prevailed inside the White House to say why antagonize India. India has U.S. has no leverage on India. So none of this is anything other than Trump's delusion that the U.S. is the be-all and end-all of the universe. And so his writ is the command for the whole world. But that's Trump's delusion, that the U.S. market is so big, so consequential, so important, that he can get every other country to fall into line.
The finalized agreement with the United States comes just days after India concluded what was called the mother of all deals with the European Union. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has welcomed this decision, reiterating that this new deal will benefit Make in India products. US President Donald Trump further in his statement adds that India will also lower reciprocal tariffs and expand market access. While India would also halt purchases of Russian oil.
ये हिंदुस्तान की जनता को सोचना है, मगर इतिहास में पहली बार हिस्ट्री में एलओपी को प्रेसिडेंशियल एड्रेस में नहीं बोलने दिया है।
बाहर बोल दीजिए, जो अंदर नहीं कहा दिया जा रहा है बाहर।
वो तो ऑटोमेटिकली होगा जी। बट ये आप समझिए, और हिंदुस्तान के जो किसान हैं आप सब समझिए कि इस ट्रेड डील में आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है, और वो इसलिए बेचा है क्योंकि ये कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है। सिर्फ आपको नहीं बेचा है, देश को बेचा है। इसलिए मुझे वहां नहीं बोलने देना है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी डरे हुए हैं क्योंकि जिन लोगों ने उनकी इमेज बनाई है वो अब उस इमेज को फोड़ने लगे हैं। धन्यवाद।
प्रेशर है सर पीएम पे, जो आप कह रहे हैं कि प्रेशर क्या है और क्या दबाव है पीएम के ऊपर जो आपको
एक अदानी जी पर केस है यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में। वो अदानी जी को टारगेट नहीं कर रहा है, वो नरेंद्र मोदी के फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रक्चर को टारगेट कर रहा है। एक वो है। दूसरा है एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स। एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स में अभी और माल है, वो अभी रिलीज नहीं हुआ है। इसीलिए इस दबाव में आकर एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स में जो है, जो पूरा देश जानना चाहता है मगर अभी अमेरिका ने रिलीज नहीं किया है। और दूसरा जो अदानी जी पर केस है, जो एक्चुअली मोदी जी पर केस है, क्योंकि वो बीजेपी का फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रक्चर है, मोदी जी का फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रक्चर है। तो ये दो प्रेशर पॉइंट्स हैं, और आप ये बात समझ लो, देश ये समझ ले कि प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है।
थैंक यू। आप सीधी चुनौती देती है प्रधानमंत्री को बात करने की।
All right, so this was the reaction from the Congress party, that is the leader of opposition, and Rahul Gandhi. And the opposition pretty much seems again upset even after the tariffs were slashed to 18%. They were unhappy when the tariffs were raised. Now still they are unhappy when they have been slashed, and they are still questioning the government while the fine print is yet to be finalized. It has to come, and then there will be reaction. But don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal likely to make a statement in Parliament on the historic trade deal. Coming up next.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narwane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narwane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narwane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say? This article talks of the 2020 Chinese
and a very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV at 2:30 p.m. with me, Oina Mitra. I'm being joined in the studios by colleague Shivam Dutt Mehra. Ladies and gentlemen, tensions are running high in Parliament after India sealed the historic trade deal with the United States. Lots of responses that are coming in from the opposition, Shivam, and clearly they are not amused.
They will never be amused, and they're pretty unhappy. They were unhappy when the tariffs were being raised, and they were asking for questioned answers. They were asking for answers from the government. Why are you not responding to what Donald Trump is doing? And now when the tariffs have been slashed, they're still answering. They're still questioning the government on why it has been slashed and what are the main points of the trade deal. We'll get you all the details on what the political reactions are and what's happening in the India-US trade deal and a lot more. But first up, the headlines. Republic has the inside scoop from the NDA parliamentary meeting. PM Modi says India-US trade sign of a new world order.
पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अभिनंदन किया और उनका मार्गदर्शन में जो ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील्स हासिल किए हैं उसके लिए बधाई भी दी है.
India cheers as the nation locks in historic deal with the United States. MPs congratulate Prime Minister Modi for 2 landmark deals in just 1 week.
Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal likely to make a statement in Parliament on the historic trade deal very soon.
D Street cheers on India-US deal. Markets soar 5% on the India-United States pact.
And rupee jumps to 90.4, up 1.2% versus dollar in early trade after India-US trade deal.
And ladies and gentlemen, it is the biggest headline of the year. India has locked in a major trade breakthrough with the United States, marking a decisive moment in New Delhi-Washington economic ties. Now, this high-stakes deal is aimed at boosting market access, easing tariffs and strengthening strategic commerce, essentially signaling India's growth clout on the global trade table. And this, Shivam, as Prime Minister was saying, is setting the tone for a new phase of bilateral partnership between the two nations. This deal will see US tariffs on Indian goods being reduced from 25% to 18% effective immediately. This morning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was facilitated by NDA lawmakers in Parliament for securing the deal. And in that meeting, Prime Minister has sent out a clear and strong message outlining the importance of this development. He spoke of how a new world order is emerging. We take a look at that entire sequence of what exactly happened when Prime Minister Modi entered for the NDA parliamentary meeting.
So definitely that's a sigh of relief for each and everybody. Now, even as the world looks towards India, as Prime Minister emphasized in the new global order, the opposition parties of India are clearly not amused. They're never happy. Now, they have now stoked this narrative saying, with no clarity on the minute perks of the deal, India has bowed down to Trump. Let's listen in.
ये समझौता हिंदुस्तान के करोड़ों किसानों के साथ विश्वासघात है। न सिर्फ करोड़ों किसानों के साथ, बल्कि अमेरिका का राष्ट्रपति कह रहा है कि अब हिंदुस्तान रूस से तेल नहीं खरीदेगा। यानी कि अमेरिका से अगर आप तेल खरीदेंगे तो महंगा तेल हिंदुस्तान के करोड़ों लोगों को खरीदना पड़ेगा। आपने दोहरी मार इस देश के लोगों को दी, विश्वासघात किया इस देश के लोगों के साथ, और इसका पुरजोर विरोध सड़क से लेकर सदन तक हम लोग करेंगे।
डील हमारी डील करने का अनाउंस करेंगे ट्रम्प साहब, वॉर रुकवाने का ऐलान करेंगे ट्रम्प साहब, हम किससे तेल खरीदें और किससे ना खरीदेंगे ऐलान करेंगे ट्रम्प साहब, उनके सारे उत्पाद को फ्री कर दें और उनको टैक्स भर करके हम ट्रेड करें। अब उनके टैरिफ पर ही जिंदा रहोगे क्या? इज्जत भी बची है? नहीं बची है। नहीं, ये डील 39 देशों के साथ डील कौन सी हुई है हमें तो बाहर से पता चल रहा है। डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प प्राइम मिनिस्टर है क्या?
इससे पहले टैरिफ क्या था जब 25% लगा दिया गया था, क्या 18% की था? इससे कई गुना कम था जो टैरिफ लगाया गया। अभी भी 18% जो टैरिफ लगाया गया है, ये अपने आप में प्रशंसनीय उठाता है, क्योंकि इसकी घोषणा भारत सरकार की तरफ से करीब ये यूएस के प्रेसिडेंट ने करी है। और लगातार जिस तरह से यूएस का रवैया भारत की तरफ रहा है, वो दर्शाता है कि जो भारत सरकार है वो यूएस जिस तरह से डील करना चाहिए उस तरह से हमारा जो फॉरेन मिनिस्ट्री वो डील नहीं कर पाता।
All right, viewers, you heard over there. It's embarrassing that the opposition parties of this country are politicizing the matter, even going on to say that India has bowed down to the Donald Trump administration. But the NDA is not backing down. In fact, we are building up to that big statement by the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, which is scheduled at about 3 p.m. this afternoon. But before that, let's also listen into what the other NDA leaders have to say on this historic deal.
कल अमेरिका का साथ में जो एग्रीमेंट हुए और जो अनाउंसमेंट हुए टैरिफ में कटौती का, उसको लेकर के देश भर में उत्साह है। पूरा माहौल अच्छा बना है देश में। एक शुभ खबर रात को आधी रात में मिडनाइट में आए, तो आज देशवासियों को भी हमने बधाई दिया है।
टैरिफ उन्होंने लगाया, और टैरिफ अगर कम किया तो ये देश से अब यहाँ की चीजों को हम अगर एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे तो उनके बाजार हमारे लिए खुल गए। तो ये फैसला अगर वही घोषणा कर रहे हैं अपने बाजार के लिए, तो ये भारत के लिए सफलता कितनी बड़ी है। वाकई नरेंद्र मोदी ने पूरे दुनिया में एक वर्ल्ड के स्टेट्समैन की तरह से फैसले हुए हैं।
अमेरिका का ये 18% टैरिफ करना आपको ध्यान में रहे, सबको ध्यान में रहे कि बांग्लादेश और कंबोडिया का भी टैरिफ इससे बड़ा है। तो ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के इसको हम लोग उनकी नीतियों का विजय मानते हैं।
So these were the political reactions coming in. Now, India's landmark trade deal with the US marks a historic milestone, as ARIN Capital Chairman Mohandas Pai provides expert insights.
Oh, absolutely, Shivam. In fact, Mohandas Pai analyzes, viewers, the key sticking points like high tariffs, India's Russia ties, and Prime Minister Modi's direct talks with President Trump to unlock this much-awaited stalled agreement amid a 25% tariff threats. Now, expect sharp commentary on export impacts, Piyush Goyal's negotiations, and strategies, Shivam, that has paved the way for India's growth story.
Mr. Pai, thank you very much for joining us. We have a big day, a historic announcement. India-US trade deal has been made. Your first reaction to this late-night announcement, sir?
Well, I think it's a typical Trump. President Trump will make a deal at a time of his own choosing, on terms of his own choosing, and he has done it. And all of us must understand we're dealing with a very different kind of a global leader, which is the strongest military power, economic power in the world, and he can do what he wants, right? He doesn't care. And I think we have dealt with him very well, and it's typical Trump. So I think he came on the phone, spoke to Prime Minister Modi and said, I'm going to reduce it to 18%, let's make a deal, that is it. And immediately tweeted and said it comes into effect immediately. So I think it's a good for India, but you see, you must understand his logic. All his allies, EU, Japan, Korea have 15%. Everybody else has 19, 20%. India has 18%. What is the message? India is our friend, one level below the allies with whom we have a military partnership. So I think it's a good deal for India. And of course, we have a deal on the table which we already agreed to. We allow them to open up the market, reduce tariff is already there on President Trump's table. I hope that is signed so India can sign. And I hope the government will release terms of the deal once President Trump signs so that we have a deal and it becomes transparent. And I think the deal will be very good for India. Indian industry should take advantage and go all out to do more business with India. And it is good for us to open a market to the United States. It's the largest market in the world. It's the largest market in the world. China grew and became a global power by using the American market. We must also use the American market to become a much larger economy.
Right. Mr. Pai, in fact, whatever announcements have come in from Donald Trump. I mean, he said that India is buying oil from Venezuela. He said that India stopped buying from Russia. He said that India will be doing a business worth $500 billion with India. But the response from the Indian side has been extremely measured. Do you think the Indian decision makers are taking it with a pinch of salt and probably waiting for the fine print?
No, I mean, look, Russian oil has been coming down. And quite probably will come down to very low numbers because one Indian company has got permission to buy till February. So it is coming down. It's a fact. We don't have to make any announcement. Second is Venezuelan oil we want. Prime Minister spoke to the acting president of Venezuela, and our refineries can process the heavy crude of Venezuela. Venezuela is not sweet crude, it's heavy crude. Only few refineries in the world can do it, and we can do it. So if we have Venezuelan crude at a deep discount against Russian, we are well off because we have said we'll buy from the market which gives us best. And the third thing is this 500 billion is Trump's target over a number of years. We have our trade. Our entire imports from the United States today is about 45-50 billion, right? And I think, it'll take us maybe 5-6 years. We'll buy more aircraft, we'll buy more US oil, which is very competitive. We may buy some pulses from the US. We buy almonds from California. We'll sell software to California, buy almonds from them. So I think this is just a broad parameter that Trump has said, because Trump wants to prove to Americans he's the best deal maker they ever had, and he looks at large numbers. Because for India, 500 billion looks very huge. For America, it is very, very small.
Right. When it comes to India Inc., I mean, we witnessed the past few quarters were definitely under pressure. When do you think, when are we likely to see the real impact of this deal translating into India Inc.'s profits, India Inc.'s guidance, the order book, and in turn, reflecting that in the results as well as EPS? When do you think that will actually start translating into some kind of measurable outcome on ground, sir?
Well, assuming that the 18% is signed applicable right now, and President Trump has said is immediate, possibly by March, April, so this quarter end, we may see some greater exports to the United States. And I think definitely the first quarter of the next year, financial year, we'll see the full impact because it takes time to produce, time to export. And even now when people are exporting, because they've not seen a big decline in export to America, we can possibly increase export by 10-15% from what we're doing right now because there will be something in the pipeline. So I think March will see some impact, and we'll see the impact next quarter. And I think that's what Baba Kalyani has said too, right? Baba Kalyani came on TV today and said that, yes, it's very positive. We'll increase it by March, and the next quarter we'll see a bigger increase, and next year is going to be a very good year.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break. But Ayana, we have a lot more lined up in our action-packed bulletins.
Oh, absolutely, Shivam. We are building up to that big statement by Piyush Goyal in Parliament. The action right now, ladies and gentlemen, is happening in Parliament. We are tracking a lot more responses that are coming in on the historic India-US trade deal. Stay on with Republic.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion, so there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims, but the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
All right, viewers, welcome back. While exporters are celebrating and markets responded positively, chaos has erupted in Parliament over the India-US trade deal. Now, ruckus was created by the opposition members in Rajya Sabha after Union Minister J.P. Nadda addressed the House on the trade deal and how US President Donald Trump called Prime Minister Modi a great man.
मैं फिर से रिकॉर्ड पर लाना चाहता हूं कि ये जो इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस है और ये जो इंडी गठबंधन है, इनका जो व्यवहार है वह बहुत ही निंदनीय है और वह एक तरीके से इस बात को प्रतिलक्षित करता है कि न तो उनको देश के विकास में इंटरेस्ट है, न ही देश के ट्रेड और हमारा व्यापार बढ़े इसमें इंटरेस्ट है। उनका इंटरेस्ट सिर्फ हर चीज में राजनीति करने का है, जो अभी हमको प्रत्यक्ष प्रमाण मिला है। आप देश में एक वातावरण बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि सरकार कुछ छुपा रही है, सरकार चर्चा नहीं करना चाहती। अरे आपके पास मुद्दे नहीं रह गए। यू आर इशूलेस पार्टी नाउ, यू हैव गॉट नो इशू। और मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि आपका बड़ा गैर जिम्मेदाराना व्यवहार है, इररिस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर है और ये एक तरीके से गैर राष्ट्रवादी व्यवहार है। इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। इट इज एंटी नेशनल, इनको नेशन से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ये आज ऐसे मुकाम पर आकर के पहुंचे हैं जहां इनका फ्रस्ट्रेशन हर मोड़ पर दिख रहा है।
ये ट्रेड डील हमने की है या डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने माई वे और हाईवे के आधार पर किया। किसी चीज पे 2-3% था, उसको 50 ले गए। फिर
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you this explainer wherein we talk about the lead up to this deal. My colleague Hina will take you through those big names who spent months between India and US negotiating the deal. Let's watch it.
So we have seen that India has secured a trade deal with United States, another trade deal in past 2 weeks. First, we secured a trade deal with European Union, which is called mother of all deals, and nowadays after a deal with Donald Trump, which is 18% tariff on India. But I want to give you a comparison of all the tariffs that US has imposed on other nations as well. Let's talk about Pakistan first. We have seen Shehbaz Sharif and Asim Munir presenting a box of rare earth minerals to Donald Trump. Of course, this did not work out because Pakistan was imposed a tariff of 19% by United States, but India got 1% less, which is 18%. So, of course, a big diplomatic win for India. If you talk about other nations, Bangladesh got 20% tariffs from United States, Brazil at 50%, China 47%, Switzerland 39%, Canada 35%, South Africa 30%, Mexico 30%, Japan and South Korea both at 15%. So, this is a big win for India. India a big diplomatic win. India does not come in the top 10 high tariff nations vis-a-vis US. India gets only 18% tariff. And of course, not to forget, we are seeing on 4th of February a conference, a global minerals conference happening. But United States has not invited Pakistan to attend that particular conference. External Affairs Minister of India, S. Jaishankar, is all set to go there. So of course, a big failure for Pakistan and a big diplomatic win back home here in India for Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
All right, viewers, we slip into a very short break on that note, but do stay on with us because in just about 10 minutes, we expect the government to make a statement in Parliament on the trade deal with Piyush Goyal leading from the front. Stay with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
This morning, Rahul Gandhi, leader of the opposition, created a ruckus and furor in the parliament. In response to the president's address, he insisted upon raising what he said were some issues of vital import to our national security. So what was he saying? He was trying to cite an article from the Caravan magazine, which in turn was quoting excerpts from General Narvane, the former army chief's unpublished memoirs. It may be recalled that the government had stopped General Narvane from publishing the book. As such, the authenticity of the excerpts cited in the Caravan magazine itself are open to question. But then let's try and take a deeper look at what is this bravura all about. So I have had a detailed look at the article in the Caravan magazine. I have no access to General Narvane's book or manuscript, but we had a look at the Caravan article in detail. So what does this article say?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hi, good morning
Hi, how
to
are
you.
you?
Good evening from India. We have announcement of a trade deal, and
Yes.
you've seen both sides. Trump says that India has promised not to buy Russian oil, but Indian Prime Minister's response makes no such commitment. But Trump says, I've reduced the tariffs to 18%. And then he says that besides everything else, Prime Minister Modi has also agreed to buy American, in addition to 300 billion in, 500 billion in some other purchases. Anyway, there's an existing agreement to buy 300 billion. So there's not much of a hard-coded commitment from the Indian side. So Trump is obviously using a lot of hyperbole, making some claims. But the good thing is there's an announcement of a deal. But there's more statements coming from Trump than from India, especially to Trump's statement that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil. There's nothing official from the Indian side to that. How do you view these developments, Professor Sachs?
Well, basically, the United States is unstable and irresponsible, but backing down from.
All right, viewers, coming up next, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal likely to make a statement in Parliament on the historic trade deal shortly. Coming up.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.